finish this boss, they might be the team winning this in a couple of seconds.
Look at the damage from Eclipse though.
Catching up.
The damage is insane from them. Can they get the one phase off?
Oh my god.
They can. They're gonna kill the boss. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
There's actually cauterized proc by Hopeful as well, and Spike goes down too. They don't have a battle rest. It's gonna be a full wipe for Legendary, as they cannot handle all of this trash on top of the last boss.
This is also wiping. Both teams going down.
Wait, what is AJ doing outside of Eclipse?
AJ.
What is he doing?
He does go down.
That's
This
so
strategy
bad.
does not work out for them. This is a huge problem for Eclipse.
This is their moment. This is their opportunity. They got ahead of Perplex. It's going to be coming down to milliseconds here. One more second. Who won? Did they get it? Okay, who won?
They're catching up. They're taking over. DAWGS are 9%. They're zooming through this boss fight. 4 to go.
Here we go, off to the races. Do they have the damage? No, they don't. They're into the intermission phase. On the other hand, Bald Bandits are going to get the burst off. The cast is there, but it's too late. Bald Bandits kills the boss, and they're going to take the dungeon.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Mythic Dungeon International. It's the global finals, it's day 2. I am Doa. With me, of course, starting out the day are going to be Zyronic, Nagura, and Dratnos. And guess what? It's a super exciting day because we've got 6 matches today. That's right, 2 more than yesterday and tomorrow. And we have elimination matches as well. So, I mean, some teams are going home, so the stakes have never been higher. Nagura, what are your thoughts coming into day 2? Kind of what we saw in day 1. Like, what are your expectations here?
I mean, all of the teams looked incredible. One thing I did notice yesterday is that most teams ended up making some mistakes, which I believe happened because all of the teams know how difficult the competition is this time around, and that made them choose really difficult strategies and like high-risk strategies, which are very prone to have mistakes or deaths here and there. And that is something that I personally think is exciting to watch, right? Seeing those teams have such difficult strategies where, you know, one thing goes wrong and everything falls apart. It's so high risk, high reward. It's just incredible to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, as we look at this, bracket too, Zyronic, I feel like there's certainly some surprises here a little bit. I think the big one is, you know, a lot of questions around Mandatory coming into yesterday. Are they going to perform better than what we saw in the group stages? Because it felt like they kind of underperformed there. Last Hope looked really good in the group stages. For me, I think the biggest shock is that we had all 2-0s yesterday. But what do you think?
No, I think you're spot on. Having all 2-0s when we were kind of expecting a lot of the matches to be closer than they were is a little surprising. That being said, though, 2-0 doesn't necessarily tell the entire story. So, like, for example, in the Mandatory Last Hope series, both of the teams were extremely clean in their runs. Mandatory was just a little bit faster the entire time. It was actually a very close series. Whereas on the other hand, Echo Eclipse was a little less close, but not for completely different reasons. Both teams made a lot of mistakes, but Echo just had better strategies. So I don't think it's as far apart as the 2-0 scores across the board would lead you to believe. And I think that some of the lower bracket matches, the elimination matches today, are easily 3-game series where honestly, any team could come out of that into the top 4.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, on top of all that, too, you've got teams like Bald Bandits taking down DAWGS, sending them to the lower bracket, Dratnos. And DAWGS was the only team to take a match off of Echo so far this season. What do you think about Bald Bandits' chances here today?
Bald Bandits are certainly coming into this series as the underdogs by quite a bit. Of the teams in our bracket that are really, you know, expected to challenge Echo, I think most people have Perplexed and Mandatory as those sort of most likely non-Echo teams to beat Echo. But Bald Bandits have looked really good in both their weekend and yesterday as well. This is a team that has MDI veterans, Pragnants, who used to play on Echo. You've got Yips, who raids in Liquid, right? You've got players just from all over the top, basically 2 guilds in the world. And it's a very, very powerful team. So I'm sure that they are coming into this series with a plan to win. And, you know, Echo looked vulnerable yesterday. I think Bald Bandits, they have a chance to capitalize on that if Echo... The problem with Echo is that sometimes they look vulnerable in one series, and then the next series they just look unstoppable again. And you never kind of know when they're going to flip that switch. So could be today, could be tomorrow, could be not this weekend at all. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it was like Group A, right? They dropped a match to DAWGS, went down to the lower brackets, then didn't even lose a single dungeon for the rest of the group. So, when they want to flip the switch and just win, it seems like they can do that sort of at will. That's been the trend for the last, I don't know, 5 years or so now at this point almost. But let's take a look at our dungeon maps, levels, and affixes. As you can see, we raised the key level a little bit. We changed the affixes around a lot. Swapping from fortified to tyrannical and vice versa for some of these dungeons makes a pretty big difference. But I'm curious, Naguro, what do you think is the dungeon that had the biggest change in difficulty between the group stages and now? Which one got the most harder, if that's correct grammar? You know what I'm saying.
I think it's actually Ataldazar, because Ataldazar was really low level for both Group A and Group B, and now it is at 25 fortified, which I do think makes it decently interesting, because Atal is a dungeon that we've seen incredibly, we've seen it done incredibly quickly. And now at 25, I think most of the teams have probably tried to replicate those same strategies, but I'm not sure if that's going to work out for them on a 25. So I'm really excited to see what the teams are going to be doing in this dungeon.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Well, also, the interesting thing as well is something we talked about yesterday is that, during Cups, we didn't see the higher level keys that much in the series. We've mixed that up a little bit. Today, every single one of our series is going to have one of those 25 keys in it. They'll be able to be banned out in the first 4 series, but if I'm not mistaken, the final 2 matches of the day, they're the first dungeon in the series, so we're guaranteed to see some of those 25s today. But unsurprisingly, the 25 in this first series is banned out by Echo. Whereas Bald Bandits, they ban out the Throne of the Tides against Echo. We're still not going to see Echo's Throne of the Tides, unfortunately.
Not yet, see it. Yeah. I mean, it is that final match of the day, by the way, that we can't avoid the Ataldazar. That's going to be the first match, and whatever the teams end up playing in that one. But yeah, Echo banning Galakron's Fall, Throne of the Tides banned by Bald Bandits this time around. Interestingly enough, three of the 4 teams that are moving on in the upper bracket are from Group B. I don't know if that says a lot, but that's kind of an interesting note to have. But I am curious about seeing Echo's performance today, because they have the sort of the honor / dishonor, I don't know, of having the lowest timed dungeon win yesterday and the highest timed dungeon win yesterday. They had the lowest in 1157 Blackrock and the 1723 in Murazan's Ride. So let's see what they can do today, as it looks like Dungeon 1 already underway.
Yeah, here we go. We've got both teams starting off with the standard kind of run over to the right, grab a bunch of abominations. You've got a healer this time because the bursting affix is active in this Everbloom, which really puts a damper on trying to play without a healer. So everybody is just gonna play that healer, and that means that we can see pulls of this size with 2 of these abominations just blasting huge damage into everybody. This is a very sketchy pull for health bars if you are not careful, but if you time a Master Spell properly on the bursting stacks, if everybody's pressing the defensives, it actually doesn't look too scary at all.
4.4 million DPS here for clicks on Echo's
All right.
side. Incredible numbers for the
Not bad.
Master Warlock here. But yeah, we do see all of those defenses being used because all of the bursting stacks are being applied at the end of this pull. But look how quick Echo is. They're already engaged the boss. Now, Bald Bandits did pull the boss a couple of seconds later, but yeah, incredible speed by Echo. We have seen Bald Bandits in this dungeon before, and they actually had the fastest run yesterday with the 12:47. So we will see if Echo can beat that time. One thing to note, of course, as well, is that Echo was able to watch Bald Bandit's strategy yesterday. So technically, they know, okay, we have to go a little bit quicker than what we practiced, or our strategy is just fine, and we're going to beat Bald Bandits with whatever we have practiced.
Yeah, Bald Bandits have decided to pull a little bit of trash here, a few Dread Petals onto this boss, whereas Echo already got that count during their first pull. So that actually, you'd think that pulling a little bit of trash onto a boss might slow you down, but with this composition, it's kind of nice to have a little bit of extra targets. Although this boss, you already have 3 targets, so it doesn't really change too much. And we're just going to kind of get to see what the single target difference is between these 2 teams. Bald Bandits are doing a really good job here of keeping up with Echo, though, on this boss damage. Life Warden Gola goes down for Echo, and a couple of seconds later, it's going to go down for Bald Bandits. So they are a tiny bit behind. They actually have 1% more count now, but that's probably unlikely to matter in the end. That's probably just like an extra assistant coming in at some point later. And Bald Bandits already setting up their Ring of Frost, already grabbing the trash. Whereas it looks like Echo are waiting and are just DPSing the 2 bosses here for a little while. So this might be an opportunity for Bald Bandits getting a little bit of trash onto the boss to kind of accelerate themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. You can see the trash come in for Bald Bandits on the right side. They're going to be just leaving that down, of course, focusing the boss here to speed up their time. Echo, on the other hand, they did this really big pull. One thing that impressed me a little bit is that even though they had more trash in the first pull, they were still quicker than Bald Bandits. Now, having more trash does not necessarily mean that you're going to be slower if you're just going to AoE everything simultaneously, right? So it doesn't matter if there's 10 mobs or 12. They're all going to die at the same time if they have the same health pool and you have uncapped AoE classes. But Echo now also pulling some more trash on top of their run as well. And you can see Bald Bandits actually caught up quite a bit on boss damage. So they might actually be the ones that finish off the boss first.
Yeah, I like what Bald Bandits did here. You know, they really lined up a good time to pull that trash in. They went for it, and they're going to be able to get the first boss split here. 319 for them, and 43% count. Echo are going to accomplish the same thing with 1% less count, 6 seconds slower. So Bald Bandits definitely getting the better of the start of the dungeon. But the question is, what are the teams going to do now? Because we've seen a bunch of different ways to handle the rest of this dungeon. Are you going to pull trash and then do Archmage Soul? Are you going to jump down and bring the trash that spawns Archmage Soul into the Witherbark area? It looks like that's what both teams are intending to do, as you can see setting up here with the 4 non-tank players heading in different directions than the tanks for the groups who are going around the long way, grabbing a bunch of trash with them and setting up a huge pull. And we're likely to see the Pyromancer, the Ice Caller, and the Arcanomancer coming in as well onto this pull, because those are the ones that are needed to spawn Archmage Soul, and it's very slow to fight those by themselves later, so look for those to be walking in from behind at some point.
Yeah, and yesterday we've been talking about travel time in between pulls, right? In dungeons that are done so quickly, the travel time between the pulls and how fast you're setting up a pull is just as important as the pull itself. Obviously, the most obvious things for us to see is how much damage the group is doing and how fast a pull dies. But how fast you're gathering it up and how fast you're moving from one point to the other, that is incredibly important too. And it did look like Echo was slightly quicker because they finished off the first boss 6 seconds later. They did also gather up this pull later, but not 6 seconds. So I do think Echo made up some time compared to what their first boss split looks like. But Bald Bandits now already on Witherbark.
Yeah, now I didn't actually see if any of that Archmage Soul trash did come with these teams, so we'll see if that is still there when they get back up there. I was trying to look for it, but
pulling it now.
So many enemies. Okay, yeah, here it comes. Yeah, all right. So we've got the enemies that are required to spawn Archmage Soul walking in onto Witherbark. Nice kind of easy pull to do here. Easy in quotes, of course, but a little bit less hectic than all of the casters, all those naturalists in that previous pull. Tanks are in a little bit of danger here because you do have those dread petals going on as well, and those stack a damage taken increase on the tanks. So pretty scary moment here for a little while, but looks like they've got it handled nicely. And we do have Echo about 10% behind on boss HP, as Witherbark is in that damage taken increase phase for both teams. It's going to be very important that they maximize this phase and they don't get out of it too early and they get to just kind of pump free damage into the boss. We've seen teams sometimes be able to get all the way through with just one damage amp phase, but that's often been on lower key levels and without Tyrannical being active, so I'm curious just how well these teams are able to optimize that.
So it looked like a Pyroblast actually went through on Dranaco there for Bald Bandits. Did manage to survive, did not have Ice Cold available, still managed to survive that huge damage that went through. So they're fine, but that is definitely something they have to watch out for. So many interrupts they need for this trash, while also dealing with the boss mechanics. And yeah, interesting the way they're pulling these 3 mobs as well, because they're all the way up at the Archmage area. So the way they're doing it is that the mages use the gate, use Alter Time before they use the gate, and go up, and then they Alter Time back down after they've pulled it. So, and then they get gripped back by the Shadow Priest. So very cool setup here by both of these teams to get these 3 casters onto the boss. And looks like Echo, again, caught up a little bit on percentage. Of course, still behind, though. Bald Bandits doing an incredible job.
Bald Bandits are gonna phase out of the boss, though, so they've lost their damage amp now, and they're just going to have to DPS the boss, whereas Echo can still potentially try and keep this boss. Nope, okay, it is going to enter its non-immune phase once again. 8% though. The fact that Echo were able to maintain that damage amp for just a little while longer, or maybe just do a little bit more damage into that damage amp phase, means Echo are certainly getting the better of this boss split. They're going to be actually able to kill Witherbark off first here compared to Bald Bandits. It's going to be really close though, but yeah, you can see at the bottom of your screen there, it's a 4:08 for Echo and a 4:18 for Bald Bandit. So 3 seconds. Echo have a 3-second lead as we enter the final part of this dungeon. We have 2 bosses to go, about 5 minutes left. So certainly enough time that if Bald Bandits are clean with it, they might be able to come back into it. I mean, certainly could come back into it, right? 3 seconds could disappear in a heartbeat here. This is a really, really tough fight as well. Archmage Soul has claimed a lot of lives, not just in my own Keystones, but across the few MDI weekends. This has been one of the more lethal bosses.
Definitely. And looking at the boss split, after Witherbark here, Petals did provide us with the boss splits from yesterday. The fastest one we had was from Bald Bandits, with that whenever they did Witherbark second, because some teams did actually Archmage second. But the fastest Witherbark second boss split was by Bald Bandits, and both teams were 10 seconds faster than Bald Bandits yesterday. So Bald Bandits improving their own strategy, and Echo also just being quicker than yesterday's fastest strat. So both teams improving, which is incredible. And yeah, look at that. They're dealing with all of this trash on top of Archmage as well. And Bald Bandits, I mean, 7% ahead on the boss now. They just somehow found so much single target damage here.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what the difference is. I mean, it's obviously hard to tell. You can kind of look at the damage meters and you can be like, oh, wow, you know, Kush is great and Clix is messed up his rotation or whatever. But that's not really a good way to do this, because sometimes there will just be different people assigned to either AoE or single target on these fights. And it looks like Bald Bandits may have made a different decision there. And it looks like it's working out pretty well for them because, yeah, they're doing a really good job of just melting this boss down. You can see on trash count, Echo are slightly ahead right now, but Bald Bandits have a bunch of trash under boss as well, so presumably we're going to see a very similar timing of when they'll actually reach their 100% count. They may take a little bit of trash even onto the last boss as well. That's something we often see, so... but yeah, I mean, Bald Bandits are just doing more damage across the board. They're now 10% ahead on the boss.
There's one thing to note, though. If you look at the Bloodlust timing, it's 43 seconds. And if you look at Clix's Infernal, it's actually the same cooldown as Bloodlust. While Bald Bandit's Kush's Infernal, because he used it on Archmage, it's going to be on cooldown for another 30 seconds or 40 after Bloodlust is available. So I wonder if that's actually what's going to bring back Echo back. Because if they have all of these cooldowns at the start of the last boss... But we'll see. I mean, Bald Bandits finished off the boss quite a lot quicker. They still have to deal with some trash here, though, it looks like. So they set up a gateway to immediately walk to the last boss. This is going to be so close between those two teams. Echo already at 100% trash now, so they don't need to pull anything else. And Bald Bandits is snapping those assistants to get that extra percentage.
All right, the Lust on pull is going to be popped by Bald Bandits, but exactly as you said, there is no Infernal here. For the PI is going to have no Infernal. The Lust is going to hit the Infernal, but only the first half of it. So that is going to be a huge advantage for Echo on this fight. Will it be enough to let them claw back the 10 seconds or so that they were behind, though? I mean, you have to remember as well that snapping that trash took a little bit of extra time to set up as well. And you can see on boss HP here, Echo are now ahead on boss HP. This is going to be unbelievably close, though, because Bald Bandits spawned their ad first, so they're going to be able to kill their ad first, so they're going to be able to get back into that damage amp faster. This is going really, really well for Bald Bandits. They are now back in the lead on boss HP. Oh, it's neck
They
and
have
neck.
the Infernal now. They're going to do so much damage with the Infernal now. So even though Echo had the Infernal with the last, they did not do much more boss damage before the ad spawn. So now with the Infernal of Kush, they're going to be able to get the boss so much lower before the next ad spawn, if it even spawns at all.
Yeah, they're going to get one more ad spawn here for sure. It's going to be coming out very soon here for both teams. It'll be first for Bald Bandits and then for Echo. And then they'll probably just commit to the boss after that. That's going to be the idea here. But here it is, there's the Colossal Blow, and then the next thing that will happen will be a Verdant Eruption, and we'll have one of those ads spawning. There it is for Bald Bandits, 29% on the boss as they spawn their ad. Meanwhile, for Echo, 29% on the boss when they spawn their ad as well. So they are neck and neck here, but Echo are going to need to accelerate because, you know, their ad spawned a little bit slower, which means it's going to die a little bit slower, which means they need to actually do more damage to Yalnu once they get into that damage amp, or else they're going to lose to Bald Bandits here. What an unbelievable run from both teams. 0 deaths on the board. The ad is dead. 22% for the Bald Bandits, 24% for Echo. Bald Bandits, look at Echo's damage. Somehow they're catching up here. This is wild. wild. They're both on the exact same boss HP. What an unbelievably close finish. Yeah, everybody just needs to do damage here. No more heals. We don't need it. Just press them defensives
PI
and
is
just
ready
do
for
as much
fragments.
damage.
PI.
There it is. PI comes
Oh my
out
God,
for both bandits. It's going to be up in 2 seconds for Echo as well. 4%, 3% on Yalnu. Both teams. They're just doing as much. What? Somehow Echo did it? No. Okay. We gotta wait. We gotta wait. We need to wait for the admin times. This is too close. You can see on the top of our screen here, 12:33 for both teams. We gotta get the the log clock out here. This is just unbelievably close. So we will confirm from that which of the two teams actually did this in less time. Unbelievable, though. Both teams are just so incredibly close.
Echo did it!
Echo take the win.
I can't believe that. I mean, Bald Bandits were ahead by like 1% or 2 for the entire boss fight almost, and somehow, some way, Echo comes back, but what an incredible run from both teams. Look at that!
Oh
A tiny fraction of a second.
Oh my God.
71 milliseconds.
Holy
71 milliseconds separating Echo and Bald Bandits. That is a fraction of a global cooldown. What on earth did we just witness?
I think what we just saw was one of the closest. Yeah, I was going to say, it might be the closest map ever. I can't imagine things getting much closer than that, but I mean, this is one of those moments when you just look at Echo and you're like, what is the deal with this team? They cannot lose. But Zyronic, take us through that map.
So one of the things I noticed is how much more quickly Echo got this first pull stacked up together. Using that Ring of Frost, we saw the highest burst CPS we've seen from any Warlock on this pull. Pretty much the entire season here. Clicks topping out at like 4.5 million DPS. Normally we see Warlocks top out around 3.5, and that's because that pull takes longer to gather together. Echo did a great job saving time there. But on this boss in particular, the second boss, Bald Bandits saved a ton of time, and the only real difference that I could see is they were more efficient about when they gathered their trash up. They gathered it up the second the PI was off cooldown, whereas Echo took a little time to gather it up. The PI had to be sat on for about 30 seconds for them, and that allowed Bald Bandits to catch up. Also, Bald Bandits focused on PIing their Warlock a lot in this run, rather than giving it to the Mage on bosses. Letting the Warlock just pump Havoc Chaos Bolts into 2 targets on this boss saved them a lot of time, and that's why Bald Bandits made up a lot of that time on this boss. That's where they gained that advantage that they held throughout Witherbark, throughout Archmage Soul, and even into Yalnu. But man, it was just a neck-and-neck race the entire way through. Both teams were running essentially the exact same strategies, exact same comps. It all came down to execution, and dude, Bald Bandits, they looked as good as Echo in this key, right? If they have these style of strats and this execution planned in every other dungeon, they've just catapulted themselves to like my top 2 or top 3. I mean, this was an insane run from them. I don't really know what else to say.
Well, I mean, we knew Bald Bandits were looking very good coming into this weekend. They looked good yesterday, but if they can continue to perform like this, then yeah, sure, they lost that map by, if you say lost in quotes, by just a fraction of a second, but that means this series is still very much up in the air as far as who's going to take it. But I don't know, like the Echo plot armor coming through or something like that, them just like summoning the extra point or 2 of damage at the end. It was really like the last 12% or so that it seemed like Echo just finally pulled ahead. But what a crazy dungeon.
The thing about it was, all of the cooldowns were in favor of Bald Bandits, right? They had the PI coming up sooner. Neither of the teams actually had their cooldowns coming up aside from the PI, so it's confusing to me where that extra damage for Echo came from. Maybe the Warlock was just saving shards, not using them on the ad so that he could have more burst damage when the boss came up. This was certainly one of the dungeons of all time in the MDI. I mean, this was crazy to watch.
It's one of the dungeons of all time, yeah. Could have said it better myself. Wow. I mean, Dratnos, Nagura, you were in there. You were casting that game. You know, at what point, as we look at the times here in the end, at what point do you feel like what I don't know, what tiny differences do you think ended up making the difference? It's so hard to parse, but anything? I don't know. I want to see the milliseconds again one more time. But go ahead.
To me, it looked like, as I was watching, I was like, oh, now Echo is ahead. Like, oh, now Bald Bandits is ahead. Like, I had these things where I saw, yeah, it's a couple of seconds in favor of this team, it's a couple of seconds in favor of this team, but there was just back and forth all the time, mainly because of the difference in offensive cooldowns. And yeah, I mean, it was just incredible. I thought for a second, okay, clearly Echo is ahead now. But then all of a sudden, Bald Bandits was ahead again. I don't know.
Well, the problem for Bald Bandits now is they left Blackrook Hold unbanned, right? So even if Bald Bandits were to come back and win this Waycrest Manor, a third game would be going to Blackrook Hold, which we saw yesterday. Echo has an incredibly fast time, and that was with Mira's dying on his cooldowns on their first pull. They can probably go 15-20 seconds faster than that. So hopefully Bald Bandits have something cooked up in Blackrook Hold. Otherwise, this is like almost checkmate for Echo after winning game one, unless they have some catastrophic things happen in both of these dungeons.
I think one thing you can say for Bald Bandits is that they did come into the day with less deaths than Echo had on day number one. So, slightly cleaner play. So if, Echo obviously does have a very fast Blackrook Hold, as we saw yesterday, but they still had a few more deaths. So you do kind of wonder, if some of those little things pop up again this time around and Bald Bandits don't have those deaths, it could end up being a close dungeon either way.
Yeah, I mean, Bald Bandits have looked incredibly clean, right? I mean, they lost that Everbloom, but it was a 0-death run. There was nothing you could point to and be like, oh, that went wrong for them. It was just, you were 70 milliseconds slower than Echo. I mean, that's rough. But Waycrest Manor could be a good opportunity for them. I think this is a map that has a decent amount of potential if you think that, you're a team that can execute that level of cleanliness with a high degree of consistency. Waycrest Manor has a lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. So if you feel like you've got that all under control, you're maybe going to a position where you think your opponents could actually make those mistakes instead of you. I agree with Zyro, though. The Blackrook is going to be... That's going to be a tough final boss here for Bald Bandits, even if they can take this Waycrest Manor. But you can't be thinking about that right now. You just got to be focusing on the map in front of you here, which is, of course, Waycrest Manor. We've got a decent selection of affixes here as well. That'll help challenge our teams, as we've got Sanguine and Volcanic, along with Tyrannical, of course, at that 24 keystone level. The key enters the font of power, and the dungeon is going to begin. Bald Bandits, of course, opting for that sub-rogue, something that we've seen out of them in a few dungeons. They're, I think, sub-rogue enjoyers, is fair to say. You can see right at the start, they get a little bit of benefit out of it with that nice speed shroud, letting them get their first pull going, and Bald Bandits are heading off to the left, whereas Echo are instead on a right-hand side strat. Love to see this difference here.
Interesting. We already saw now also use Shadow Melt. I'm not sure if it was something that he pulled on accident, or if he used it part of his strategy. But yeah, there we go. Echo already on Ral. Bloodlust being used for both teams, as Bald Bandits is pulling a lot of trash onto the sisters, while Echo is pulling a lot of trash onto Ral. As we talked about yesterday, Sanguine is actually one of the more difficult affixes in this dungeon because of the narrow hallways. But one thing to note about Ral is that his hitbox is actually very, inside his model. So even if you...
Clicks is down! He's died to a tick of Sanguine, has actually taken out Clicks there. That wasn't most of the damage that got him, but it was the final killing blow. Now Gingy's Cauterize is going to be procced as well here for Echo. He's going to cast Shifting Power, trying to stay alive here for a little while longer. They've gotten Clicks back up as well. Unfortunately, Clicks was their only good battle res, but they were able to use an Engineering Res, but now is getting very low. He is nearly in Cheat Death, and in fact, he is going to proc his Cheat Death Trinket. Danger here for Echo. Sanguine healing on the meters now, almost 50 million total healing on this pack. Like you said, though, at least none of it was actually done to Rawl.
Yeah, and as long as Rawl does not get healed, it's actually not that big of an issue that trash is healed. As long as they can handle it, right? Because the trash is not going to be whatever determines their speed in a dungeon. It's the boss's HP that matters. So as long as they can handle the trash, the healing on it, it's not going to be the end of the world. While Bandits, on the other hand, much cleaner on their side. They only have Sister Briar left at this point. They did deal with everything else very nicely. They have 14% trash that they pulled on top of this. Of course, not as much as Echo, but that is something that Bald Bandits does pull later onto Ral as well. We did see them in Waycrest yesterday, and they had the 14 minutes 38 clear, so very quick Waycrest manner run by Bald Bandits. We know they can do this dungeon really quickly, but we also know they have a really risky strat, and they're going to be pulling Goliath with a lot of trash in just a moment here.
Yeah, this is quite a dangerous maneuver they're setting up here. Of course, Shroud already back as well. Or a second Shroud, rather. And they're going to be getting their pull going, so we will have to watch this here. Bald Bandits, of course, a team without very many deaths, but they did have a death the last time they were in this Waycrest Manor, so We'll see how well they're able to manage this. Echo, on the other hand, have recovered as well. So their boss 1 split is a little bit lower than, or a little bit slower than Bald Bandits, but it's going to be tough to directly compare them because, of course, the two teams went in different directions. So we're going to have to check back in. Really, once they get to Lord and Lady Waycrest, we'll have a good idea of which team is actually in the lead, but it's hard to imagine it's not Bald Bandits right now, given how much time Echo lost off of Clix's death there. That must have cost them a substantial amount of time.
Yeah, I think so as well. We did see a cheat death proc by Kush here. We also had the first Thorns on Dranaco. Very nice, having that Thorns on the Mage, being able to blink out of it. And then we had Thorns on Fragments, using that human racial to get out of the stun. So looking pretty good with the RNG for Bald Bandits here. Let's see which kind of Thorns Echo is getting on their members. We do see Infernal also being used now, where Clix just came back up, so this trash should be melting in a second.
Yeah, of course.
Sanguine Heal going out on Brindle, though.
That's okay. Brindle isn't the worst target to Sanguine Heal. It's the second worst target, but it's not the worst target, right, to Sanguine Heal. But yeah, that's going to be something that they'll try and avoid as much as possible. And like you said, we're really hoping to just see every time those Soul Thorns get cast, we want to see it go on the Mage. Because if it goes on the Mage, they can just click Blink. If it goes on the Rogue as well, you've got a couple of buttons that handle it nicely. So that's actually one other benefit to Bald Bandits' comp, right, is you have that Rogue instead of the Warlock, which... the Warlock is tanky. It can live the Thorns, but it can't just break itself out of them nearly as easily. So we are going to have, of course, those human racials available for the first time that some of these players get targeted, but the second and third times are danger, as Soulbound Goliath does go red there for Bald Bandits, but I don't think it actually got a tick out of that Sanguine. That was close. You do get a little second grace period.
Yeah, I think they were fine. I don't think there was any healing going off. We did see a little bit of unlucky Thorns again now with them being on Fragments on a Shadow Priest without that racial available. But at this point, I would call it lucky if it's on the Mage, because of course, once the human racials are done, then yeah, it's unlikely that all of them are going to be on your Mage, which is of course preferable. But yeah, Bald Bandits now on 2%, done with Goliath in just a second. They improved their route quite a bit from... They didn't improve their route, they improved their speed. They're much quicker even than yesterday, so really, really nicely done by Bald Bandits so far. Drenical does look like they're pulling some more trash into their next pull as well. So gathering up a huge pull, possibly even not onto Ral. Okay, so they're doing one whole trash pull here. Just playing it a little bit safer, because, yeah, pulling it so much onto Ral is what we've seen Echo do, and that was... They had some issues with one death there, but I think even with this pull, they're still going to be pulling some more trash onto Ral later on.
Yips is going to proc his Cheat Death Trinket in this pull. It's a very scary pull. Anytime you have these stewards hitting your tank, there's just so much damage going onto that tank. Yips is now outside of meta, no Cheat Death available. Gonna be in a little bit of danger here for a little while, is slowly backpedaling away. We have some Disciples, and Frag is actually gonna go down to an Infected Thorn. It's very tough when you have Sanguine here. You have these casters kind of getting spread out. It becomes hard to interrupt all of them. Are they gonna be able to send a Battle Res onto Frag? Unfortunately, they don't have a good way to cast it, right? Because you drop the Warlock, so you don't have a Soul Stone. So they had to use an Engineering Res, but they do decide to click it, so no Res available for either team now for a while.
Yeah, interesting. Alright, so Echo is already on the next boss now. Now, even though Bald Bandits were looking really good, I think this one pure trash pull that they're doing here is what makes the difference between Echo and Bald Bandits here. Because Echo did not do a single trash pull. They just pulled a lot of trash onto Ral, then a lot of trash onto Goliath, and now a lot of trash onto the Sisters. So they don't have... this is their third pull in total. Bald Bandits is now doing their fourth pull in total. So definitely a little bit of an advantage here for Echo if they manage to finish off the boss earlier. But yeah, Bald Bandits now on Route 2 and only one death for both teams.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, the two teams are just going to be so close into the end of the dungeon. We have Bald Bandits working on Raw 80% now. Echo about halfway done with the Heartsbane Triad. You can look at the count as well. Echo actually ahead on count too, which... given the fact that Bald Bandits did a big trash pull... It's kind of wild to me that Echo are ahead on count. I think that's the advantage of going right at the start, is because you grab so much trash into Raw with your first Lust, whereas Bald Bandits, when they headed to Heartsbane Triad at the start, really didn't actually get to do that much trash onto the boss in terms of count, right?
Yeah, I also like the Ral pull first, because the fact that... I think that's what allows Echo to not have to do a trash pull. Pulling so much trash onto Ral is super, super difficult. And I think the Bloodlust is what allows them to do this. And Bald Bandits using Bloodlust for the Triad, because they go there first, means they don't have Bloodlust for Ral, means they cannot pull as much trash on top as Echo compared to Echo. And that is really, I think, what gives Echo the edge here. But they're not that far ahead, right? I mean, looking at the frost percentage here, Bald Bandits almost done with Ral. Echo, of course, only has Sister Bri left here now too. But Bald Bandits, I think they're going to be reaching the bottom area first. Maybe not by a lot, but I think they're quicker.
Yeah, the percentage difference in count as well is going to be something to take a look at once we actually have this trash dying. Of course, we do have both teams playing a Mistweaver Monk in here, which means they'll be able to grab some trash and transcend it down with them later into the dungeon. But Bald Bandits are actually setting up another quick little trash pull. Kush went on a slight adventure there to grab some stuff and take it forward with them into this kitchen area. They're now working on that Runeweaver. Meanwhile, Echo are able to just head straight down into the basement. You can see Invis Pot popped here. They're heading down towards the... Actually, is that Invis Pot? It might be Mass Invis. It could be either of the two. I've seen Mass Invis used in here a couple of times by some teams. So one way or another, Echo are down into the basement. They've got Matron Alma coming with them. So not going to try and transcend and bring it down later. And here they start the Lord and Lady Waycrest pull. So Echo are on their second to last pull of the dungeon, whereas Bald Bandits are still kind of waiting around, getting this run set up. But I feel like Echo are in good position here if they can avoid having any deaths. Gingy dropped super low, but he's okay.
I think so as well. The Runeweaver that Bald Bandits pulled, because they did Ral last, and they chose to use that door that has a Runeweaver in there, slowed them down a little bit. Echo, on the other hand, using a different route, a different door to get downstairs, not having to deal with that sister. They still pulled a lot of trash onto Lord and Lady Waycrest, which is incredibly difficult as Gingy does drop low. They do have so many interrupts to do. You can see the Soul Charmer just constantly casting Soul Bolts and Soul Volleys that have to be interrupted. On top of that, you also have the boss just doing so much damage to your group. And then you also have Alma there. So just incredible how Echo is handling this so far.
Yeah, this is an unbelievably close race to the finish. I mean, we can see for the two teams here, even though Bald Bandits were a little bit later to get this boss pulled, they've just been doing so much damage to Lord Waycrest. They're actually ahead now on their boss progression. You can see on count, they're also exactly tied with Echo. So once again, we are going to be... get ready for another photo finish here. Get ready for us to have to check the logs at the end of this one. This is setting up to be such an unbelievably tight finish once again. And I mean, just hats off to Bald Bandits. They have done such a good job in this series so far. 70 milliseconds slower in the first one, and they are on pace here to potentially win the second one if they can just hold on, if they can keep doing this damage. They do both have Bloodlust available. Both teams using that Bloodlust well, lining it up with all their cooldowns, once again, could be the difference. You can see if we look at our cooldowns here. Dranako's just finished a combustion. Gingy about halfway to his next one. Infernal's available for clicks. Whereas on the side of Bald Bandits, we have 30 seconds until Shadow Blades from Kush. And Power Infusion a little bit sooner will be available for Echo as well. So whichever team will have that more efficiently will be able to get all their cooldowns lined up with Lust on a good pull as soon as possible. I think that's going to be the team that wins it here because it's just coming right down to the wire. Bald Bandits a little bit ahead on boss percentage now, but actually didn't get quite as much count and have had to snap some, or go and transcend some of it down, rather. There's Matron Alma that Echo have already had to kill, so I actually like Echo's position here a little bit more, even though they're going to be a little bit slower to kill this boss, because they don't have that huge health sponge in Matron Alma that they're going to have to get through. But Bald Bandits are running down the tunnel, getting ready to pull the last boss. Here we go.
Oh my god, they're just so quick. Gorak Tool now engaged for Bald Bandits and for Echo as well. As you said, Echo does not have Matron Alma to deal with here. Bloodlust being used for both teams. We have all offensive cooldowns running. Of course, we also have a little bit of a difference in comp. We have the Rogue instead of the Warlock here for Bald Bandits. And look how fast the boss is melting for Bald Bandits. They do so much single target damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. I guess it's falling off a little bit now, but just nuking into Gorak Tool. But Gorak Tool alone is not going to be enough because Echo have 100% count, and Bald Bandits still only on 93%. They need to finish Matron Alma and Gorak Tool, and Matron Alma actually has a higher percentage health here than Gorak Tool. So Bald Bandits are actually in quite a bit of trouble, I fear, and you can see Echo now just in pure single target mode. They only have to kill Gorak Tool, and they are just able to start accelerating. They're 1% behind on Gorak Tool. Bald Bandits trying trying their best to evenly cleave. They have some very good even cleave here. You know, they have that the ability to do some good damage to both these targets, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? 20% now for both teams on Goraktul. Once again, we are seeing a race just down to the end. These last couple of points of damage, which team is going to be able to keep the damage going for a little while longer, keep their foot on the gas just a tiny bit more. Matron Alma getting so low for Bald Bandits, 4% for the boss on both teams. The Ring of Peace comes out to keep the Slaver out. Matron Alma's down. Goraktul,
Oh, the Sanguine Healing!
Oh!
I can't believe it. They did it again. They can't keep getting away with it. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god.
Sanguine Healing, no way!
Yeah.
Oh,
yes. Echo.
dude.
Echo
Right?
gets the 2-0.
Goraktul was so low too.
What on earth?
Oh,
If Goraktul dies like a millisecond faster, it doesn't get healed, obviously. Oh god, that was so
That-
close.
that
Was an
is
insane
crazy.
dungeon and an insane series,
Wow.
man. And this
Yeah.
is with the
Bald
ball
Bandits
buff
is
that
so
the Bald
good.
Bandits have.
Wow.
Imagine if Echo all shaved their heads, how fast they could go through the dungeons.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, we're the new meta, right? New hairless
Jeez.
meta begins right in front of our eyes. But I mean, man, all right, Bald Bandits goes to the lower bracket, but they are going to be a massive threat down there. I've got a feeling we're going to see them come back if they keep up performance. Obviously, that one probably hurts to lose 2 maps that closely, but what a performance either way.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what happened in this dungeon, right? Of course, one of the big efficiencies of going to the right side first is you get that Bloodlust on Rawl the Gluttonous with this massive AoE trash pull. And again, this doesn't go well for Echo. They've had a lot more individual mistakes this weekend than we've seen from them in a while. Clix goes down here to a couple of bleeds. The main thing I wanted to focus on for that pull where Clix dies is he's the only reliable combat res in his group, and he didn't have himself soulstoned. He needed to get a res from his healer in order to live. When you're the only reliable res in the group as a warlock, you need to have yourself soulstoned in case that kind of thing happened. They could have saved a bunch of time there. And if Bald Bandits had a clean run, that death would have cost them here. This run from Bald Bandits was 30 seconds slower than the run yesterday. Even though it was relatively clean, they had that one death in the courtyard on Fragments, which cost them a ton of time, and that was really the difference maker. Yeah, this last second Sanguine Healing on Goraktul was something that at the last second might have cost them a split second decision, but really the way this run was trending towards came down to those initial deaths for Echo and Rawl, and then 4 Bald Bandits in the courtyard. Both of those deaths kind of evened each other out and made it so close at the end. But what an insane series. Echo goes to the upper bracket. We're not going to see them again until tomorrow. But Bald Bandits, like you said, Doa, I think they're a team. Now that they're in the lower bracket, I expect them to make a long run. They're just playing way too well to be a team that goes out early.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the question now is, what will the mental fortitude situation be like for Bald Bandits? Because it is tough, right? You were so close to beating, to not just winning the match, but to beating Echo, right? And so, losing like that has to hurt a little bit, but you got to just shake it off. You got to have that goldfish brain, right? You can't, you got to forget about what happened 5 minutes ago and think about the moment. So we'll see what they can do in the lower bracket. They got a little bit of time to cool down, at least, with a couple other matches between now and then. But man, what a performance from Bald Bandits. I can't wait to see the next games.
All right, we have the number here. If you want to know how close Bald Bandits came to killing Goraktul before that Sanguine Heal, it was less than 1 million health. It was less than 500,000 health. It was 416,477 health that was left on Goraktul before that final Sanguine tick sealed the deal for Echo there. What an unbelievable heartbreaker for the Bald Bandits there. I can't believe it.
One other thing I think is really important to mention, which I was going to talk about in the replay, but because it came down so close at the end, I kind of got a little crazy. The healing reduction that the Rogue brings to the key is actually pretty crucial in a lot of these situations. It reduces the amount of healing Lord Waycrest does in every single one of his phases. It saves Sanguine Healing, as you saw on Goraktul at the end there. It only got 2.5% healing per tick instead of 5%, which can save you a lot of healing on every individual random mob that Sanguine heals a little bit. I think the Rogue is actually a really, really good pick in pretty much any Sanguine key that Rogue is already good in. I think if we see this team go in a Waycrest manner again, Bald Bandits, I don't think they're going to lose to just any team in that key. That's their key.
Yeah. Again, only one death, which is pretty impressive in Away Crest, honestly. That is a fairly lethal dungeon for a lot of different reasons, and so if they can even reduce that to 0 deaths too, that's another thing that can just push them over the edge against some team possibly in the future. Obviously, we have to wait and see how the bracket shakes out. I'm waiting and seeing right now if we have a dungeon movement map thing or what. I wouldn't mind taking a look at the bracket in the meantime, but we'll see. We'll see what we get to. But either way, yeah. Here's that moment again. Yep, the first sanguine heal.
Yeah,
you can
48%
see 2.5% there. Yeah.
Bang all the way back up. Yeah, that's one of the ones where it's like, oh, it's not at the end of the fight, so it doesn't look as as flashy. But that was actually that was the crucial moment there, because if that sanguine heal hadn't happened, then the boss would have died before the second one would have happened, right? It would have died by a lot, of course. So that was it. That was the game right there. Frag dying earlier to the infected Thorn cast, so if somebody could have kicked it, if there was any kind of way to keep those mobs grouped up, that would have also been the difference. There's so many ways that this game and this series could have gone differently for Bald Bandits. It was so unbelievably close, but I think that as much as it sucks for them, they've got to be taking this as a morale boost, right? Like, are you scared of anybody else in this bracket if you're Bald Bandits at this point? Are you even scared of Perplexed or Mandatory at this point? I mean, you took Echo to, obviously, again, it was a 2-0, but, like, you could have won that series, and you only lost to Echo because they were playing at the level that Echo are used to playing, right? It's not like the Echo of yesterday where there were a couple of mistakes, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Bald Bandits might have claim to be Perplexed and Mandatory looked really strong, but I think if you're Perplexed or Mandatory, now you're scared of Bald Bandits as well.
Also, a fair counterpoint as well. There is the possibility that they put a large majority of their time into practicing these particular dungeons, and the ones we'll see in the lower bracket aren't ones that they'll necessarily have practiced. They do have the advantage, however, though, that they aren't going to play to the last match of the day, right? They're in that 6th match of the day slot, so they have 4 matches worth of time now to practice those keys, and then, of course, if they do win, like we all kind of assume that they will, with how they've been playing, then they'll have, between today and tomorrow to practice whatever keys they'll see for tomorrow's series. So I think they're in a good spot. They shouldn't feel bad about this series. Obviously, they could have won it. It was that close, but still, I think they're still in a pretty solid position.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Game 10, dungeon pool for them, you can see it down at the bottom of the screen. We do start with that Atal Dazar 25, and that's going to be spicy for sure. But then we've got the Dark Heart, the Everbloom, the Galagrons Fall, the Waycrest. So two of the dungeons from the match we just saw them play are in that final one. So we'll see if they can get to that. Obviously, if we do get all the way to that Waycrest, then maybe they'll feel a little bit comfortable. We'll see. Do you just what do you ban out here? Do you think then? Yeah,
that's a crazy series of
Dark Heart.
It's a crazy series of that's a crazy map series for them in general. Obviously, Atal could go either way, regardless of who they play, but Dark Heart Thicket, Rogue Dungeon. Everbloom, we already saw just now how good Bald Bandits is in Everbloom. Waycrest Manor, Rogue Dungeon. They could just ban out the Fall and then let the other team pick their poison in that series. That's a pretty good set of maps for Bald Bandits in Match 10.
I mean, the big question for the team that they end up facing, too, does that team, ban the Everbloom or something? Now they've got a lot to think about, whoever ends up making it that far, right? So, Bald Bandit's performance just now against Echo is going to definitely send ripples through the rest of the finals for sure. And, speaking of sending ripples through things, let's send a ripple through Twitch chat, a ripple of joy, perhaps, as we go to another map movement pool, right? Dungeon movement maps. There we go. Yeah, so let's see if it's a boss. I believe this one is a boss one. Okay. You gotta find out what the boss is based on the movement of the players. You can't see the classes. Is it Commander Othak, Tyr the Infinite Keeper, Dresseron, or Oakheart?
And remember, we have added in, they've decided to mix in Season 1 and Season 2 dungeons into this now, so we gotta be on our toes.
Yeah. These look a bit more recent, though, to me.
Yeah, these are all this season dungeons, I believe.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yeah. They're moving as a group. They're going on a little adventure. So it can't really be tier, right?
I think there's. Well, it looked like
nobody's
they were
getting knocked back.
Soak.
No, they would spread around the middle, right?
Spread around some
and be soaking. Yeah. So this movement, I don't think it makes sense for tier.
I think
could be Dresseron, but I haven't seen anybody getting knocked back.
What about right there?
The reason I think it's well, no, it could be Tyr as well because
I think it's Commander Ulthok.
At both Tyr and Drezeron, you have somebody jump off. Okay, it's Commander Ulthok. There's a monk.
It's
Never mind.
Ulthok.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Well, I was
That's
thinking
why we
that
don't show the
line.
classes.
That line
Is it
at
right?
the start could have technically been somebody going off to grab
Oh, yeah.
trash on either Drezeron or Tyr at the start of the boss, but no. Once
There
we
he
once we
is.
saw the monk, it's thrown of the tides.
Commander Ulthok himself.
I'm kind of proud of us for nobody thinking it was Razan right away.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
That's well. They're building up so that they can get us again on Sunday. It's gonna be it's gonna be
pretty
brutal.
much. With all the movement too, we didn't see anyone hiding behind a corner, so there was little Razan evidence. But then again, you just never know. Could always be Razan or a birthday cake. Yeah, there you
Is
go.
it someone's birthday this weekend?
I don't. Somewhere maybe, but not connected to us anyway. Thanks for powering the dungeon movement maps, Warcraft logs. Go check out archon.gg. They just launched over there /wow. Find builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, etc., etc. And for more movement maps, check out at WarcraftEX on Twitter. Definitely, if you want to do more of these yourself on your own for fun or along with other people on the social medias. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be our second match of the day here in the upper bracket. It's going to be Perplexed versus Mandatory here on the Mythic Dungeon International. It is going to be incredible, so don't miss it. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Joey, here, along with Makes, Ironic, and Nagura. Makes, was it possible to contain your hype, your excitement watching that last series? I couldn't cast. I was just hosting, but I was bouncing out of my chair. But we're already going to the map bands ready. Wow, we're moving fast.
We are moving fast, and so were the teams, honestly. I was really excited about Bald Bandits coming into this tournament, and I'm very happy to see them actually do as well as they did, despite getting to O tier. I thought was really close, but we're yet to see another team of giants go up against yet another team of giants between Perplexed and Mandatory, the two teams who in history have brought Echo to stumbles before, so this one could be spicy.
Ooh. interesting information. We've seen typing in our Discord for a while now. Some cool information. The closest dungeon before that series in the history of the MDI was a Mists of Tyrannus Scythe that was won by 1/6 of a second. That's 0.16 seconds. That previous dungeon was 0.07 seconds for the new closest dungeon. Don't even have time to talk about cool stats like that. We're already underway into this Darkheart thicket between Perplexed and Mandatory. On for a huge one here. Do we have a gateway skip coming in for Perplex? Yes, we do. That's another gateway through a wall that we haven't seen before. And we're off again, skipping past all of this trash. They're just going for a massive pull into first boss, it looks like.
Alright, so I'm really excited for this dungeon here because Perplexed has banned DHT against Legendary yesterday. And the fact that they're playing this dungeon first means that they have a secret strategy that they don't want to show, didn't want to show yesterday, in my opinion. But there we go. We do see a big pull coming in for both teams. Bloodlust is running. There's so much damage coming onto the group. It's a 24-45 with Sanguine and Incorporeal. This is a very, very difficult dungeon to handle. You see the Grizzlies, the Devil Grizzly being pulled, the Devil Maddening Roar onto Perplexed here. Mandatory only on one of the Grizzlies here. And it looks like Perplexed did finish off the trash a little bit quicker, already engaging the boss now. But they also pulled a little bit less. Mandatory certainly going to get up to a little bit more enemy force in comparison.
Yeah, this boss percentage is going to be a pretty big gap, though, because Mandatory, after finishing off this trash, now have to wait for the wall to come down, whereas Perplexed are able to send Sesevi ahead in stealth to start the RP to remove that wall. Look, they've already got their boss down 25% before Mandatory even has a chance to engage it. This is going to be a massive gap in boss percentage, and I don't think an extra 6% trash is really going to make up for this unless they have some super efficient trash snapping strategy for one of the later bosses.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Perplexed definitely incredibly fast here. And I wonder if they have some more, like maybe more secret things later on. I like this gateway strat, the invisibility into gateway. That one was really cool, but it didn't look like something that they want to... Or maybe they also just banned it because they think it's a volatile dungeon, honestly. Because just because they play this dungeon first does not mean that their strategy is 100% safe. Sometimes teams do ban out dungeons just because they feel like it's super volatile, the strategy is super risky. But yeah, so far both teams playing very, very clean. And all they have to deal with is that extra trash they pulled on top of the Archdruid here. You can see the Dryad jumping around a little bit for Mandatory. So a little bit annoying for them. But having a Dastro Warlock makes it very easy to finish off one target if it's jumped out with that Havoc.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of free cleave here for this trash. Yeah, and you know, Mandatory, like you said, do get the added benefit of pulling a little extra trash on the boss, so that percentage is going to go up a little bit here. They're going to be about 10% ahead, but Perplexed is going to make use of that. So where are we going to go next? A lot of the routing in this dungeon has been kind of around skipping as many of the keepers as possible. Looks like Perplexed are just running straight through everything, though. What are we pulling here? Is the keeper at least going to be CC'd, or are they just going to ignore them entirely? What are we up to? No, Double Keeper pulled for Perplexed, and we're still going? Are we going all the way down to the Nightmare Mobs too, or are they just going to Shadow Meld here? I don't know. If you Shadow Meld all this off, though, your count is going to be very, very low, because they're already on low count.
Yes, interesting. So I wonder if they're just going to CC some of the keepers here while they do the Dwellers. The Dwellers are the most important thing next, because the Dwellers are the mobs that need to be killed for the boss to be spawned. So this is something that they need to focus down first before they deal with anything else. I don't see any Shadow Melds used. So they are certainly still in combat. You can see the Ring of Frost coming out in the back. So the Keepers and some of the other ads are being CC'd. But look at that. Some Fears are going through.
They're dead?
The desk go down. Sesevi's dead too. They have 3 people dead. I'm not sure if they can recover this. We have a Shadow Meld coming in by Swag here. But this is a huge disaster for Perplexed. Mandatory, on the other hand, also gathering up the same Dweller pool. This is huge for Mandatory. This is exactly what they needed to catch up to Perplexed.
Do they have keepers in here, though? I wasn't quite paying attention to their skip because we were so focused on what Perplexed was doing. I don't think I see a keeper. Yeah, these Blossoms would be healing up to full if there was a keeper available. And importantly, the Infernal was available right on the pole for the Dwellers here. So they're going to be able to lock these Dwellers down with those Infernal stuns that are going to be coming out constantly from Mace Team here. And it's a very clean pull for Mandatory. Big blast wave coming in from Crims to make sure Sanguine healing doesn't occur too much on these Blossoms. And Mandatory have just secured a massive lead off of the success of this pull, while Perplexed, they're going to be scrambling to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. So, Perplex, of course, this looked like an incredibly risky strategy and just did not pan out. Missing some of the... It looked like they were missing an AoE disrupt that was maybe planned to be used to interrupt the fear, and it just did not happen, and therefore multiple fears went through on these dwellers, causing multiple members to be feared, and that is just something that is super hard to recover when you have so much trash. Divine Field does go down.
No.
Perplex not having any cheap depths available anymore, and this is just going to be another full wipe for Perplex. So difficult for them to recover this because they don't have any of those defensives or offensive cooldowns available anymore. So this is gonna, they might just have to go much slower. Yeah, it looks like it. So they're just gonna be pulling like a life route basically up until O-card.
They're going to be at least doing a live route until their cooldowns come back up. You know, one of the problems we
Yeah.
always talk about in these MDI-style keys where you have these massive pulls carefully crafted together, you are pretty much dancing on a knife's edge the entire time, right? You have cooldowns allocated specifically for certain pulls. That's why we sometimes see players sit on their cooldowns in certain scenarios. They're not stupid. They're just saving it for when it's planned to use in their route. And not having something like the Infernal to help lock down the Nightmare Dwellers, it really makes pulls like this not doable. And we'll see. They're going to go for it again here. This is the third attempt now for Perplexed. These Dwellers being spread out like this is part of the problem for them, and Wolf Disco goes down once again because of how spread these ads are. They're not able to get their AoE CC off on them. They do get the battle res off now, and everything is relatively stacked here. Got to keep an eye on Divine Field, though. He was the person that died on their second go around. Looks like they're in a good spot here with everything stacked, though, but without that Infernal generating extra soul shards for a Shine, is not going to be able to get as many Blasphemy stuns out as well. That's going to be a lot of their CC gone. Are these Tormenting Casts going to go off? Yes, they are. Sevi goes down. Wolf just goes feared. Swag also goes down as well here, and they need to kill this trash before... Oh, no, this is just all she wrote for them. This is the third wipe going out for them, and Perplexed is pretty much completely out of reach now. They need mandatory to wipe with a boss at like 10% in order to come back from this, but they don't look like they're going to be doing that. 0 deaths in the dungeon, setting up for the Drezaron pull. 2 Bloodstained Furies coming into the boss here, into Drezaron. Crim setting up to snap bats up onto the boss as well. All they have to do is do 2 more big pulls, and they're going to walk away with the win over Perplexed, which is a team that's looked fantastic, right? They've been looking like the second best team in the tournament, and just all falling apart in this dungeon for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised by their second and third wipe, honestly, just because this is how the MDI works, right? You have this 100% choreographed route that needs exactly those offensive and those defensive cooldowns that you've assigned in practice, and if one of those pulls does not work out, it's very difficult to continue from there if you try to replicate that same pull. And that's exactly what Perplex tried. They tried to do that same pull 3 times, and after the first time, they just did not have the cheat deaths available anymore, not have that those offensive or defensive cooldowns available anymore. So yeah, the second and third wipe, I'm not surprised. The first one, this is just a risky strategy. They would have been pretty far ahead to mandatory if they would have been able to pull it off. So this strategy that Perplex is running is very risky, and yeah, just did not work out for them this time around. Mandatory, though, on the other hand, having such a clean run. This is also maybe the reason why Perplex won this dungeon yesterday. So maybe the mystery is solved. As I was thinking, why did Perplex ban this? And Mandatory makes that apparently also said that this is their most feared dungeon this weekend, because they think it's just very difficult on a 24 with Sanguine and Fortified. And yeah, we can see why the teams are scared of this dungeon. But Dresser are going down for Mandatory, and they're going to have another big pull coming up unless they decide to go a little bit slower. Possibly knowing at this point that Perplex wiped 3 times, they can go a little bit slow and steady here if they choose to do so.
Well, they can also just straight up skip the first 2 packs with their trash count, right? They're at 89% count.
Yeah.
They don't need either of these packs for their trash count. They only need the bats and the last pack. So they'll probably still go for that pull. They don't need to do it on the boss, though. That's the thing I would like to see them do. Take it easy. You don't need to pull this onto the boss. Just don't do anything to throw the key, because that's the smart play. That's what a seasoned veteran team would do. Let's see if they're going to do that. Maybe they just want to show off what their strategy is. We have the Subjugate Demon coming out from Mastein to remove one of the dangerous mobs from the pull. And no, they're not going for the safe route. They're just going into the boss. Now, keep in mind, no Bloodlust here, no Infernal. They do have the Power Infusion Combustion coming up whenever the boss funnels in, but that's not going to be a lot in terms of AoE damage for the mage. It's really only going to be the priest pumping. Warlock does do good AoE without Infernal, but it does pretty exponentially go up with it. So We'll see how they're able to deal with this pull here. I think they're going to be totally fine, though. Silent Sigil comes out, stopping any major cast from going off. They just need to make sure they're stacked on top of the Stalker, but there is no Stalker because the Warlock took control of it, so they should be good to go here. Second Silent Sigil is going to be all she wrote for these mobs. Then all they have to do is make sure nothing Sanguine heals the boss, and a big blast wave from the mage is going to make sure that doesn't happen here. Great execution there from Mandatory. The only thing left is these Bloodseekers, which will slowly funnel in, and they should be able to pick those off before they get to the boss. Yeah, that's textbook from them. Well played, Mandatory.
Yeah, looking so clean in this run, honestly. I mean, we do have some of the bats still alive, but that's going to be no problem. They're making sure that they're not close to the boss whenever they are dying off. There we go. We do get some more feet of the week going through. We still have some... we have one Shadow Melt available in mode. Most of the teams actually decided to go with Dwarf racials here. There we go. Bloodlust now back up, and they are using it with the rest of the offensive cooldowns they have available. And that's it for Mandatory. Now, Perplexed, of course, well, I don't want to say of course, but they are the favorites, I think, to going into the series. But now, looking at Mandatory, they just look so clean. Perplexed maybe falling back into some of their ways where they are not as consistent, which yesterday they looked super clean, but yeah, there we go. Mandatory finishing off the boss. 0 deaths, 10 minutes 56 clear for a DHT and 24 with these affixes. That is really impressive.
Yeah, that makes 1 death for Mandatory in their 3 dungeons played so far this weekend. So extremely clean, extremely tight play from them. And yeah, speaking of consistency, that was one of the things we talked about coming into this weekend for Mandatory. Would they be able to get over a little bit of that? And I would say the answer so far has definitely been yes.
It definitely has been. At the start of this dungeon, it looked like maybe Perplexed was in the lead. They did a little bit less trash going into Archdruid, and then were able to start it first. But then kind of everything went awry. You guys were talking about the keepers. You can see them here. They're trying to go around the corner and get everything together there, but the dwellers cast it before that, and they were kind of in a position where you cannot get these AoE CCs out, and the cast went through, and that just was all she wrote. Everything going terribly wrong there for them, having these deaths, having to reset, then not being able to line it back up together, and it just continued. On the other end, you are seeing basically what we always see from our teams, just skipping these keepers. Crim's taking a couple of hits there, but was okay to move on and through this dungeon, and just playing this pack without the keepers due to being able to have that trash earlier on. And then from there on out, there was only one more thing that I wanted to show, and that was that Crim's was actually the one responsible for the bats, where we usually see healers do that, and I thought that was really interesting.
Something I noticed there that I didn't notice on live for Perplexed is I think they were relying on the Infernal Stun on the Dwellers there, and I think they were stacked enough for it to happen, but it looked like the Infernal got cast on top of the tree instead of on the ground. So the stun Z-axis to the Dwellers.
Yeah.
That's what I think happened there. Because it looked like they were relying on the Infernal Stun for that. That is extremely unlucky if that's what happened to them, because that's not something you're prepared for as a player. Accidentally Z-accessing an AoE spell like that. It could happen to the best of us. And then, of course, everything, tumbled out of that. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a ton of deaths, and you might look at that dungeon and be like, oh my gosh, what happened? But after just, one wipe like that, suddenly you're missing cooldowns, suddenly everything is out of position, and so it's just really, really difficult to recover from that position, right? So 17 deaths is maybe it seems like a lot, but it's really the first wipe that matters there, and Mandatory does get the win in map number 1. Now, all that said, I feel like Perplex still has a chance in this series for sure. We're still going on to that Rise of Galakron. They can still try to bring it back, but I think the big question is Mandatory ever going to stumble? They've looked so good yesterday, and then now this first dungeon today looked pretty perfect. Wondering if they can keep it up. Seems like they probably can. Seems like they probably can. I'll answer my own question. I guess it wasn't really a question, but I'll just keep talking. But yeah, I mean, it is fun to see Mandatory doing so well, right? Because it's such a turnaround to what we saw, I think, in the group stages, where they got through, but it looked a little bit messy at times, So to see them look like such a good team coming into today is really fun. I think it's kind of scary, for a team like Perplexed that won Group B. But that said, these teams never actually faced each other in Group B as well. So we don't know what we would have seen if that had happened. But now we're seeing it, and so far so good for Mandatory.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and I wanted to piggyback off of something that was said. From the play that we've seen throughout all of the cups coming into the weekend here, I agree. Perplexed probably was the favorite coming into this series, but based off of the way the teams played yesterday, Mandatories looked like the cleanest team of the entire weekend. Like you talked about, Doa, only one death in the first 3 dungeons so far for them right now. Their strategies, and it's not like their strategies are slow, right? They're not playing safe strategies. They're still playing the fast strategies like the other teams. So, yeah, they're looking extremely good, and hopefully we can see more of a clean run here so we can see what the different strategies is, because we know Murazan's Rise is definitely a very tech-heavy dungeon, right? And we saw Perplexed actually have issues with the Echo Snap strategy during their Cup B weekend, with a couple of extra weeks to practice it now. Are they more comfortable with it? Is Mandatory more comfortable with it? Are we going to see clean runs in this dungeon finally? We haven't really seen one yet.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Cyro. So far, everything's looking pretty clean, but the Rise is here to maybe threaten that juxtaposition that we have going right now. It definitely is very tricky and a lot can go wrong. And notably, Mandatory had a lot of issues in Deer Cup when it comes to snapping things like the Ataldazar, if you remember that one. That was quite painful to watch from them in their group weekend. And the Rise tech is pretty similar, so hopefully they put a lot of effort into practicing that and getting that clean. I will expect that all of the teams that we have here in this group weekend will do the tech that Echo showed in Group A. I think that's the only way that we're going to see it, but then there's still a potentially Waycrest Manor waiting up in case we see Perplexed take this Rise.
So I'm curious then, Makes. Like, we've seen obviously this tech from Echo, the portal tech in this dungeon being kind of adopted by everybody, but do you think that has to be the plan now? Do you think that's the only way to put up a competitive time in this dungeon?
I do think so. So we were talking about the snap being a little bit of a time save because obviously it also takes time to set this up, right?
Right.
But in the end, it is still faster than the cleanest run we've seen without the snapping tech. But of course, stuff can also go wrong. So if you want to rely on another team failing the snap, I just don't think that's a very feasible strategy.
Well, that's the question coming into this one. We'll see if Perplex can tie it up. The dungeon is being loaded. The players are getting in there. But Mandatory looking like an enormous threat here in this match. And, the only thing more surprising than our day of 2-0s yesterday would be a day of 2-0s today. So we got a 2-0 in our first match. But it was the closest 2-0 like of all time, basically, almost. Will we get a 2-0 here? I don't know. I doubt it. I keep saying that, but I feel like I'm jinxing it now at this point.
Yeah, are you trying to reverse caster curse or something?
Yeah,
are you trying to get
jinxing it.
2-0s all day?
Well, so, I mean, I was a caster for many, many years, and host is kind of like a new thing for me, so maybe there's this sort of, like, host curse thing I'm discovering as I go along. Like, I don't understand my powers
you
yet,
like
and,
that?
and that's a concern, I need to learn to harness these powers for good, for the entertainment of the masses. We're still working on it.
Well, I mentioned that we haven't really seen the cleanest rises. That's actually not necessary. We had a 0-death run from Mandatory yesterday, but in terms of cleanliness of the snap skips, it wasn't the fastest that we've seen them able to be done, right? I think they could probably, if they had everything go perfectly, they could probably go a good 30-45 seconds faster than they did yesterday if they also had another 0-death run. So, there's still room to improve for them, and I think they'll kind of need to, because Perplex is a team that is pretty good at figuring out other team strategies once they've had time to practice them and figure it out. It's how they've been so good so long in the scene, right? This is a team that's been in the scene essentially since the start of the MDI. Remember, Perplexed, some of these team members were from Shell's Angels, the team that won the very first global MDI 6 years ago. So they've been doing it for a while.
True enough. Well, here we go. Perplexed chance to tie things up. Let's see if they can take it.
Alright, we do see both teams gathering up a huge pool. Bloodlust already running before the pool is gathered up, which we all know what that means. They need the Bloodlust to come back up earlier. But there we go. This pool is incredibly volatile because there's just so many things going on. You have all of these mages casting volley that needs to be interrupted. On top of that, everyone has to dodge the orb from the Maiden. There's the AoE coming out from the Maiden as well. You have to dodge a charge from the Sentinel as well. Just so many things happening. But look at that. Perplexed already done with that pull. Incredible speed by Perplexed. And both of them are playing that Moonkin as well that we've seen teams play yesterday.
No
I
ferals
think actually
today.
known to be a Moonkin player as well, right? So,
Yep.
or being able to play Moonkin. So,
Yeah, he's like Liquid's fourth healer slash swing Moonkin player for them if they need it in a lot of situations. So, yeah, he's a guy that's always swapping based off of the needs of his guild. And very good at both roles. Extremely good at both roles, actually. Top of his class in both of them. So Moonkin's going to be like a second role for him. But here we go. Both teams onto tier already with that first pull dying quickly in the RP started for the boss almost instantly. This trash gets grouped up on top of the boss right away. Perplexed, though, with a little bit of extra single target burst at the start of the boss here. All 5 members of their team over 600k DPS just blasting this boss and trash down. Mandatory gets their trash done more quickly, though, and they have more count, too. Actually, they're tied again. Never mind.
yeah, so they're now tied. There was one more mob that died at the end. So Perplexed a little bit ahead on boss percentage here. And looking at just one thing I wanted to note between the Moonkins is, guys, yesterday we saw Zalia actually play 2-minute Incarn, the Orbital Strike talent, which is something that we don't see on live servers. And both Sasavi and Mode are not running that either. So Zalia is still the only one that decided to go with this 2-minute cooldown talent. Very interesting to see some of the differences here between the players' talent choices and whatnot. But yeah, look at that. Perplexed still ahead. Actually, they caught up even further on boss HP. So somehow Perplexed having a little bit more single target damage.
Well, looks like Wolf Disco resent his Combust here on the boss here for extra single target damage. Crims looks like he's holding his for the next trash pack to try to burst down this 2-pack a little bit more quickly. And honestly, it looks like it's going to save them a lot of time here because their boss only dies 2 seconds later, but they'll have a lot more potential single target damage going into this pull. And if he also has an SKB saved, he could have Combust up for this entire 2-mob pull here. For Mandatory, I expect Mandatory to catapult ahead here a little bit with the full Combust.
Yeah, I think so as well. Unless Wolf is going to get the Combust up at some point. No, I don't think so. Yeah, Wolf is just going to hold it. It's going to be a back and forth, right? Because then Wolf is going to have Combust for the next trash, while Mandatory does not. So we'll see how that turns out. They're perfectly cleaving those 2 mobs, not focusing one down over the other to just speed up the dungeon. It looks like Mandatory, as you said, is finishing off at... Actually, they were
About the same. Well, they were behind
actually,
going into it, right?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing as well, though, right? With the time it takes to do the RP plus the shifting power after the fact, that Combust should be back up again for the 2-pack after this RP. It really comes down to who can do this RP more clean here. We saw issues from it yesterday for Last Hope, I believe, with a little bit of bad targeting from some of these frontals, cutting off some of their players, making it hard to get through, and they ended up losing a good amount of time, up to like 15 seconds because of that. Let's see if both teams are able to send all 5 players through. Looks like we're so good so far on Perplexed side. Mandatory, Skylark might have gotten hit here. He's on a second run through, quickly dodging an orb here, just has to get through these last 2 mobs. All right, he's home free. And we also know from our matches yesterday, if you do not open this rift and you have a wipe in the trash after the fact, you have to run through the RP again. So we need to make sure this rift is open. It is open for both teams, and we're on to the double dragons here. Both teams with every single cooldown available. That Combust did come back up for Crims here, so we just got a free extra Combust off in the dungeon.
Yeah, that's actually very good for Mandatory, getting that extra cooldown in. Oh. And you can see the dragons are melting for both teams. Looks like Flex maybe finishing off one of the dragons a little bit earlier, while Mandatory is cleaving more evenly. Yeah, there we go. Perplexed are done. Both Moonkins did use their Incarnation, and it looks like both Warlocks also used their Infernal. So lots of cooldowns being committed for this trash pack.
All right, the PI saved for Stove on that AoE pull, so he'll have it for mass AoE on this pull here. You know, it seems like they're always saving a cooldown for the next pack, but I don't know. Perplexed is sending everything on CD, essentially. Looks like they're going just a little bit faster. Is the PI even that valuable on this pull? Because everything tends to die extremely quickly. I'm not sure Perplexed kills the pull off faster yet again. Man, I don't really know if the saving the CDs is really working out as well as they'd like for Mandatory, but here we go. We're getting into the difficult part of the dungeon. Now we need to make sure we're dealing with these Rift Mages responsibly. Our players are getting ready to move forward and start summoning both their healer and their tank. It's going to be a lot of Shadow Meld tech that needs to be done perfectly to save the maximum amount of time here. We've seen so much time loss over a lot of the attempts at this tech in this key. Let's see who can do it more quickly. Just got to deal with the rest of the trash here, and I believe the Rift Mages that both of the teams have pulled are going to be the first of the snap attempts for the teams here. You can see the Moonkins starting to slowly run away towards that portal so they can set up their snap. And of course the DPS players going to Shadow Meld, run away, and get that Summoning Stone set up for both teams.
And we see all of the Shadow Melds being used already except the tanks. So the tanks are the only ones in combat with those Rift Mages still, while everyone else dropped combat to go through the portals. The Moonkins walked to Morchi, while the rest of the players walked into the other portal. So last time we saw a lot of issues here. Looks like Mandatory is through though. Mandatory is already summoning, or putting up that Summoning Stone. Looks like Perplexed is also looking good still. Divine Field still in combat, being all by himself here, waiting for the rest of the team to set it up. Moat also in position for Mandatory. Skylight already waiting here, actually. Alright, so it looks like Mandatory is doing a little bit of a better job because they already got the summon through. Moat is also having a summon pending as well, so it looks like Mandatory might be good to go.
Perplex is also good to go. Divine Field's going to get that Shadow Meld off, but you're right. It's definitely a lot slower for them. He had to do so much damage to that Rift Mage just to get it set and finished off here. Looks like Sevi has killed it off on his end. They have summons pending on both Divine Field and Sevi here. Divine Field has to wait to make sure he can get that Flame Sigil off on the final Rift Mage before they get here. Do they have it? Where's Divine Field? Did he get the Rift Mage yet? Still has the summon pending. Has to wait for the patrol, I guess. This is costing them so much time. Mandatory have already dealt with the tank. Yeah, Perplex is just an entire destroyer behind right now.
Wow, and Mandatory also already used the portal to get to Morchi. Let's see if this snap actually worked. We've seen teams be able to get to Morchi, but not have the snap work with the 3 mobs. Oh, it worked. Alright, really nicely done by Mandatory. This is such a clean Rise Rift portal snap. The setup was really quick. Everything's super cleanly done. I mean, that's an insane run by Mandatory. They are doing so well.
Really keeping it clean here. I want to see just how much faster they can go. I want to see what their final time is. Keep it clean, Mandatory. I want to see what your potential is, because we didn't see it in the Cups, right? This was a team that we were expecting so much more from of what we saw from them in the Cups. But we're seeing it now in the Global Finals where it really matters. Can they keep it clean? Horde Farseer still alive for them, but they've got Morchi down to 50% already, and Perplexed only now just engaged the boss. They are half of a tyrannical boss behind right now. That's just how efficient Mandatory were in setting up their snaps. This is a masterclass from Mandatory so far, and they're running out of dungeon to catch up in our Perplexed. They need Mandatory to have something go wrong, really.
I think so as well. Mandatory, of course, only having that last percentage left they need, which are the 3 mobs after Morchi here before the last boss. So there's not much left to do for Mandatory. Of course, there can be mistakes that they make on boss fights or in the trash pack, but it's pretty unlikely, to be honest, because Mandatory is playing just so incredibly cleanly. Perplexed, they can catch up on damage, just be able to somehow nuke the boss more or just deal with the trash pack a little bit more. That would be, in my opinion, the only thing that they can really do. Mandatory, though, down with Morchi, they're going to use the portal back. They also have to deal with the Grommash Hellscream here, of course. I forgot about that one. True, there's another boss because of this portal strat moving back and forth. So they still have a Grommash Hellscream to deal with. So, yeah, still 2 boss fights they can catch up some time with, and that trash pack. Yeah, difficult to do for Perplex.
And I remember yesterday, one of the things that we were talking about was choosing on when to use your second Bloodlust, right? We saw Last Hope use the Bloodlust on Grommash Hellstream. We thought that was a really interesting strategy to burst through this boss because it is one of the more dangerous parts of the dungeon. The axe throwers do a ton of damage to the players. But the Bloodlust at the start of Grommash Hellstream is not even something that could potentially be in the cards for Mandatory because it only just now came off cooldown with the boss at 40%. They are going at an insane pace through this dungeon right now, and they'll almost assuredly just be using that on the final boss to do as much single target damage to the boss as possible so they get access to those dragon aspects in the final phase that much more quickly. Oh man, it's going to be hard for Perplexed to catch up. The cooldowns really aren't there for them either. They're just 30 seconds behind on every single cooldown because of when the cooldowns are planned on being used, right? They're using them at the same time. The problem is it's just they're 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, Perplexed did use their Bloodlust as soon as they engaged Grommash here, so they did have theirs available as they pulled. But they did not have Infernal or PI ready to line it up with that big cooldown. So that does not necessarily mean that they're gonna kill the boss a lot quicker. Well, they will, of course, with the Bloodlust, but the Mandatory will have Bloodlust later, and therefore, and maybe also have all cooldowns available with it. So yeah, gonna be difficult for Perplexed. We do see a Fierce Sigil come out from Perplexed by Divine Field, making sure that he is the only one in combat with them, and Shadow melts off the aggro before he takes a portal. Makes it a little bit quicker for Perplexed to move to the next area. Very nicely done. We do see even gateways being created here for Stove and Maystine just to be a little bit quicker. I like these tiny little things they use to speed up their travel time.
Yeah, a big stretch coming out from Maystine there while he was flying through the RP, just getting ready for the last couple pulls of the dungeon here. One trash pack and one boss.
Look at Chromie though.
Ooh, are they going to get the long RP or the short RP? It would be really unfortunate for them. Looks like it's short RP. They're through quickly. And they were already ahead too, so it's going to be brutal if Perplex somehow manages to get the long RP. It looks like they're going pretty quick though. Chromie's already there and ready to go, so it's not going to be, short RP for both teams. Love to see it. Nothing separating them, just raw execution. Mandatory in the lead, though, and still has the Bloodlust available. They are in a commanding position right now. Just need to keep it clean here on the Marauders in the Infinite Slayer. Every single one of these Infinite Furies doing massive AoE damage to the team. And remember, we're on a no healer comp for DPS. It's the first time we've mentioned it all key, actually, really, that there's no healer. We talked about the Boomkins a little bit, but didn't mention the lack of a healer. They need to kill these off quickly before the damage from that Infinite Fury starts to stack up. They only had to use the Vampiric Embrace, so they still have that Nature's Vigil available for the boss when they need to use it. Perplexed, on the other hand, used both of those cooldowns, so the off-healing is really not going to be there for a while on the last boss.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at that off-healing, because the last boss, of course, without that healer, can still be dangerous on a 23 Tyrannical. Perplexed now down with the trash too, but they're just a little bit behind. Honestly, it's not that big of a difference. If Mandatory has a death, that could already make up for the time difference. Because if you die with your cooldowns up, plus the 5 seconds death penalty, plus the the rest they have to use, there's for sure still a possibility for Perplex to catch up. But yeah, there has to be some form of mistake from Mandatory. So all eyes on Mandatory, right side of the screen, boss is being engaged. Let's see how they handle this one.
Here we go, boss engaged. When are we popping the Bloodlust here? There's really not that many cooldowns available. It's just the Combust right now. Potentially they'll save it for the Power Infusion so that they get a little bit more usage out of it. Combust might be able to come back off cooldown there as well for them. They're going to get a lot of value out of Firestarter here before the first ad goes down. The double alter time usage on both of the explosions, healing Crims up to full there. Also Vampiric Embrace popped here just to keep everyone a little bit healthy. They still have that Nature's Vigil in the back pocket. You really have to plan out your healing, though, when you have no healers here. Every single one of these Arcane Explosions does so much damage to the teams. We have health pots or health stones probably coming for the next one. Personals are going to be assigned to a set. It's really planned out. This is an orchestrated play, and if it ever ends up lasting longer than you expect, people will start to die, and you'll start to rely on those battle prices. There's the Bloodlust coming up for Mandatory now. Power Infusion's off cooldown, saving it for the Combust here. Perplexed have caught up a little bit in single target damage, but I fully expect Mandatory to pull away a little bit. It's still incredibly close, though.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Mandatory, just using a Bloodlust to be able to finish off those two Keepers. Now, the Keepers can be dangerous without a healer, especially, because there's just so much damage coming out. They have the magic dots coming out, too. Of course, they do have the double Dispel in the group here, the double Magic Dispel with the Mass Dispel from the Shadow Priest and also the Imp Dispel from Maystine. But there we go, both Keepers are dead. They are into the last phase now. This is going to be a lot of damage onto the group, though. You can see a lot of defensives are being juggled by the damage dealers to be able to survive the dot and also the AoE happening in this phase. But the boss is dropping for sure. Another Infernal is being used. PI actually saved 4 Maystine's Infernal all the way to the end of this boss fight.
And Mandatory are going to pull away with this. As Chronolord Deus gets lower, more and more aspects are going to spawn and start whacking away at this boss. You can see they're pulling away with it. 4% now ahead. It's only a matter of time before Mandatory takes this series with the PI Infernal on the boss. Now 5% ahead. Just have to finish off the last percentage, and Mandatory have punched their ticket to the upper bracket final with a swift and surprising 2 over for Perplexed, and man, I'd be cheesing like that too if I were on their team right now. Fantastic performance from Mandatory.
Yeah, a little celebrating for Macine and Mandatory as well, and why not? Now they move to 4 dungeons and 1 death total on the weekend, so playing out of their minds, this team looking really good in their 2-0 over a Perplexed. On the Perplexed side of things, hey, that dungeon was a lot cleaner, but that first dungeon just was a little bit too much to come back from. We'll see what they can do in the lower bracket, but for now, Mandatory moves on to face Echo in the upper semis.
They do, and I did want to point out a couple of things in this dungeon here, just how close it was between the two teams. We saw Perplexed pull this boss just a second earlier over Mandatory, but then Mandatory did something that I feel like we haven't seen a lot from teams, because in this phase here, you do get a buff that improves your haste and your movement speed. It does stack up to 5, and actually Mandatory only stacked that up on their DPS players and said, Skylark, you're not getting any of this. Vengeance, Demon Hunter damage is to be neglected. Oh, the zoom in. Oh, production. Hello.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah, some O's and L's, please. But yeah, they stacked it up to 5 on every single player. And that actually allowed them to catch up some of the boss damage. And they nearly finished simultaneously with the other side. So that was really cool, I felt like. Not something we see a whole lot from teams. But then, of course, we do have to focus on the bigger things in this dungeon here, which was this situation here. So Divinefield actually had to wait a longer time to pull off the snap. And we assumed that it was because the rest of the team started running away quite early. So they didn't do as much damage to the Rift Mage. And then Divinefield stayed longer doing damage to that Rift Mage to try and help Sesevi, who in the end has to finish it off. And then the patrol came in at a weird timing, and it was just very unlucky for them and slowed them down by a bunch. And then another cool thing that we usually don't see is the Bloodlust here on Chronolot Deos as opposed to Grommash. Most teams are using it on Grommash, and Mandatory just saying, now we want it here. Feels better for our cooldowns and eking it out here with the clean 2-0.
Yeah, beating their old time by 4 seconds as well, so they were able to improve on that even. So just kind of looking stronger as the weekend continues, it seems like. And the cat agrees.
Yeah, she's here. She's agreeing.
That's good. Who wouldn't, right? Yeah.
You know how it is. She hears Mandatory and she's on the screen. I don't know.
I think she'd be a Perplexed fan, but the cat just looks
You'd
too upset, I
think.
guess.
You'd think. Yeah, it's true.
Who knows?
The logo.
Well, they're still alive in the lower bracket. Yeah. So, Nagura, what are your thoughts on this 2-0 that we saw? What do you have to add to this?
I mean, I thought Perplex is going to be super strong coming into the series because they looked so good yesterday. So I personally thought Perplex is going to be winning. And looking at the DHG, I do think, technically speaking, if Perplex wouldn't have had this first wipe, they probably also would have had the faster route or strategy in DHG. But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter how fast your route theoretically is. If you cannot execute it in a tournament, then it doesn't matter. And I think Mandatory is just incredibly clean. And that is something that is important for a tournament like this, just being so clean, having those super fast routes. Maybe their DHT route was not as fast as Perplex, but they executed it well, had 0 deaths, and I mean, it's just incredible to be so clean in a tournament after they had so many issues in their group stage.
Yeah, and on the hello, cat. on the Perplexed side of things too. Again, if they would have finished that run, it still would have been a competitive run compared to what we've seen, in the past and all that. So I still feel like they're a big threat. They're going to play the winner of ECLIPSE versus DAWGS, which is going to be our next match down the road. So, I would still say they'll probably stick around, although that DAWGS team can get really good sometimes too in the right moments, it seems like. So, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in the lower bracket if I was any of these teams, but I think Perplex has a chance to move on. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Please call them by their correct name. It's DAWGS.
DAWGS.
get
Oh,
the-
my bad.
gotta
Yeah,
get the-
it is.
the
It's
basic.
DAWGS.
DAWGS.
AWGS. My bad.
Not just dogs.
DAWGS.
Something I noticed as well when I was looking at the DPS charts that we had at the end there. Normally, there's not a lot to glean from that, but I noticed that the Shadow Priest for Mandatory was doing like 50k extra DPS over Perplexed Shadow Priest, and that's probably not like an individual player like differential. It might just be like the cooldown timings aren't necessarily set up properly for the Shadow Priest, and it has to be something they look at going forward. Maybe they're just not getting massive, the best effectiveness out of their cooldowns either. And, it doesn't seem like the biggest deal, but when these dungeons are literally only 15 minutes, those small differences can add up very, very easily to like 30 seconds if you're not getting full effectiveness. So small things like that are really going to be what's separating these top-end teams from each other.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? It's time to separate, the casters who know a dungeon map from the casters who don't. As we've got another one to take a look at, and I feel like you've all been doing pretty well lately. I've been keeping track of Twitch chat, but we'll see if you can continue your streak in the dungeon movement maps. Figure out what boss it is just by looking at the movement of the players. Occasionally we throw a whole dungeon in there, but but usually we stick to bosses. What's it going to be? Currently Deus, we just saw. Shade of Xavius, Rawl the Gluttonous, or Time Lost Battlefield. Now, Time Lost Battlefield would be an interesting because because you can have people running all over the place. For that
Wouldn't
one
you
with
be
all the
snapped
stuff going
literally across the entire map?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we'd see some really crazy dots happening there. Yeah,
There's a lot
But
of
we are
movement
seeing
for a
some
boss.
weird,
We kind of
weird
are, aren't
snaps.
we?
Yeah.
we don't know how
This is
large
Time
of an
Lost
area.
Battlefield.
I think it's Deus.
I think it's
Yeah.
Deus. But maybe
Well,
it's
Wouldn't you
spread
not.
see a
Like,
big
you're
movement
so
across the
moving.
room if it was Deus? as a
Yeah,
full
you would
group?
expect like the portal movement,
Yeah.
but there's a lot. I think it's just very zoomed in, probably.
Or very zoomed out. It's Time Lost
Because like
Battlefield.
there's big steps.
I was thinking
Look
Roll
at the tank. I
Gluttonous.
think it's Rawl, probably.
It has
Yeah,
to be
look
Rawl
at
at
the tank
this
always
point.
staying there. Yeah,
Do we
we're
see
just
people
very
dodging
zoomed in.
the tender eyes? Everyone says it's Rawl.
Yeah.
All right, it's Rawl.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't even know he had legs. Look at that. Look at
Hell
that.
yeah,
Rawl's-
look at that.
Yeah, wow.
They're normally
the
hidden
rare-
underground.
Leaking boss
Yeah.
models.
Rare Rawl feet there. What do you know? They're exactly how I'd imagine them, pretty much, yeah. Huh. What do you know? Learn something new every day. It is indeed Rawl the Gluttonous. There you go. Again, thanks Warcraft Vlogs for powering that one. Go check out archon.gg/wow for a bunch of great M+ stuff, and follow Warcraft Yaks on Twitter for more movement maps. And that brings us to what will be a little break before we get into our third match of the day. We are descending down to the depths of the lower bracket to the elimination matches, so the stakes have never been higher. You don't want to miss it. Eclipse versus DAWGS coming up just after this. We have returned here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host Doa here, along with Zyronic, Nagura, and Makes, as we go into our first lower bracket match. That's right, this is the first match of the weekend of the Global Finals, where we're going to see a team eliminated. So both teams are going to be fighting for their tournament lives. It's going to be ECLIPSE taking on DAWGS. I know, I just want to say DAWGS, but I'm being forced to say DAWGS to pronounce it the way it is with DAWG. But DAWGS is the only team to take a match off of Echo in recent memory. It's been a while. They were able to do that in Group A. Echo came storming back, obviously, to win that group. But it did make them a team to watch, right? So going into this match, especially with the kind of unfortunate performance that we saw from ECLIPSE early in the weekend, I kind of have my money on the DAWGS for this one. Anyone else feel differently? No? Silence?
No, I agree with you. I think dogs are...
Oh, okay, great.
I think DAWGS are the favorites, in my opinion, to win this one. They looked really good. And even though the first dungeon that we are playing is a Blackroot Cult, and I think that one is going to be interesting. Because yesterday we saw Echo debut this strategy with the snapping, right? And that is something that they did against DAWGS. And now I wonder... either of those teams adjust to the strategy? Did they learn it over from yesterday to today? Or are they sticking to their initial strategy and just hope that the other team did not adjust it? Or if they did adjust it, then they're just going to fail it.
Look at this. We get to see our first plus 25 Atal Dazar of the weekend. That with how quick that dungeon was. Yeah, I remember we were seeing this dungeon finish in under 10 minutes in the group stage weekends. It was one of the lower keys. It was so fast. I think we're going to see quite a difference in terms of how this dungeon shakes out a bit, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun, and Throne of Tides if we need it, getting to that third dungeon. So, you know, my big question coming into this one, you know, is are we going to see either of these teams look like they can be a team that takes on Perplexed? That's my main question. You know, regardless of who wins, do they look like a team that can take on Perplexed?
I mean, for now, they have to take on each other, and like we already said, that first dungeon could already be spicy, and that Ataldazar is also a pretty volatile one, so I feel like the series has a lot of potential to swing either way, despite the dogs being a little bit of a favorite here. Let's keep in mind that Eclipse is a life high-key pushing team, and they're very good at that, so I expect them to deal well in case anything should go awry. We'll see. We'll see how that goes with these dungeons and the potential snappings.
Also, right, this is our first time seeing it since we saw the insane strategy pulled off by Echo yesterday, so could potentially either of the teams have pulled that off? You never know. There is a
Let's
Moonkin
find
for
out.
Eclipse, though.
Yeah, the
other
Moonkin,
side,
they
we're
actually
seeing
did
the
play the
red.
Moonkin yesterday. Yeah. The Red Paladin is something that we saw some teams playing yesterday. DAWGS did not play Black Recall yesterday at all, so they decided to go with that Red Pala. Well, Yargi playing the Moonkin yesterday too did not do that strategy though, so I think it's definitely easier for Eclipse to adjust to the strategy because they already had the Moonkin planned with. Eclipse though, already gathering up that first pull a little bit earlier, engaging the boss quicker.
They are, but we know that this first pull can be a little bit spicy. Bloodlust now used on the side of Eclipse. DAWGS still waiting for that trash to come in and send their cooldowns to actually get it all going. There it is. That's when they send the Bloodlust. Lamike taking a bunch of hits there, is dropping really, really low, but meta is now activated. Should be a lot safer as both teams chew through all of the extra trash. Keep in mind, this is a 24 Tyrannical, so bosses will take just a smidge longer.
Alright, so it does look like Eclipse is making sure they're fully focusing that boss while everything else is just being passively cleaved down. You can see some of the CC coming in for that trash. And the mini-boss is also pretty important, right? The mini-boss is something that if they can fully finish it off after the boss is dead before the door opens, then that's fine. But if the mini-boss is too high and they have to finish it off while the door is already open, then that's going to be a big time loss for whichever team it's happening to. And it does look like DAWGS has the mini-boss so much higher. I mean, it's still at 70 to 80% for them.
Yeah, you're pointing it out. On the left-hand side, I feel like Ravencrest is in a good HP total for the timer that we get on the door. And the right-hand side, we're now seeing the boss die as well. It looks like Ravencrest is going to stand here for a little while longer. It is a little bit of a longer RP that we are going to be waiting here, so there is some extra time that you can now see on the side of Eclipse while they're still waiting. But I think for DAWGS, it's still too high. Yeah, you can see the NPCs run in. They're going to open the door. Okay, we take it. We take it. It's good.
Okay, so that means they are fine. They don't lose any extra time, but because they finished off the boss later in comparison to Eclipse, they're still going to be a little bit behind. Not that much, though. You can see it on the boss split timer that is being stopped as soon as the boss dies. So it's a 5 seconds differential that Eclipse is ahead right now. And now we're also going to have to see how big of a pull these teams are doing, because we do know that DAWGS is pulling everything in this whole hallway with the spiders. Is Eclipse doing the same thing? Yes, they do. They're pulling everything. This is going to be so difficult to execute. They need perfect CC and disrupts and interrupts on those arcane blitzes. Otherwise, they're going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, and you can see the trouble come in on the side of Eclipse. We have the first player go down to one of these leaps. Mean little kitty cats coming through here on the right-hand side for DAWGS. Mike drops really, really low, but is able to keep himself alive. There's a lot that needs to be CC'd, interrupted, and just generally controlled in these packs, like we've been saying over the group weekends as well. So going as big as they are here definitely has a lot of extra layers. And you can see on the right hand side there is Velo also going down for the DAWGS, so we're now even on the deaths for both teams.
Yeah, Velo going down to a Shade. Shade is actually very difficult to handle here with all as a melee player, because there's just so many when you do such insane pulls. Did immediately use that Soul Stone to get back up. But yes, some residual damage from maybe an Archer plus a melee from a Shade, and that's it with your life. There we go. Both of the teams are looking good to finish off this pull. There's just a lot of Shades up still. We do also see the Incorporals being dealt with, which can also be super difficult when there's so many things happening.
But Eclipse, able to finish this pull, does get the gateway down and on their way to the next boss on the right-hand side. The Dogs still taking a little bit longer. That commander just will not die, and now the Spitefuls come in. They're now finished as well, but still a couple of seconds behind. They need to catch this up if they want to take this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely they need to do some catch-up here as Eclipse is engaging Ilisana. Yargi saving Incarnation for the boss here. Last time this happened, Yargi actually went down with that Incarn. So let's hope it doesn't happen again, so they don't lose that offensive cooldown. But there we go. Dogs now also in Ilisana. Let's see if they can catch up. We do have a little bit of a difference in setup, of course, in composition as they run this Red Paladin. And look at them. Look at these quote-unquote off-healers topping the damage meter. Both Yargi and Amunki and Bello and that Red Paladin.
Yeah, I mean, healer's good is what I'll say here. Just very skilled players on their classes coming through.
Yeah.
Now, for these beams here, there's a little bit of RNG. You're really hoping that the mages get these beams because they can just stand in place and jump. If you're getting it on the Moonkin, like you're seeing for Yargi on the left-hand side, it is going to be a little bit more painful as you do have to do the stutter steps to moving, making sure that you get out of it as they don't have as many instant casts as these mages do.
I can see Soda for Dogs just jumping in place, but yeah, as a Shadow Priest, not as nice as it is compared to a mage, as you mentioned. It looks like all of them are just fully focusing Ilisana here too, not switching to the arcane mages here, the caster, which can be a bit annoying because you have to constantly interrupt it, but they do have enough interrupts to deal with it. And look at that, Eclipse already down to 5%. Another big pull coming up though, and now we can see if Eclipse is actually changing their strategy. Let's see if they're doing it.
So just to catch everyone up, we saw this from Echo yesterday where they basically went all the way up and then they took a gateway up to the next floor and then did similar snapping technique to what we saw in the Rise just now, where the rest of the team runs up to the boss room and then the healer and the tank juggle threat to then snap everything on to where the rest of the players are standing. Healer, of course, still playing DPS here, but just so you know which of the roles I mean. It looks like Eclipse is not doing that. I can still see the other players here. Yeah, Arxes and Krona are with the team, so no snapping for them. We'll see whether or not the Dogs have adapted, but I don't think so. Gonna be a same pull from both sides.
Exactly, yeah. So both teams are not doing this new strategy, which, to be honest, I'm not super surprised by because it is very difficult to adjust a completely different strategy like that from one day to the next. So I do think it's going to be very hard for any of the teams to copy this Echo strategy. But this is what we saw before. Krona is already walking up the stairs, not only to stop the boulder RP, but to also set up a gateway here. Because the rest of the damage, or the rest of the HP of the mobs that they still have to do is not too difficult to handle for the rest of the members. So Krona, there we go, using Invis Pod, getting all the way up, putting that gateway down so the rest of the members does not have to use Invis, and it's going to be a lot easier for them to
nice
get up.
grip. Yeah, Corona waiting up there, trying to set it up. Gets in fight,
nice.
But it's okay. The rest of the team is there. The gateway is good. Same as the Taldazar, these gateways can be tricky. You can fall off backwards, but it's not going to be the case. Eclipse now on to Smash Spite, leading here. Right-hand side, the Dogs are trying to catch up. I assume we're going to see similar strategies from them. Yeah, Shella is walking back there. Also wants... No... actually doesn't want to set that gateway. The rest of the team comes up the stairs and they will go into Smash Spite as well. But Eclipse still leading here.
Eclipse doing a very good job. I mean, we did say how Dogs are our favorites going into the series, but Eclipse just performing so well. They're doing such a good job in this dungeon here. You can see again the 3-minute cooldowns coming out of Yargi. Yargi doing an absolutely incredible job executing this Moonkin here in their 4 DPS comp. And yeah, another thing that we have to watch out for whenever we play the 4 damage dealers is that all of the damage dealers have to watch out for their own lives. So that is for sure something that can be a little bit dangerous, especially on the last boss as well, when you have the Shadow Bolts coming out, the Shadow Bolt Volley, the Swarms, plus all of the Lancers that are happening here in Smash Spot. It's not going to be too big of an issue to not have a healer, just because you have a long time to get back up to full HP after the Schecter. And the only other thing that you have to watch out for is the Hateful Gaze, the charge. But that one, of course, is going to be very well coordinated between the groups.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see that Eclipse is making good progress here. The Hateful Gaze does come in. Kira soaks this one for the other players. They are running a little bit out of room here. You do want to make sure that if you get knocked back, you're not eating any of the extra Felspit that the bats put onto the platform. But for Eclipse, the boss fight is nearly over. And of course, Dogs also have a little bit of extra penalty seconds on their side that they would ideally need to actually overcome as well. But it's not looking like that is going to be the case. Eclipse now onto their way to the very last pull. It's going to be everything they can find in these hallways here and onto the boss, onto Kurtalos, to try and finish it all off, make use of that extra buff that they get once the boss is in face, and then just clean out the rest of the dungeon. But IG does go down.
Yeah, this is going to be... Okay, they got the battle rest up. This is very good for them that it happened before they pulled the boss, because otherwise they would have had to reset. But they got the battle rest off. Very nicely done. They just have to get everything gathered onto the boss here, making sure they're disrupting all of these Lancer jumps as they're coming in. And there we go. Boss is engaged. Shadow Bolts are coming in. They need to make sure they're surviving these Shadow Bolts. Infernal actually already popped by Krona here, being the person that is going to be AoEing down the trash pack. PI also being used in Krona. Bloodlust not available yet, but they're going to be using it for the last phase anyway. Dogs now also on the boss. There's still a possibility for Dogs to catch up potentially if they can one-phase the second phase of this fight. This is something that in the group stage was really important. Some teams could one-phase the boss before that intermission started, and others could not. If either of those teams could do it, that would be a big advantage.
It absolutely would, and we will be seeing whether or not that is the case for Eclipse in just a little bit. We do have that Bloodlust ready for both teams, of course. Dogs still finishing out on their trash here, but Eclipse are waiting to send it all, and that is where the buff comes in, and now they're going to send everything into this boss, trying to get as much damage out as possible in a couple of seconds.
Alright, so it does look like both teams are deciding to not even attempt the one phase here, just waiting for the Dreadlord's Guile to come in, the intermission phase, and then sending all of their offensives afterwards. So presumably on a plus 24 Tyrannical, it's just too difficult to one phase this boss, just not being able to get that damage done. So they'd rather just save all of their CDs to make sure they get the full effectiveness of them. And yeah, Eclipse is going to be out of that intermission phase, and the boss is going to melt here. They're just going to be doing so much damage with all of their offensives, with Bloodlust running as well. And it's going to be almost impossible for Dogs to catch up here if Eclipse does not make any super major mistake.
Yeah, absolutely right. You have 5 seconds against the clock that Dogs are behind anyhow, and Eclipse are running away with this one. No snaps, but the first map is theirs as they take the Blackrock hold.
Wow. It came down to this, but it happened. Eclipse striking back after a rough day one to claim the first dungeon of the day today in their match versus Dogs. But there's a lot of shocking things that happened in that dungeon, weren't there?
Yeah, this is, I mean, whenever I watch the Dogs, it's kind of head-scratching, right? Because, like, it doesn't look like anything major happens for them, but they end up just being relatively slow compared to the other team. In their 0-2 yesterday, they weren't really that far behind. And even in this dungeon, they really weren't that far behind. They just have, random deaths here or there. And,
yeah, I have a question about that, Zyro. Because I saw that the death counter went up, but I don't know what happened.
Stand by, we'll get to it. I want to show off cool tech. We love the gateway tech. We were searching far and wide because there was a little weird thing that happened on the right side where if you were watching the stream, the death counter ticked up twice for the Dogs, but we didn't see anyone die or see what happened. Now, if a player's out of range of the observers, their party frames won't change, but they still are tracking death timers, and we have confirmed that we do have, on broadcast, our first ever 2 deaths to boulders in Blackrock Hold. Very unfortunate for the Dogs, and it wasn't that big of a time loss, but that is a very unfortunate way to lose time in this key.
It happened.
They also released, so quickly that, you barely couldn't even see it happen. But yeah, that's nothing to detract from Eclipse's run. This was a great Blackrock Hold run. This was only about 20 seconds slower than Echo's run, right? This is on par with every other non-snap run that we've seen this weekend. So, this was a fantastic run from them.
Do keep in mind that in Echo's run, they lost a bunch of time due to a death in that first Bloodlust. So I expect Echo's Snap Tech to be even faster. And I think you definitely need to deploy it if you have them in your match pool with a Blackrock hold. But yeah, I mean, Boulder deaths, I feel like Doa is just getting whatever he wants today.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a dungeon number 3, that'll really be it. But, I was told by my analysts, basically all season long that, these players won't die to boulders. At this level, we're not going to see any boulder deaths. Come on. Well, turns out even some of the greatest players in World of Warcraft can be vulnerable to the very same things that claim, not me, of course, but many of the people I pug with in the game from time to time in Blackrock Hold. So it does happen. It does happen.
The thing that's a little confusing about where they died to boulders, too, so everyone knows in Blackrock Hold, right, there's 2 sets of boulders. There's the short one leading up to the Tricksters and Scavengers, and then there's the long spiral staircase. The short one, the pattern is exactly the same every time. It's left, right, left, right. It doesn't change. It's the same every single dungeon. So dying there is even more of a head-scratcher. That's why I'm saying it's weird watching DAWGS, because we know they have insane potential, but for some reason this weekend they're really not living up to it. Now, they're not out just yet. They've got their backs to the wall, and we've seen what Dr. J and whatever squad he comes up can do when they have their backs up to the wall. Remember, this is the team that took down Echo in a series. So don't count them out just yet. I think they've got more to show.
Absolutely, but the question is, can they get it done on this Atal Dazar? This is that plus 25 version of it. This is going to be a little bit trickier. So I think we're in for an exciting match either way. Like I said, I would love to see it go to 3 dungeons. I think if anyone can do it, it's going to be the DAWGS, right? But I am happy to see Eclipse come back after a rough day 1 and put on a good performance for their first dungeon of the day 2. They got here for a reason. They're down, but they're not out. And either one of these teams could get through in the end.
Yeah, and you mentioned it already. It is Atal Dazar. Now, Doa, you and I, we weren't here for Group B, but maybe Nagura and Zyro can update us on all the shenanigans that Razan was up to and that happened in all the dungeons. Because I was watching, but I definitely didn't see everything. So, volatile dungeon, correct?
Yeah, volatile dungeon. Razan really wasn't up to shenanigans inside the dungeon. It was more the dungeon guesser that he was up to shenanigans in. But one of the things that we noticed a lot in Cup B is for the Razan snap, during Cup B, we saw almost 0 snapping of the middle pole. Pretty much none of it. Everybody decided, you know what, we're just not going to deal with Dinomancer and his 2 dinos. We're not going to deal with them at all. We're going to snap other things down. Because most of the times that we saw resets on that Razan snap, it was due to something not snapping properly in that middle mini-boss pool that you can see right in the middle of that circle there. Teams are avoiding that entirely. That's one of the major differences we've seen. And on the higher key level, I expect that to remain the same thing. I would be surprised if we don't see the same strategy, but just with a higher variance now, because of course we're on that 25 key level now.
Yeah, we can see kind of tricky things happen with Razan from time to time too, where he resets once in a while if you got something happening the wrong place. But yeah, I would imagine more than ever people don't want to take on that the mini boss pack in the middle of the dungeon there. But I want to get into it. This is probably my favorite dungeon in the season right now. So I'm always happy when we get to see it. It's been fun to see some of the blazing fast times that have emerged from the teams earlier in the weekend. And we'll see if Eclipse can close this one out, or if DAWGS will be able to tie it up. That was...
I also thought it was mine.
Protect your PC.
I don't think it goes out to streams, so it's just us that are giggling and nobody knows
I don't
why.
think anyone else heard that. Yeah, it was...
It's okay.
PC defended. Yep. It's a very serious professional broadcast here. As we're waiting for the players to get loaded in to the match. No Sky Screamer fears going off this time. All right, I want to see this clean. Nobody running around in fear.
Agree.
Though I'm gonna need
let's
you to
avoid that.
stop jinxing the players. First the boulders, now the Sky Screamers. You
know,
just want to see the world burn.
I don't anticipate anyone being hit by spiders. I don't
Okay,
think any
no,
totems
no,
are going
no.
to die at
Come
wrong
on,
times.
come
I
on.
think I don't think any bone piles are going to get run over. I think this is going to
Dude.
be as
Well,
clean of a dungeon as it possibly
That
can
one's
be.
fine. They're going to do the bone piles on purpose because that's a single target funnel increase. They like
I mean,
that.
accidental bone
Okay,
piles.
okay,
You know?
fair enough.
Yeah.
Stick to enhanced shaman call out. Although we're probably not going to see
Wow.
any of those.
Wow. That's rough, man. I've been playing
Honestly-
Ogrevoker lately, I'll have you know.
You play
I'm
an
just
Ogrevoker?
happy we get to spend
Yeah.
more time with this logo, honestly.
No.
It's just so good. The DAWGS.
I feel like the C should be a little bit more prominent in the Eclipse one, though. It kind of looks like Yolips.
Yolip?
A little bit.
Well, on the left side
But
of
have
the
you seen it in
Yolips.
Eclipse
I do
before?
see it. I have. I
It
haven't
looks like
stared
this.
right at it, of course, because you're not supposed to do that. I've seen it through, like, one of those pinhole... you punch a little hole in a piece of paper and then let it shine through another piece of paper. You can see
You
it that
don't
way.
have glasses for it?
Speaking of eclipses,
No.
aren't we going to have a massive total solar eclipse in, like, April? That goes through, like, pretty much
I don't
all of
know.
the U.S. from northeast
Are we?
to Texas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are.
Oh.
This is now an educational stream.
What do you know? Huh.
I live,
Yes, I
like,
have
right
to
smack
fly
in the
to the
middle of
US.
a band in Dallas.
You coming, Max?
yeah. Let's go, Nagura.
Are we gonna maybe have a total eclipse of the heart at some point? I don't know.
How
Well, that was
many
Bonnie Tyler, never
infernals on Smalley's procs do you think we've gotten in? Oh, there we
There
go.
we go.
Oh, let's go. Let's
Underway
start the
for
dungeon.
both teams.
Yeah.
Oh, we get to
about
watch
time.
At
it
this
live
point,
if they
all of
prop
the
one.
Smalleys are dead,
Oh.
right? We got the dungeon going.
Eclipse does have one dungeon win, by the way. It's not 0-0, in case you're curious. Eclipse is up 1-0. And the question is, can dogs tie it up?
Yeah, and we see the 4 DPS comp from both teams. It's this typical Red Paladin DPS comp that we have seen in the group stage. We do see Eclipse already using Bloodlust before engaging a single mob. So we know that they're going to be incredibly fast, but they're not going to be faster in 10 minutes because otherwise they would have held onto this Bloodlust a little bit longer. So Eclipse
Yeah.
thinking that they're going to get a second Bloodlust.
Yeah, the same thing for the dogs. Waiting even longer on that bloodlust, so not sending it right away. That does tell you that for Eclipse, the timer is going to be around that 10-20-ish mark, where they still get a little bit of that bloodlust, but they need to use it right away to make sure it does come up in time. But we do have the first death come in for the dogs. Soda did go down to this Colossus, and they are pretty lethal. We've seen similar deaths from other teams throughout the dungeon, but that also raises the question of how all the other pulls in the dungeon are going to be approached, because of course we saw some teams just pull everything onto this very first boss here, but both teams are deciding to split it up a little bit. It is a 25 fortified raging, so that does make sense.
And it also takes a long time for the mobs to even walk up the stairs and even be able to gather up the pool takes a long time. So I like the strategy by both Eclipse and Dogs to not do that and just finish off the trash by itself. Now, unfortunately, that Colossus, with all of those trolls dying around it, getting those stacks up, just doing so much damage with that fixate, finishing off Soda there, but did immediately release, did not use the battle rest, so that means they still have that safety tool available in case something does go wrong later on. But there we go, Eclipse already having that first transfusion going out from Priestess Alunsa, focusing her down, making sure they don't get an extra transfusion coming in. But other than that, they don't have to fully focus the boss here, because Alunsa basically finishes off herself with the transfusion cut.
Yeah, absolutely right. First mobs are dying off now for both sides, and you can see that that is going to be everything for Eclipse as that last transfusion does come in. On the right-hand side, the dog's a little bit behind, maybe also because of that death that they had earlier, just costing them a little bit of extra time, but now that transfusion is also going to kick in, and they will both make their way towards the bottom. Now, the big question to me is, have they changed priorities in what they actually want to snap towards Razan? Are we going to see any of the Dinomancers? I would expect that we won't, but I'm ready to be surprised. Eclipse now in the arena at the bottom of the pit and in fight with Razan as some of the Sky Screamers come running.
Yeah, we do see a bigger pull being done here as Yargi did pull the Sky Screamers, and some more trash is coming in that was being pulled by the tanks. So both Kira and Lamike pulling some trash from top of the stairs. Now, this dungeon, we actually see a Fear coming through on AJ here, and then Krona as well. So a little bit unfortunate as they lose some damage coming in because of that Fear not being line of sighted properly. And Dr. J does go down for DAWGS. They do have that battle rush. Thankfully, they did not use it earlier. But Lemite also in trouble as he does get eaten by Rasan here, being devoured from that fixate. Did not use the Shadow Melt perfectly to get that through. But they did recover, used the Bob, I believe, to be able to have Lemite survive here. Very nicely done by Velo. But yeah, they're a little bit in trouble. No more battle rush available. Everyone's dropping a little bit low. All the trash still alive as well.
Honestly, there's so much going on for both of these teams. On the left-hand side, we saw another fear come through as players were running off to left, right, and center. This, of course, is also going to slow them down. So it's really hard to tell who is actually getting the better handling on all of the chaos that is developing for the teams. For the DAWGS, it definitely has to hurt that they now have yet another death against them with that extra penalty. But I do like how they recovered. I thought that was really good, and they've done well here. ECLIPSE are going to pull ahead here, though, as Soda unfortunately goes down for them. They do not have a battle rush.
Yeah, this Juggernaut still being alive, somehow not being able to cleave it down properly with the rest of the group, and then one of those charges going through, doing 1 million damage to Soda. It, of course, being physical damage, very deadly against these cloth casters. So, unfortunately, not being able to survive that. And yeah, that means they have to finish off the boss without that damage dealer. ECLIPSE now done with Rasan. Did use that gateway that was being set up earlier by Krona, and now they're going to be setting up for either another trash pool or they're pulling it on top of Volcal, which is something we've seen a lot. I doubt they're going to be doing this on this 25-45 key, but this pool, either way, is super difficult. There's just so many casters, so many things that have to be interrupted. We've seen many teams struggle with this pool in particular.
We have, and that's just because there's so much going on at the same time. You do have the Sky Screamers in here. You do have the Transformers, as I like to call them, in here, that basically transform you. So you got to make sure that you get out with the Doctor's debuff. It's just a lot at the same time. But for ECLIPSE, the trash is nearly already finished as the DAWGS have yet another tragedy strike the board. Lemite goes down. The rest of the team follows. They have to set all of this up again. That's another 5 deaths for them as ECLIPSE is able to pull ahead and go into Volcal.
Yeah, this is what I mean. This pool is so difficult, especially the setup. What happened here for DAWGS is one of the Sky Screamers in the back had a fear cast go through. Everyone's feared. Lemike goes down, and there's just no way to recover this as soon as your tank is dead. But yeah, these fears going through is just so difficult. But yeah, this whole pool, the whole setup, especially because they also don't have any offensive cooldowns available because of the previous pull on Rasan being so insane. So yeah, unfortunately for DAWGS not being able to pull it off, now they have to go a bit slower because they do not have the cooldowns available to attempt the same pull again. So now they have to do everything a little bit slower and one by one, more of a life route, which means that they're going to lose even more time, unfortunately. ECLIPSE though, they are on Volcal, they are done with the totems, they are in phase 2. We do see that they are running, they're not running a full Shadow Melt comp. That means that they're probably not going to be pulling the trash, or they did actually. Huh? Interesting. All right. So, So
yeah,
everyone
they pulled
has
in.
Shadow Melt. Yeah, so, okay, so let me explain. So the Honor Guard in here, the Reina made it Honor Guard, cannot be killed because the totem for the Honor Guard that needs to be killed before he can be damaged is outside. So usually what teams are doing here is they run a full Shadow Melt comp, except the Mage, because the Mage is invisibility. And then after they're done with Volcal and after they're done with the Witch Doctors, they just Shadow Melt off the aggro from the Honor Guard and then they move on. But ECLIPSE is not running a full Shadow Melt comp. Their Paladin has Dwarf Racial. So that means that the Paladin cannot drop aggro from this Honor Guard. So now I wonder what their strategy is on what they're going to be doing with this Honor Guard once Volcal is dead. But I'm sure they're going to show us in just a moment.
Okay, I have a tinfoil theory of AJ actually staying back, killing the totem, and then they're going to summon him and snap it over. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but it would be pretty
He can't
cool.
drop combat, so he can't be summoned.
Right.
So it doesn't work, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It was tinfoil after all. He's probably just going to die.
Or maybe maybe they get the Honor Guard into the last boss and just off-tank it? I don't know, we'll see. So you can see
Where
there,
is it?
we saw some Shadow Melts coming off. So Krona Shadow Melted. The other ones are not mounting, so you can see they're still in combat here. They are not mounting up. They are pulling some of the Sky Screamers here. Yeah, maybe they just drag it on to the last boss. We'll see in a moment.
Maybe the overlay is wrong and he's actually... I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm sure Zyro has the deets on it all as they're now dealing with these Sky Screamers on the side of Eclipse. Dogs have also engaged Volcal, and my cat seems to have calmed down, which is great. So we are going to be moving on for the left-hand side. Eclipse making way towards that final boss, as they only need that boss to beat out the Dogs in a 2-0. We're going to be seeing Krona run up here, get that gateway up to make sure that the team doesn't have to deal with too many of these spiders. You can see he's already up there. And yeah, we're going to have to ask Zyro about that honor guard.
The honor guard, I just saw it reach the group, so it's definitely there. They definitely cannot mount up. They're still in combat. I wonder if they actually just have the wrong, because it's possible that they just literally forgot to change the class or the race, right? It's possible that they just forgot and they noticed halfway through the dungeon. They're like, oh no, I guess we're gonna have to improvise, and then this is just what happened. I'm not sure. We're gonna maybe have to ask the team even if we don't figure out the problem. Either way, it doesn't matter. Eclipse is now on Yesma. They have the Sky Screamers that they need for that last percentage. Doesn't matter where this honor guard is, if it comes, if it doesn't. Who cares? They do have Bloodlust in 20 seconds back up as well, so they're going to be able to deal with Yesma. And Eclipse is just looking so strong. Like, they still have 0 deaths on the board, which is incredible on a 25-45 raging afflicted dungeon here, where they do pulls like this. It's just absolutely incredible how well Eclipse is performing today.
It is absolutely correct. Now that Sky Screamer has also died off for Eclipse, and this is where that Bloodlust is going to come in. Now, the only thing you need to do is watch your feet as these spiders roam the place. You need to make sure that you're not going to be stepping in any of these. Otherwise, Doa is going to get his Caster Curse license revoked, but everything should be good for Eclipse. We do have that honor guard now into the rest of the poll with 23% to go for them. 2 battle wrestles available, and that Bloodlust is going to work out beautifully as they are going to be taking this 2-0 against the Dogs.
Indeed. It looks like it's yet another 2-0, and Eclipse manages to get the win. They're not quite dead yet. A lot of people coming into this, we had the discussion internally before the broadcast began. Title said it on the broadcast, predicting Eclipse to go 8th. Well, that is not the case. They are still very much alive and looking a lot better than they did in day number 1, I would say. That said, Dogs are out, kind of shocking, but I want to hear what Zyronic has to say about that last map.
I mean, the thing that I'm surprised in general, because this is our first look at the Ateldisar, right? We ramped this up from 22 in the group stages to 25 fortified for the global finals, and teams are still going for the same snap routes, right? And when you're running a triple cloth comp, the variance on these pulls can be incredibly high if things aren't set up to a perfect amount, a perfect setup for every single CC. One fear goes off, pull's dead. You're done, and that's what happened to them here. But the spot deaths randomly leading up to this really kind of cost them too much time, in the way that Eclipse was playing was just lights out. And you know what? I was just as confused as you guys without AJ having that shadow meld to him. What is the plan here? And it turns out the plan is just like, okay, we'll stun it and run away, and then when it gets close, we'll shackle it, and then when it gets close, we'll shackle it again. And then at the very end on Razan, you could finally see it trickle in at the end. This has to have been he forgot to get on his Night Elf character. I can't imagine why you would want to be playing Dwarf in this dungeon as a paladin. I feel like Night Elf is probably the better play, right? So, I don't know.
It's a nice pivot, I suppose.
It's a little
they got
weird.
It done.
Sure. Yeah. That being said, Eclipse, fantastic play from them all the way through. This team crushed it, and for a team that looked very shaky against Echo yesterday, they look a lot better today. And, you know, part of that, I think, as well, is when you start getting into these higher key levels, you know, like we've been talking about, Mix, like, this team, they're known for being a high-key pushing team, and as the MDI level key level pushes up, you kind of start going into their territory, right? And they play a little more lights out. And, you know, one final note, guys, they did a 25 in just over 10 minutes, just under 11 minutes. I would hazard a guess that 90% of chat probably hasn't even done a 25, let alone in 11 minutes. Like, that is a crazy fast time for a key of that level.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and honestly, it's not that much slower than the times we saw set in the lower key level, the arguably much easier quote-unquote version of Ataldazar that we saw in the cups too. So in the group stages, so it is an impressive performance by Eclipse. They're going to go on and face Perplexed later in the day, and that's going to be an interesting one to watch. I'm looking forward to that one now.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be very interesting, but of course, before to Perplex, there is yet another elimination map coming up, though. Our very last hope will be our next battle between the lower bracket teams, and I'm really excited for that one because I think both teams are pretty great, and I think this might be our first 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, it might be. Who knows? So I guess we'll wait and find out. Everyone can hear me, right? Oh, I'm back. All right, great. All right, Dratnos is messing with me in chat, I guess. All right, but that's right. We got a lot more to go at the Mythic Dungeon International today for sure. We're only halfway through our 6 matches of the day. 3 2-0s so far. You know, I don't know what's going on. It's their 7th 2-0 in a row of the weekend. It's kind of wild, actually, considering the quality of these teams. And to be fair, a lot of the 2-0s have been extremely close. The vast majority of them have been, so 2-0 can be a little bit misleading of a score because it really could have easily been a 2-0 the other way, or it could have been a 2-1. It's just kind of how things ended up. But we'll have to kind of see. For now, though, Eclipse 2-0 over the Dogs, and we do have another map movement quiz to check out, dungeon movement quiz. I'll never stop calling them maps. I mean, it's dungeon movement maps, map movement maps, maps. Let's see what it is. Assad, Bone Maw, Mindbender, Gersha, or Ancient Protectors. Oh, Assad, welcome back.
Assad is back. Bone Maw is back.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Who's Assad again and
Okay.
Bone Maw? Oh,
Assad.
God.
Assad's the end of
Vortex
the end of
Pinnacle.
Vortex Pinnacle. Yeah.
Okay.
Bone Maw,
yeah,
second to
true.
last boss in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what was that? That looked funky.
Whoa.
Some big
Everybody
movements.
moving across. Yeah. I mean, Assad does involve some decent sized movements. Yeah, everyone has to jump in the triangle, but I don't see everybody like grouping up really tiny. So. I don't think
Could
it's
this
him. Well,
be Mindbender and them
I think
LOSing?
it's very soon. Yeah.
I don't know.
They're moving
did a
really
lot.
weird.
Probably Bone Maw, right?
Okay.
The boss kind of pulls you in for one of them,
Oh,
so you need
yeah.
to stand
Oh,
in
yeah,
the,
that's
in
Yeah, they're
right.
standing in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
circles.
that's right.
the circles.
I
Yeah,
forgot about
that's
that.
the only
yeah.
thing I could think.
Yeah. I think Bone
Well, they're
Maw.
all-
Yeah, because they're also moving from one side to the other when Bone Maw is like appearing in another
Yeah.
area.
That upper left part must be where Bone Maw actually is, maybe. And then
Yeah.
the spreading is getting in the bone piles and all
This is
that.
for
Yeah.
sure a season
Okay.
1 comp. Season 2
Oh
comp.
man.
Oh, look
There's
at
an
the
evoker.
class colors. Yeah, there's the evoker. Yeah, definitely.
Hawk Evoker.
Definitely last season. Yeah. All right. So are we all settled on Bone Maw? Well, you're
Assad.
wrong. It's Assad. Ha!
What?
Why are there 2
Ha!
warlocks? Why are there 2 warlocks? I'm confused.
You know, you never know when you need a
What
couple
warlock comp
warlocks.
do we
Wait.
have?
Did
I
they
don't
run?
Do we have 2 warlock
Did they
comp?
run Destro Demo once? I think they did.
I think they did.
Oh, maybe they did.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
true,
getting
they
really
did.
tricky
I
with
tried
us
to
now.
forget
All right.
about that,
True.
but
All right.
I think it happened.
I remember that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, see, I was wondering about Assad because of the triangle thing, but where it kind of seemed to be happening in the same spot, I thought it maybe wasn't, but I don't know.
Technically, both Assad and Bone Maw have the same kind of mechanic where you need to stack inside of a little space on the ground to dodge one of the boss's mechanics. So, yeah.
I suppose, yeah.
Thank
that's
you,
true.
Zyro.
They're the same
I appreciate
boss.
you saving our saving our honor out here.
Yeah, all out, yeah.
And it still was
Makes
not
sense.
Razan, so it's gonna be any
It's a win
minute
for
now that the
everybody.
next one is gonna be Razan.
Yeah, we all win. That's what we've decided.
Oh.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, thanks again to Warcraft Logs for putting that on for us. Archon.gg/wow. Go there. M+ stuff. You want to learn it. Warcraft Yaks on Twitter. Make some more of these maps. Won't mess with you as much as our production does, I guarantee. Actually, I can't guarantee that. Maybe they will. You'll have a good time either way. But that brings us once more to a bit of a break. I feel like it hasn't been that long. I feel like we barely got started with that one, and we're already moving on to our 4th match of the day. So yeah, quick break, and then we'll be back with Legendary versus Last Hope, which doesn't sound like a lower bracket matchup, does it? But it is. That's just the way things are in the global finals this time around. It's very competitive, so you want to watch it. One of these teams is going to be going home. See you in just a few. Yar, welcome back to Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me is Makes, Tunnels, and Sky Captain Drat. How you doing?
Another beautiful day of dungeons, me hearties.
Where's your mount?
I just want
Where's your mount?
everyone to know that this was sprung on us like
no idea.
1 second before we went live.
I literally just looked over as the countdown happened, and I saw this.
I was looking over as the countdown was happening too, and like on our feed, we actually didn't have any of our 4-box here like in screen,
Yeah.
and then like our producers are here, he counts 2, and he switches it to the 4-box, and Dratos is just full pirate costume. I'm just like, what in the world is going on?
It's impressive. It's impressive. Wow. All right. You could be I could see you playing a pirate in a film. Oh, you've even got the hook even.
What
Wow.
happened to your hand?
Well, let me tell you about my hand. It was a boarding action against the Kultirist Navy off the coast of Duratar, where a swashbuckler sliced it off, and that was pretty nasty. But don't ask me about my eye.
What happened to your eye?
Well, a fly landed on it,
Oh, ouch.
and then it was my first day with the hook, so...
Oh no. That's that checks out though. I mean, that's a very logical explanation actually. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome, Sky Captain Dratnos.
Thank you,
What-
glad to be here.
If you're defeated, what item should we look forward to you dropping the most?
I think Harlan's Loaded Dice, my favorite pirate-themed item. That thing is really good.
There's no
I miss it
Dratnos
already.
theme items?
No, nothing yet.
Oh, okay. Thought there'd be a trinket like Dratnos pack of maps or something.
Ooh, well, speaking of pack of maps, we have,
yeah.
this is our series here. So, Waycrest taken out by Legendary, Last Hope deciding instead to go for the Galakron's Fall, which means we're starting in the Rise, and then we go to a Thicket and potentially a deciding Blackrook Hold. Now, between these two teams, I actually feel like Legendary have been looking better over the past few games that we've seen out of them. I feel like Last Hope have had like medium speed, high consistency, but I feel like Legendary have certainly had higher speed, maybe slightly lower consistency. So I actually think that this is a Legendary favorite series. I don't know how you guys are feeling.
I think
Yeah.
that this is also a Legendary favorite series, but at the end of the day, I feel like there's a large opportunity for them to kind of mess up, wipe to something. I feel like Legendary has pretty reliably had really fast strats, but at the same point, they're also liable to kind of wipe and, have less clean runs just as a general rule, which I think Last Hope is in a good position to take advantage of.
We'll find out, right? I mean, I had Last Hope in my top 4, so I might be wrong here. We only tracked the top 2 rather for our predictions this weekend, but I think I had Last Hope going 3rd, if I remember right. I can't remember exactly, but
Yeah, now you can say anything, and we'll have to
That's
believe
true.
you because it's
That's true.
not on an image. So
If they
Doa,
lose-
I will refuse to believe that.
if they lose,
I've
I definitely
seen
have them going
Dratnos'
7th.
predictions.
Yeah. Hey, if Dratnos can do it, if Sky Captain Dratnos can do it, anyone can, right? We can all change those predictions if we want to.
Well, Dratos does control production.
That's true.
True.
That's true. Well, if you seize the means of production, you're in good shape as far as accomplishing your goals. It seems like, yeah, fair enough.
Here's a fun fact for you. Thus far, every time we've seen the Rise, it was decided on how clean teams were pulling off the snapping tech. And every time a team has failed that, or was just a little bit slow with it, that was the team that lost the dungeon. So that's definitely where we're looking for the big pinpoint in the Merzon's Rise.
Yeah, there's a couple of key points there with the snapping tech where it's
Here we
like,
go.
did you get a good patrol on your Rift Mage? Did you end up snapping the Farseers into the second boss fast enough? Those are kind of the things that we're looking to see.
Absolutely right. For now, it is going to be big pulls on both sides, though. We're going to expect that Bloodlust to come out, and there it is for both teams, as well as they are killing off the trash here, and then going to be moving into that first boss. We have seen a little bit of a change throughout comms in this dungeon, but now everybody with that snapping tech has settled on to bringing that Boomkin. Or actually,
Drogo's playing Feral.
Drogo's on Feral.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
Last Hope on the right-hand side actually getting all of their mini-bosses killed off 10, 15 seconds maybe ahead of where Legendary are. That's a big deal because those mini-bosses are actually what decides tier's spawn rate.
Yeah, that's really, really good for them. Now grabbing the rest of the trash. Did they just grab the mini bosses and are now getting everything else that Legendary did at the beginning?
They're grabbing some of these vanguards off to the side. Cryptix is also using them to maintain his SKB, so they're trying to utilize all of the additional trash to maintain some of the tempo that the Fire Mage gains over time, I think.
Yeah, and like you said, Last Hope first on to tier. Legendary now also proccing that boss fight. Keep in mind, they don't have healers, so it is always going to be a question of the damage that is going out and how they utilize all of these defensive cooldowns that they have. You can see it on the left-hand side from Wexy, having that Vampiric Embrace go out, make sure the group is protected as the first couple of hits rain in, with some of the extra mobs still there, making sure that the group is nice and topped off. But we will be going into phase in a little bit, and I was wondering how you felt about what we saw from Mandatory and the stacking of the debuff there.
Stacking of what debuff? What are you referring
the
to?
buff,
Sorry.
not the debuff, the buff in the orc phase.
Oh, I mean, I think that ideally I think from Last Hope, you're probably trying to get it on everything except for Feral. Feral does like haste, but it likes haste, less good than some of the other specializations that you have here. In addition to that, basically, you're just trying to not get them on your tank at all. For Legendary, look at this. They have 5 stacks on everybody except for Lepan. And so both of these teams, it's like pretty crucial that you're getting 5 stacks on all 4 of your DPS if it's possible.
Yeah, Wexy I think was only on 4, but they also have one more big hit go out without everybody being topped, and Hopeful did proc that Cauterize there. Unfortunately, that's going to be on cooldown now, but they are trying to finish off the boss. Last Hope on the right-hand side has already done so, and is going to move on and get in fight with these mobs here that then enable them to start that mini-game, which we know can cost teams time as well.
Legendary kind of low HP going into this Dragon Marauder pull. Without a healer, it's going to be a bit scary. They do have actually access to VE on Wexy for the side of Legendary, but that Marauder and that Dragon combo of damage is just going to be super high for all these people. Tobo healing himself a little bit, and Legendary is going to be fine. They're going to be able to get this trash dealt with, but that was a bit scary there, I think.
Yeah, it was, and at the same time they need to try and speed up whatever they're doing, now pulling nearly ahead, so it is working out as the doors open on the right hand side with 1 second earlier. Both of these teams will need to get through this arena as fast as possible, and then keep in mind they also want to activate that waypoint to make sure that if anything should go wrong, they at least have that graveyard spawn.
Cryptic's already making it through for Last Hope. I actually think you can save a significant amount of time here if you get all 5 of your members through at the exact same time. That is like a huge gain. And Dorky being able to make it through for Last Hope, do they have all 5 people make it through?
I think there was someone running in the back there for Last Hope that we saw as Dorky moved through. Goop, unfortunately, not being with the rest of the
Legendary
team.
had all 5.
Comes. Legendary did it!
Yeah, and so that's going to actually allow them to pull both of these dragons probably 2 or 3 seconds ahead of where Last Hope are. And so while they were a little bit slower on the boss, they basically evened up their time.
Yeah, that was really good from Legendary. I'm not sure if they activated that waypoint, because it seems like they were all coming out at the same time, but we'll see, maybe? They definitely were casting it, but I'm not sure if it finished. We'll see whether or not that matters. For now, we're going to be needing to kill these dragons, and then for the big meat of this key, so to say, the snapping tech will be seen in a couple of seconds, and that is going to be crucial.
Yeah, so they actually have to kill 2 of the Rift Mages that are standing on top of these portals first to be able to get both of these portals activated. This is going to be fairly standard between both Last Hope and Legendary, as you see there. They're gating across. You don't have to actually have the Rift Mage killed off to be able to deal with it. You can look at what Last Hope is doing with Cryptix, where he's pulling that additional Rift Mage. You just kind of have to walk over where that portal is to be able to get the RP of that started. And Hopeful going down, he does release, so I think that they did get that waypoint that you were talking about earlier, Makes.
Yeah, they definitely should have that if he releases. Should be back with the team in a couple of seconds as well. There he is, jumps on in. Tobo goes very low here for Legendary. Can he survive this? He cannot. Wow, does go down here. 2 deaths on the side of Legendary now already, as Last Hope seems to be getting through this cleanly.
This is why no healer is so feast or famine, right? Because you open up very fast strategies. But Tobo there, if there was a healer, he would have been topped up, and it wouldn't have mattered. Like, he would have never have died to that deviation melee, except for the fact that he has no way to actually heal himself. You saw him stop and try to cast a regrowth to be able to get himself topped, but it didn't end up mattering. And now for Last Hope, they are pretty far in the lead. They've killed off the Rift Mage to start the RP. They have both of those portals activated. You do see that Cryptix, Drogo, and Goop and Smacked have all pressed their Shadow Melds, and they're making it to different parts of this area. Now, Dorky's going to get this Rift Mage low enough, meld it off. Drogo should be in combat with the Rift Mage, and he's going to snap it over to the Morchi platform. And so you see Drogo making it here. He's just going to basically go around this Time Bender, hopefully not activating it. That would be a calamity.
Yep.
So
Worked
now,
out, taking the long route.
Exactly. Now Dorky is on the main platform. He's going to leap away, meld it off, and the threat is going to go to Drogo. He's probably just going to Extinction Event, Iridal Staff. The Rift Mage here shouldn't be too big of a deal. Actually, he's feral, so it doesn't really matter. So he's going to kill it. But they're going to summon a portal here, and then Dorky is going to summon Snap, the other Rift Mage, and they're going to fight that on top of this Horde Destroyer.
Exactly, and that's really cool because, as we all know, this particular boss spawns some extra mobs that if you just fight them by their own, they're really annoying and take a long time. So what teams have been doing is snap them over to Morchi to make sure they get actually the most of their time, and that's exactly what they need to pull off. On the left-hand side, everything seems to have worked as well, if I saw correctly. We're now watching whether or not they can pull off that extra snapping.
Legendary actually evened up the time a lot with the snapping. Like you were talking about earlier, the snapping is what's been making a large portion of the difference between teams this weekend. And Legendary getting to Morchi first, it looks like both of these teams are going to pull Morchi within seconds of one another.
Last Hope has it. Oh no.
Okay.
Taking too long on the side of
Lepan's
Legendary.
in combat.
Last
Lepan's
Hope
in
has
combat.
it going.
Oh my god. Lepan's going to have to die, and then somebody's going to have to go back over to the battlefield platform, res Lepan. Oh, this is like minus 45 seconds for Legendary. This is really, really, really bad.
Yeah, he's trying to get back to the team, so actually not even resting him, and instead waiting for him to actually go through.
Oh no! Okay, it's fine.
He took the wrong one.
It's fine. It didn't matter.
It's just taking too long.
Oh,
Last Hope
my.
already finishing out the extra trash that they have here, making headway on Morchi as well. As Legendary is now in fight with these trash mobs, and they're actually just playing them on their own without Morchi.
Oh my gosh, that is a huge time loss because, like you saw for Last Hope on the right side of your screen, this pack that Legendary is playing by itself, that Mix was talking about, they snapped that over to Morchi, utilizing Sigil of Flame and just those portals. This is huge for Last Hope. I would say that this is probably a multiple minute time gain for them, being able to do this part clean. And this is a part that they actually struggled with yesterday. You saw Dorky kind of get stuck, not being able to get that pack pulled correctly, but now Last Hope has actually turned it on, and they're looking really good.
Yeah, and on the other hand, you're seeing Legendary actually struggle with it, waiting there for a little time before they can actually go back into the portal now, and then to actually fight him. In the meantime, Last Hope already finishing out Morchi here, and like you said, it's just so much extra time that you have, and that's time that Legendary didn't have to begin with, right? 3 deaths on their clock, already working against them.
Legendary also has the Alliance version of this fight, which is... I don't think on like an MDI level is like that much harder, but it's slightly harder. One of the main differences is the archers versus the what are the mobs? The archer equivalent mobs for the Horde side. For some reason, the Horde equivalent side, whenever they start casting their serrated dagger cast, you can actually just like white swing on them. You can melee them, and they'll cancel it. Whereas for the Alliance side, you actually have to cancel that cast.
Yeah, the footmen, is that it? No,
the
they're
axe
also
thrower.
called archers, I think. Yeah.
It's the axe thrower versus the archer.
Yeah, there you go. But, of course, now we know that Last Hope already has another boss finish that Legendary still needs to do. Massive time difference between the two teams, and not necessarily what we expected going into this dungeon when we were talking about it as we were loading in. Legendary has been a team that has been showing off with really great routes, and then sometimes inconsistency gets the best of them. That's just pretty much what happened here.
Oh, Tobo go down
here as well.
Yeah, okay, and so Legendary actually kills Battlefield off first, but like we were talking about earlier, oh my god, Morchi is right on top of the portal patrol for Legendary.
Oh no.
No. That is cataclysmically bad. Oh, Drogo going down for last
Does
hope.
it matter at this point?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
I don't think so.
So he's gonna stay dead, and you saw Cryptix. So Cryptix doesn't have Dragon's Breath, and he doesn't have Blast Wave, and what he actually gains for that is speed while in invisibility. And you saw him triple blink invis off as fast as possible to try to get the RP started. Drogo's just gonna wait until Cryptix goes through that portal to release, and it's not that big of a deal for Last Hope.
Yeah, exactly. They would, theoretically speaking, not jinxing here, they would need to have something really big go wrong for Last Hope in order to actually be on par with Legendary again, right? That's what Legendary's hoping for at this point in time. They're just wishing that something goes wrong for the other team, because that's the only thing that could turn the events here. They're even going to use that Bloodlust on Morchi here.
Yeah, ripping that Bloodlust here. They're just trying to get off this boss as fast as possible. It makes sense. If you get fewer of those phases where the boss will split, they have to do the guessing game. It's actually a pretty big time save, so it makes sense that they'll just like rip the lust here. For Last Hope, yeah, like you were saying, I think that they have to wipe to Deos for Legendary to be able to come back.
For now, that's definitely not what they're doing. They're going to move on. And they'll play this extra trash here. Now, this one is a little bit spicy with no healer. We have seen teams take some hits from it when we were in Fortified. It is tyrannical, so it should be a little bit easier for the teams, and it has been going over quite quickly every time we've seen it.
Yeah, and I mean, you see Smacked ripping his VE. He's doing 130k HPS as well. So, like, he's able to basically heal through one of the schisms from the Marauder plus the AoE damage from that dragon. He ends at 106k HPS, and that's, like, pretty good. In Drogo, notably, on the right-hand side, also saving that Nature's Vigil for the boss. So the orbs, whenever they come down, do a really large amount of damage to the players. And so making sure that he has that Vigil available to be able to get people topped back up before the second orb hit is nice.
Last Hope approaching that final boss now. Deos is a little bit spicy when no healer. There's a lot of damage going out. We can talk about that just a little bit, so that'll be something that we need to pay attention to. They do have one Belrest, and they also have that Bloodlust, notably, that will help them to survive through it as well.
I think you also need to watch out for those I want to call them Rift Mages, but I don't think that's the actual name of the ads that the boss summons. They'll put like a debuff on you. Yeah, the Keeper, I guess that's what they're called. Yeah. They'll put that dot on you. You can like meld it off, or you can potentially dwarf it off if you want to. There's also mass dispellable, but making sure that you reduce the amount of Keeper dots that are on you is actually a pretty big deal. And you see right here, everybody's popping a personal for these first set of orbs going off, and Drogo's still holding on to that Nature's Vigil.
Yeah, you need to really stretch these out. Make sure that you have something for every time there's big damage coming in, right? You will also see that VE be available on the side of Smack. Just making sure that every time damage is happening, something is also coming back to help the group survive this, and they're doing a fantastic job of that. Like you said, they also have all of the Shadow Melts available because, of course, they're all running Night Elf for shenanigans that are being done in this key here, and that will help them to deal with these dots as well.
Yeah, so the Keepers are going to be going down. I have a suspicion that Last Hope is going to start lusting this double Keeper set here in a couple seconds. They alternatively can wait until the very beginning of P3. Those are basically the two times that I could expect them to lust. Yeah, and like we were talking about right here, you don't want these two Keepers up for an extended period of time because of that debuff that it'll put on you. And oh my gosh, they're actually just melting these double Keepers. I don't even think Deus is going to fly up into the air. Holy moly. Last Hope just did so much damage. What?
That's really cool. So I always love this portal tag that allows players like the Warlock to just stand there and turret fire at the mobs, and using that together with the Bloodlust, just allowing him to have 100% uptime on these Keepers is really, really cool, and they definitely did a lot of damage there.
And now you get good Twist of Fate value, you get good Scorch Execute value for the Shadow Priest and the Fire Mage on the side of Last Hope. And Deos already dipping to 6% HP, knows Dormu is going to summon some of these Dragon Aspects, and the Dragon Aspects will kind of like solo the boss from here. They do just an insane amount of damage. And Last Hope is going to be downing Deos here in just a couple of seconds, and this is going to be a big win for Last Hope. We didn't know if they were going to be if consistency was going to be able to overcome Legendary's slight time advantage that we were predicting. But so far, Last Hope having better portal management, showing that consistency is the most important thing for Rise.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with that. Last Hope coming away with the win in this first map in the series and keeping their hopes alive of moving on in the lower bracket. But again, I'm going to say it again. I feel like this one's far from over, right? I mean, Legendary looked a little bit out of sorts in that one. And so, you know, if they can get it together for map number 2, we could see this one get tight.
Yeah, 100%, right? Like, this is one where if you're Legendary, you just have to shake this off. These things happen. You know, you have these maps where something goes a little bit wrong, and then you kind of get a little spiraling, cascading set of issues out of that, and it's a best of 3. What you can't let happen is you can't let it hit your mental at all, right? You got to make sure that you're staying focused. You know, you stay confident in yourselves, and we can get a little bit of a look at where things started going a little bit wrong. We had our first few deaths here for Legendary. They did opt to open that portal, which it's something we've talked about a little bit, but you know, there are teams that have decided to not open that portal, to not set up that graveyard. Echo, notably, has done that in some of their runs, and it is a little bit faster, but then you set yourself up in this horrible position where you might be unable to release, right, without having to do that run back, which I think it makes sense for almost every team to just open that portal, unless like everybody gets through all at the same time immediately on their first attempt. It's kind of free if it's already halfway done before you get through. But yeah, we had this snapping issue for Lepan, the combat, trying to be able to bring it over through the wormholes, and then they had to readjust their entire strategy and move over to the other side. Last Hope actually weren't perfectly clean either. Towards the end of that battlefield, they had those 2 deaths come in, but they were in really good shape. And what I love about what they did here, popping that Lust and burning those 2 keepers before they actually both opened their portals, was that it stops Deos from going up in the air. That's not normally a huge deal. It's nice to let your tank keep hitting. But if you're going to play a Feral Druid, your Feral Druid is going to be doing nothing while Deos is up in the air. So if you can actually do a little bit more damage and make sure Deos doesn't ever get airborne, your Feral Druid gets to just keep doing full damage during like 20 seconds when otherwise they wouldn't. So I actually think that's a really good optimization out of Last Hope. In general, I think it's probably good, but especially if you're playing a melee DPS.
Yeah, it certainly seemed like a nice little adjustment for sure.
Melees are being very thankful for that. So,
Yeah.
People can take note of this, I would say. Thank you for explaining, Dratmas.
I don't know.
see a ton of
Yeah, I mean, you
those.
need a lot of damage to do that, is the thing, right? Like you need to save cooldown. Like the Lust there is pretty important for it. So depending on the keystone level, depending on your damage, you know, it may or may not be something you can incorporate into your weekly keys. But making sure that the boss is as far away as possible from where those 2 portals are going to be is another useful way to get some extra running time that they use there too. So, I mean, yeah, really great. You can just see on the Last Hope damage meter, there's not really a dip there when the boss goes airborne, which there often is towards the end of this dungeon.
Yeah, that's interesting. It kind of almost peaks a little bit too, but
Yeah.
like you said, putting a little bit more damage into it, yeah.
I think looking forward, how are you feeling about Legendary's chances in a sanguine DHT, Dratness?
I still think that... So I think that Legendary, I would have had them as like 60-40 favorites coming into this series. Given that Last Hope has won a map, though, now, I think Last Hope have a good chance of winning at least one of the next 2, because I do think the teams are pretty evenly matched. And, I mean, yeah, Last Hope have looked consistent. They've looked pretty clean. Obviously, they had a couple of deaths there at the end of Time Lost Battlefield, but Time Lost Battlefield is low-key one of the most lethal bosses out there. You know, I think it's one of the most underrated bosses in terms of killing people, but it really does kill people at a pretty high rate.
Where would you rate your lethality at in terms of bosses, Skycap and Dratnos?
Yeah, top 5 for sure. Top 5 for sure. Just below
okay.
Archmage Soul. Yeah.
That's fair. I like that it was a very humble assessment of yourself. I appreciate that.
I'm not trying to
Humble.
compete with Archmage Soul. That's on another level.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Well, it's a Legendary down the game to Last Hope. We'll see if they can bring it back. Darkheart Thicket is the next one to contend with, but the question is, we've seen that dungeon be really, really rough so far today. Wait, your eye is just fine.
What?
I thought you said he recovered quickly. Yeah, I have a feeling your hand is going to get better in the near future as well.
Oh, it's gone. Look, there's nothing there. It's a hook.
How's the hook attached?
It's how do they attach these? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm a pirate.
Isn't it? I'm trying to remember the movie Hook, and I think it's that like they just had like a base thing on the wrist, and then you would just like screw the other attachments in there, you know?
Yep, that's the one.
Thank you, production.
That's what
There you
That's
go.
what I got. All right. Well,
So anyway.
yeah, 24 fortified sanguine Darkheart Thicket. Really, actually, going to be an incredibly technical dungeon, right? Like we've seen Darkheart Thickets in previous weekends, but the combination of the key level, the fortified affix, and the sanguine is going to make these trash pulls. Every single one of them is going to have like mythic raid boss levels of execution.
Yeah,
think,
we saw it before between Perplexed and Mandatory.
Oh, yeah.
And the fastest time we had this weekend thus far is 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Looked pretty clean for Mandatory, I want to say, so probably one of the faster routes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Perplexed had a real hard time against some of the pulls in there. I can't remember the name of the mob, but you know the ones that fear you, the Shambler,
The Dwellers. Yeah, that's
Dwellers,
what I was
that's
going to say.
there. Yeah.
The first pull of the dungeon, anything that involves like a bear, especially bears into the boss for whatever reason, that's just liable to end your run immediately. Additionally, those Dwellers, if we miss an AoE stun whenever we thought it was going to be coming, or any AoE stop gets missed, somebody gets feared, or potentially we just have bad sanguine management, we can also lose upwards of 30 seconds to that pull pretty easily.
Yeah, bears into a boss is something that it sounds pretty doable, but you actually kind of have like a double sanguine problem where you can't sanguine the boss or else it's tragic, and you also
Yes.
can't sanguine a bear or else you're going to get another roar, and that's going to kill people too, right? So it's a very, very sketchy proposition to try and execute a pull like that, but it is so tempting because if it works, and you know it can work, right? Like you know you can do it, it's just not 100%, but if you can, it's a huge time save.
I mean, whenever we saw Legendary in their Cup weekend, they were going much larger in Darkheart Thicket than all of the other teams, to the point where they were saving, huge time saves. They were running like a Mistweaver Monk and playing maybe arguably a little bit safer of a composition, but they were doing such larger pulls that they were able to have 30 to 45 seconds ahead of the competition. Sanguine is a huge added variable in this key now, though, so if you mess up your Sanguine, you can be punished almost immediately if you don't play perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had the biggest heartbreak on Sanguine earlier between the Bolt Bandits and Echo, just going to show what that affix can do.
Yeah.
So hopefully Sanguine plays nice in this dungeon between Legendary and Last Hope, and they have it under control.
Well, this can be a tricky dungeon with Sanguine just by virtue of the floor, kind of like camouflages it a little bit sometimes, I feel like. So it's like you've got that extra little layer of additional graphical difficulty, I feel like, in this one to worry about. It's a lot of worries.
Here we go.
Yep. Can Legendary keep themselves alive? Let's find out.
Mirror comps for both of these teams. Nobody busting out the Mistweaver Monk. I think that a lot of the teams have figured out how to do that bear pull into the boss without needing that Mistweaver Monk to kind of give them that added level of safety. Instead, they run that Resto Druid. The Heart of the Wild and single target damage that it provides is just slightly better than Mistweaver Monk generally. So it makes sense that they're running that.
Yeah, and it's also cool to see that both teams are
the lust.
basically doing exactly the same thing, but here is where stuff changes up a little bit, at least. Legendary lusting first, getting this pull underway, but Last Hope is going to do the same thing on the right-hand side.
Yeah, neither of these teams going with the added difficulty of pulling all this trash into the boss. How do you feel about Legendary lusted really early? It kind of makes me wonder where their second lust is going to come up, because they pressed their lust while the pan was still grouping the pack as opposed to after the pack had been grouped. And Legendary doing a great job of kiting out Sanguine. You don't even see it on the healing meter. This is insane for Legendary. They do have a little bit of Sanguine healing on a poison move, but that's not even that bad.
On that last one, yes, I mean, same thing for Last Hope, right? Both of these teams getting through this really, really cleanly. You're now going to see these gates come in to try and get the Archdruid RP started, let them enter this room and start this boss. But like you were saying, I think it is possible to run like a 1030 Darkheart Thicket. We saw the 1056 from Mandatory, as I said, and I felt like this one could have been faster. It was clean, but it wasn't the craziest fastest route. So I think it's possible that Legendary probably in their practice is landing around that 1030.
That would be kind of crazy. Looking at both Last Hope and Legendary, both of them grabbed this Blossom Dryad pack into the boss. You saw Lepan and Dorky grabbing it before the boss had been engaged. And this is actually going to be a lot of added trash count that's going to be coming into this boss. However, there's the added effect of sanguine potential. If you end up healing this boss, it would be terrible.
It absolutely would. So let's not speak that into existence. Both of the teams are going to do everything in their power to get these mobs out and away. You can see the Dryad on the right-hand side for Last Hope already away from the rest of the pack. And now one more knock coming in to make sure that the Blossoms are also dying away from that boss. Left-hand side, similar things happening. One more Blossom that they still need to kill off. Make sure that that one is not landing in boss, but that should be all good.
Yeah, I mean, that's just giving us a Havoc target for Chaos Bolts as well, give us a bit more resource generation for the for that Destruction Warlock. Alternatively, you could just Havoc the A-bombs, and it's not like too big of a deal. Both Last Hope and Legendary is a bit ahead in count, but I think that Last Hope's going to be somewhere in the order of about 5 seconds ahead on the boss.
Yeah, there's one more Blossom that just died off for Last Hope, so their count just going a tiny smidge higher now as well, as you said, but Last Hope finishing out the boss first. Now, the big question to me is how are we going to deal with the next pack of the dungeon? We saw different options for different teams thus far. We've seen some teams pull the Keepers, most teams opting not to do that because they heal back up the Blossoms, so that is what we're now going to focus on as both teams make way through that area.
This, I think, is the make-or-break pull for a lot of teams in Sanguine, Darkheart Thicket. Even in non-Sanguine weeks in Darkheart Thicket, this is the part where you actually see some people potentially die, or things go awry where some mobs
Last
snap
Hope.
in not the correct way. What did you see for Last Hope there?
So Last Hope engaged those Keepers, if I saw correctly. I did see the Sigil of Flame land under them, and on the left-hand side for Legendary, I saw at least one cage come out onto the Keepers, so making sure that Legendary actually doesn't have them in their pull. We did speak about the difference in count, so that could just be the reason for it. Last Hope trying to equalize their count there, make sure that they actually have enough as they group up these big pulls.
This is really big for Last Hope. Last Hope had a better Dweller pat than where Legendary was, meaning that their Dwellers were able to get grouped a decent amount faster. Dwellers are the limiting factor for being able to get Oakheart pulled off. And so whenever you get those Dwellers grouped faster, they're likely to go down a little bit quicker, and then you're going to be able to get the boss pulled, and that's like a huge deal. The Legendary, with a slightly smaller trash pool that you were calling out earlier, maybe they're going to be able to get these Dwellers dealt with. They need to kite out Sanguine, which it looks like they're doing a good job of. Minimal amounts of Sanguine healing, maybe a little bit to that Dweller at the end. I think we're okay with this. It's not like the end of the world.
You can see on Last Hope's side, Oakheart is activating. Same thing should be happening on Legendary's end now. Of course, here, once again, you do want to make sure that the Sanguine doesn't land anywhere close to where these bosses are.
Legendary taking a little bit slow.
Engaging the boss. Wow.
I don't think they want to pull the Blossoms into the boss, is what I assume is going on. They're just kind of taking it a little bit slower.
Yeah, but this took really long.
Yeah?
I mean, just in comparison to what we normally see, we would at least see them finish them out while the tank would already start pulling the boss. So definitely prioritizing, making sure that you have this finished off, the Sanguine is down, then you go into boss with your cooldowns up and ready. A little bit different for Last Hope, and you can see it in the boss's HP as well, as Last Hope is leading.
Yeah, Last Hope has a lot of Blossoms on the boss, where Legendary actually grabbed some of these slimes. Last Hope really needs to make sure to not Sanguine heal the boss here. They get a nice Typhoon to make sure that Sanguine is not going to heal the boss at all, but Legendary, by finishing off all these Blossoms, actually has a decent amount of time to just purely single target down the boss, and they're actually catching up and passing Last Hope on the boss itself.
Wow. That's really good. You can see all of the Sanguine on the side of Last Hope in the meters there. 30 million on the side of Last Hope is not ideal, not where you would have wanted it to be.
I didn't check. Did the boss heal to Sanguine? Or is it just one of those situations that with Dorky having to kite the boss permanently, you end up losing a little bit of uptime just on the boss? I can't tell exactly where that time loss came from. The Legendary are going to be able to down Oakheart probably somewhere in the order of like 10 to 15 seconds ahead of Last Hope, which is a big deal, considering the fact that they pulled the boss 15, 20 seconds behind them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure if anything went onto boss. Maybe Dratnos will know for us once he comes in as analyst here whether or not there was any sanguine ticks. It could have been, I feel like, just by how much Legendary was able to catch up on this boss. Now, we are going to see both teams basically pull everything into Dresseron. We're also going to see them engage the bats on the opposite side of these tree stumps here, I imagine, to make sure that they have all of the count that they need before they can go down into the tree stump.
Yeah, and
There we go.
Looks like they got the bats pulled in. They also have this Blood-Tainted Fury, which we've seen take out some people. Last Hope playing a slightly more difficult version of this pull with a second Blood-Tainted Fury. Now, they do the Assault cast, which is that charge. The charge should technically be aimed at the tank, and so if the group kind of knows where to stand and knows where the tank is going to be standing, it shouldn't be too big of a deal, but it can get a bit difficult at times, especially whenever the tank is trying to get threat on things like the Bloodseekers, get threat on the Blood-Tainted Furies. If anybody ever spawns one of that Whelplings, it can be a bit tricky. But Dresseron going down a lot faster for Legendary than it is for Last Hope.
Yeah, you can just see the bosses melting on the side of Legendary. Of course, they do need to win this dungeon if they want to have a chance of making it through the lower bracket here at the MDI. So everything is banking on this dungeon and them being able to take this point, whereas Last Hope would very much like to take the 2-0 and run with it. Both teams trying to finish out Dresseron here. You can see the Fury still being a little bit of a menace, just walking around, creating some extra chaos on the right-hand side for Last Hope. We still have 2, I believe for Legendary, it's only that last one.
All right, so now
Goes down.
the bursters are spawning on the side of Legendary. You probably end up committing a Silent Sigil here. It's not ideal, but assuming that it's going to be up for the Shade of Xavius pull, it should probably be fine. They are going to have to send some more CC on these bursters as well. But Legendary downing Dresseron a bit earlier than Last Hope, and they're going to be making their way into that log, pulling Shade of Xavius with all this trash. This is probably the last very difficult part of the dungeon, arguably even the hardest part of the dungeon. And so it's very interesting that Dark Arctic is backloaded in this regard. And we don't have Lust on pull for either of these teams.
Yeah, both teams do have enough count, though. Last Hope even enough to skip a little bit here, whereas Legendary basically needs to tag in everything and go really big. And now we're coming back to the point where you're thinking about that Bloodlust that they committed really early on the side of Legendary. They're going to get it back up and ready just a little bit before Last Hope does, and that could be a changing factor here. You can see sub 1 minute for them.
Yeah, sub 1 minute for Last Hope as well. It's going to be up about the same time. I think Sanguine management is the most important thing here. If either team has a Sanguine heal on the boss, that's pretty much it. Because Sanguine healing bosses, like we saw in Oakheart earlier, I think that boss ended up healing a bit more than we necessarily called out on the commentary. And that's like a pretty big deal. That's kind of why Last Hope lost all their momentum going into that boss, where you really, really need to make sure that both of these teams have 0 Sanguine healing.
Yeah, absolutely true. So let's keep our eyes open for that as the trash is dying off here. Need to make sure that the boss keeps walking out, does not get any of these ticks. Legendary on the left-hand side, stutter stepping it out,
okay,
making sure that it dies. Looks really good here. You still have a little bit of extra trash in the background there, but it should be dying off in a couple of seconds. Right-hand side, we see a little bit of Sanguine, but I'm not sure what if that was on the boss.
Ooh, Last Hope having just a couple more mobs still up. It has an imp. There's an imp that's bathing in Sanguine. There's still a summoner and a stalker got healed to full on the side of Last Hope. So a significantly less clean version of this pull than what we saw from Legendary. Legendary had near perfect Sigil of Chains management to get all the mobs out of the pack. They also had really good silent sigils to make sure that those mobs kind of stayed grouped up, and everything ended up getting killed off perfectly for them. Lust has been popped for both of these teams, but I think this is going to be Legendary's to win. There is 5 seconds of depth differential.
Yeah, Tobo
that
just
is in
went
favor
down.
of Last Hope.
So he
Yeah.
went down to the Stalker there, getting millied off, and that is going to be 5 seconds. These teams are pretty close, so it could come to that, depending on how it goes here. 100% count for both sides. Now reached as Legendary finish off the Shade of Xavius, and
Tobo did it
Tobo
again.
goes down again. That's another 5 seconds in favor
the time has stopped.
of Last Hope. Can they do it? 2 seconds is going to be too close for them,
Oh,
and I don't think that will be it.
Wow, yeah, it looks like there was a little opportunity at the end for Last Hope to close it out 2-0, but even with those last-minute deaths on the side of Legendary, it looks like it's going to be enough for them to get the victory and send us to our first Game 3 of the weekend. It's happening, but man, that was close. That was very close. There was some worrying deaths in the very end, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't believe it's taken us this long to get a 3-game series as well,
Seriously.
but it is a very deserving one, as a lot of what went wrong here was this Sanguine Heal for Last Hope on Oakheart near the start of the fight. 11 million Sanguine Healing came in on the boss. It's very tough to avoid that when you're a tank on this fight because you're getting thrown all over the place. You've got, ads that are under the boss. And yeah, you can see on the HPS meter there, the damage actually had already been done. It was 11 of that 14 mil was to Oakheart, which, 11 million healing, that would have been the difference there at the end.
Oh. Yeah.
The reason that Tobo
Wow.
died at the end there for Legendary was, so those Stalkers, it's not that they get Sanguine healed, it's that they get CC'd and they walk in late. And actually there was one that just Tobo had threat on. He had healer threat on that just walked over and attacked him directly. And that was his first death there. So that's something that, there's just so much going on. When you add Sanguine, you're adding a huge mechanic to every single mob in this dungeon. You also have these stack and spread mechanics of the Growing Paranoia and the Nightmare Bolt on this encounter that really add a lot of extra fiddliness to it as well, to an already difficult fight. So I'm impressed that both teams were able to keep the Shade of Xavius as clean as they did. And yeah, Last Hope they're going to be kicking themselves over that Oakheart Sanguine healing for sure.
We were a bit critical about Legendary not just full sending the trash pack into the boss with those blossoms, but Last Hope kind of showing why maybe Legendary taking the slower approach of finishing off those blossoms and then pulling Oakheart might be a significantly superior
your
strat.
tank is just so busy so much of that time on that fight, right? You're dodging the breath, you're getting thrown at somebody who you kind of have to tell them where you want them to go if you can't move yourself when you're being handled by the boss. You're getting knocked back by the boss. The boss is standing still half the time as well, casting its various abilities. So, if you get a couple of Sanguine healing ticks on the boss, it's not faster then. It would have been faster to just do the trash beforehand.
Yeah, you got to respect Legendary for taking a little bit slower and just saying, all right, we just want to try to play it clean and just complete this dungeon cleanly, and whatever the speed ends up being, that will be it. We'll win or lose, right? And it got him to win. Barely. We're going to dungeon number 3. And, now what's going to triumph, right? The exciting, risking, a slightly more aggressive approach of Last Hope. Or Legendary, who appears to be, kind of trying to rein it in a little bit and just get it done clean.
Yeah, that Blackrock hold is very interesting, right? Because we were talking about it before, a very risky snapping strat from Echo, and we haven't seen any other team copy it yet. We have seen some other variations, how teams move through that dungeon, notably with that gateway that we saw earlier on. But Blackrock hold, very volatile, a lot that can go wrong, lots of big pulls, and then the big question of, is anyone gonna copy that Echo strat that they saw yesterday?
I got some intel from Dorky earlier today, and he was saying that they can put up an 1140 run in Blackrock Hold, even without the snapping strat. He thinks that their run yesterday wasn't indicative of what they really can do performance-wise.
Wow.
I don't have any intel from Dorky, but even without that, I think that this is actually a Last Hope favored map. I think that if you look at Blackrock Hold, so many of the pulls are these kind of medium-sized, I would say. You're gated by your progression through the dungeon anyways. And you don't have an affix in here like Sanguine that's going to cause extra execution constraints on them. I think that Last Hope have a really good chance in this sort of setting of just executing their strategy with a higher degree of consistency, of doing good damage, right? Like doing good damage on a single target encounter. That's something that I trust Last Hope will be able to do. Of course, Legendary will be strong at that as well. So this is still 60-40 at best, but I'm kind of on Team Last Hope now. I started this series thinking Legendary would win, but I think this map might be a slight Last Hope advantage.
I'm thinking too.
Well, Last Hope, let's check the numbers, right? Yesterday they played it against Mandatory. They finished it in 12:32 with just one death. So, pretty solid run already in the books on the weekend. That was to a loss to Mandatory, but still, remember, that was probably one of our closest series of the day, too. So, they already have a pretty decent Blackrock Hold in the books for, the global finals. So, if they can even improve on that, then, yeah, I'd say they have an edge coming into this one a little bit.
Well, we haven't seen Legendary's Blackrock Hold yet. It could be anything, really,
true.
right?
That's true. They didn't
wouldn't
play in
count
their
them
group.
out just yet.
Yeah. You never know. I'm trying to go back
I
and look
think,
to see what they... Yeah.
I think the first pull is probably the hardest part for both of these teams, though. Like, this is a pull at the very beginning that if you have one person die for one team and you don't have that same death for the exact other team, you actually lose a lot of tempo in your dungeon. You can lose somewhere between 20 to 30 seconds just by having one person go down, even if the pull doesn't go wrong. Alternatively, we've seen teams wipe to that pack pretty easily. Retainers and counselors are very, very dangerous.
So, looking back at Group A, Legendary played Blackrock Hold twice. They had a run with 7 deaths, and they had a run with
17 deaths or something.
9 deaths. It was 9 deaths. Yeah, it was.
So we know that they probably practice it afterwards because of how it went for them in the group stages. That was one of the dungeons was disconnect issues as well, though. But we are going to be going in, and both of the teams are actually going to be running that Rat Pally here on the healer characters as we move in and get to that first pull that you were talking about, Tettles. It's pretty hard to try and get under control, as we know that they want everything on there. They want to use that bloodlust there and then try and get it all grouped up while also dealing with the boss's mechanics, of course.
Drogo was playing Crusade in here yesterday. I don't know if he swapped off of that for Minute Wings or what. Kind of like a difference in talent choice between AoE versus single target damage. Whereas I can see right here on the screen that Tova's playing that Minute Wings. I'll have to take a look a little bit later as to what Drogo's playing. But both of these teams popping their Bloodlust, grabbing all of that trash and pulling it into the boss. And again, watching out for these counselors and retainers casts. Lady Valadra's Ravencrest, she also throws out a glaive onto people. You have to watch out for the strike down also. This is a very, very dangerous pull that if anything goes wrong and we lose a player, we lose just a ton of time.
Yeah, we do, so let's hope that that does not happen. Bloodlust now pop for both of these teams, as they do not have healers. They also need to once again rotate their defensive cooldowns. You just saw the VE come up from Vexy, as they are making headway through that boss. Now, as we mentioned before, this mini-boss, Ravencrest, is also important to kind of take stock of, to make sure that she is not too high once you actually kill off the Amalgam, because you do want to move on in the overall dungeon progression. So something teams need to keep in mind, and also maybe get some damage onto her as the Soul Burst goes out for Legendary, but everybody survives here. Same thing for Last Hope on the right hand side, and Legendary seems to be just a tiny smidge faster here.
Yeah, killing off Amalgam is actually the main limiting factor, because then you get that RP started for opening the door. That door progression is, what did you say, 20 or 30 seconds long between being able to get that dealt with? So you don't really care about killing off Lady of Valandra's Ravencrest. Instead, you really, really care about killing off the boss.
We have seen some teams be stuck in fight when the door opens, so it's definitely something you need to know about and keep in mind as well. But for both teams, of course, they have plenty of time here as the doors are about to be opened, and it looks like Legendary, has about 2 seconds over Last Hope. Now, we expect them to go pretty big here for that next pull, right? I think every single team we saw in the Blackrock Hold thus far just pulled the entire staircase and everything up until to the commander. So I'm assuming that both of these teams are going to do that once again. And that's, yet again, another pull where a lot can go wrong. You need a lot of CCs to make sure that all of these pounces and daggers and arrows are not sniping anyone.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the disadvantages here of playing without a healer is the archers do just an insane amount of damage. Yesterday on this pull, we saw Drogo actually have bubble available to him. He does not have bubble available to him now, so he's going to have to kind of wait in the back. He actually bops himself while this pack is getting grouped up to try to get a little bit more damage. So the big thing for both of these two teams, for Legendary and Last Hope, is getting the mobs killed off that summons this commander that you see. So getting the RP started for this next trash pack is like the big... is a big deal here, and making sure that you actually start to continue to progress the dungeon as opposed to just like hard AoEing this trash.
Yeah, for sure, but at the same time you also need to survive, so make sure that you are stunning these knife dances. One goes out there for Legendary, is stunned right after that first tick, but everybody dropping a little bit lower than they're probably comfortable with, are going to get topped off once again.
Last Hope getting all their mobs killed off a little bit faster then Legendary actually having that commander summoned 15 seconds, maybe even longer. It looks like that champion is actually what's limiting them. And now Legendary has the commander summon, and Last Hope probably has 15 or 20 seconds ahead.
Yeah, that's really good for Last Hope. We were talking about that tiny little lead that Legendary had coming off of the boss, but that just completely turned around. Now, of course, Legendary will try to finish off the commander even faster now, but definitely Last Hope is going to be finished with it first, as they are going to be moving towards that first boss. We don't even see the gate come in here. They're just so close already. You're just going to be moving up. Left-hand side, Legendary now also following, and this is where the gates come in.
Yeah. Infernal is available for both Legendary and Last Hope. There's... I can't tell if there's Combustion available for Hopeful or not, but there's a Combustion available for Cryptics, and it's getting pressed almost immediately here on the boss. And so Illusana Ravencrest's damage was something that I think Last Hope lost their map on yesterday. So let's kind of take a look at the boss damage between Legendary and Last Hope. What is the prio damage going to look like here? That's the huge limiting factor.
It is a little bit of RNG too, right? In terms of who gets these beams, you ideally either want, the red pally or the mage to get it. If the warlock or the shadow get it, it's a little bit more damage loss here that is going to throw you back. So really trying to keep an eye out for that as both teams progress on the boss. And it looks like Legendary once again is trying to pull up here. They're overtaking Last Hope in boss HP.
I mean, this is kind of what we saw yesterday with this boss specifically. Last Hope, for some reason, just like starts to lose a little bit of time just single target DPSing the boss.
PI just went on cooldown for Smack there, so should be having some extra damage going out onto the boss now to try and catch that little delay back up between the two teams. But definitely interesting. I wonder if they just use more of their offensive cooldowns for that prio pack before the commander, which is where they were so very fast, and then they lose it here. But look, they're catching back up.
I mean, Illusana Ravencrest is like a pretty big deal to be able to get killed off. This next pull with the Scavengers and the Blade Lords is something that, like, on live you would like to have all of your offensive CDs for, but in MDI they can kind of get away with, just passive Shadow Priest damage. You get free Infernal procs from the Warlock, and that's normally enough to be able to keep that pack at bay.
Yeah, you can see now the difference at the bottom there between the boss splits. Legendary really falling behind on that very second one, leading up to Ravencrest. They're now making headway through the boulders here, and the big question is, are we going to see any new and exciting things from the teams? Look like Last Hope is going to try and get something going here. We did see that gateway come up. We have the boulders already out of the way as they are dragging everything towards Smash Spider, it looks like.
They're gonna snap. Hey, this is gonna be big.
So who's actually staying down then? It's Cryptics, right? Because I think Drogo is with Goop, if I saw correctly. Yeah. Okay,
so it's Cryptics and Dorky. So I think that Cryptics is probably going to drop a Ring of Frost for Dorky, is what I'm kind of expecting to happen. And then Dorky's going to meld. The moment that Dorky melds, this Sigil of Misery is going to break. That's when they want the second player here, is to kind of help keep those mobs in a CC while Dorky melds, and then he presses Sigil of Flame, and before the Sigil of Flame contacts the mobs, he's going to accept a summon. So Cryptics know this, which is the same thing effectively as pressing Ring of Frost. Now they both meld off combat. Dorky does that Sigil of Flame that I was talking about, and then they snap the mobs all the way up to Smash Bite. And this is a great usage of Infernal. This is a great usage of the Power Infusion, the Combustion. All of offensive CDs are available here, so you actually save probably somewhere in the order of 20 to 30 seconds doing this in two separate pulls.
It is definitely very good, but it's also a little bit dicey as you have to deal with the Dominators. You can see the Felt Frenzy being interrupted there, as well as all of the trash at the same time. Make sure that none of this gives you any issues. Like you said, all of the cooldowns were available, so they are dealing with it really quickly. Look at Goop just blasting this entire pack. On the left-hand side, you're seeing more of the true and trite traditional route that we have seen in the Blackrock Hold from Legendary, but they were also progressing on Smash Spite, and of course they killed off most of the trash already.
And it's because you get the offensive CDs on the boss, right? Like, you literally get to press everything onto the boss with all the trash, and so that's where that 20 seconds comes from, because a lot of the time that separates the two teams is just going to be like travel time that both of the teams have to do, and so it's really, really nice to see Last Hope adapt and adopt that strategy that was only recently presented yesterday.
Yeah, and when you said Dwarky had a route that's even faster than the one we saw from Echo, of course, Echo's route was delayed by a death in that very first Bloodlust pull that we were talking about earlier on. But yeah, it had to be something like this that included some snapping. Really cool to see from Last Hope.
Yeah, so 9:49 was their kill time on Smash by yesterday without that snapping technique, and they're probably going to get about 20 seconds off of that today. Whenever you're going to see this going down here, it's going to be about 9:30-ish. And so, hey, Last Hope has actually cooked up a heater of a run. They're 20% boss HP ahead of Legendary. For Legendary, they haven't even had a bad run. They've made virtually no mistakes. It's just a slight strat difference. That's the big thing for Last Hope here.
Well, there's still one more pull for Last Hope that is a little bit spicy as they are moving up the stairway. There's all of these lancers and swordsmen. You need to make sure that they're all kept under control. You can see a little bit of CC come out here as the team is grouping up. You want everyone up here before you actually engage the boss. Make sure that everyone is in range for what's going on now. And now everything onto Cortalos. Try and get that buff up to then deal with all of the additional trash as they are doing right now. One more Dominator running up there in the background.
Oh my god, they got a bonus Dominator? That's really bad. Is that intentional? I actually can't tell if that's intentional or not.
Well, we'll try to keep an eye on the percentage because I don't think they need it, but maybe they do. Maybe it is intentional. For now, Kurtalos is going to die off here, and that'll allow them to deal with the Dominator. I think it should be enough time.
So the Dominator, it can accidentally get proxy pulled if you pull bats at a really weird angle. It can just get group aggroed by those bats. If we have a Fell Frenzy go off and on Dantalianax, we probably are just going to wipe if we're on the side of Last Hope.
But look at the percentage. I think they need it.
They need it?
Yeah, look, they're on 99% with everything dead, and now the Dominator goes down, and they have the 100. They actually planned around the Dominator in there.
That's pretty sketch.
I mean, I think it's pretty cool, but here comes the Rat Lord's Guile. Well, if you plan for it, you have the interrupts and just easy. Look at Last Hope. Finishing it out here. Of course, Legendary, let's not count them out just yet. They're also on to Dantalianax. We have seen teams deal really quickly with this boss here, but this is where the Bloodlust gets used for Last Hope, and they'll just smash everything into that final boss to punch their ticket towards one more game in the lower bracket. Legendary on the left-hand side trying everything in their power to deny that, to get their ticket instead. Both teams 1-1, but this one looks to be clearly favored to the side of Last Hope, and North America's dream lives on.
Yeah, getting it done. Just a little over 12 minutes is Last Hope, and they'll take the match 2-1, improving over their time in Group A. They finished at 13-24 then, so yeah, big time improvement over that one. Obviously different apexes and things like that, but funny enough, the last two dungeons was actually a rematch of their upper bracket match in Group A, and that's when Last Hope won Darkheart Thicket and Blackroot Cold. This time, all they needed was the Blackroot Cold to punch their ticket through.
Yeah, I love what they do in this Blackroot Cold as well. They do such a good job of prio damage on the mobs that spawn the Commander mini-boss here that just gets them a couple extra seconds, because that's what you're waiting on in this area. You have a bunch of mobs to AoE, but what you're really waiting on is spawning and then killing this Commander mini-boss. So Last Hope really have done a good job consistently at that prio damage, and then adapting, incorporating this snap, coming up with a route, including that Dominator onto the last boss. You know, Tettles, you were kind of worried about the idea of a Dominator on the last boss, but if you just have one Dominator, it doesn't do anything. You just need one, you have your whole group's interrupts for one mob, and as long as it doesn't cast ever, it doesn't do anything, right? Like, if you have two Dominators, then all of a sudden you need all your interrupts, and if you have three Dominators, you don't have enough interrupts, right? But if you just have one Dominator, it's not doing anything. It's free real estate. It's easy count, and that is a really clever way. Yeah, I mean, I love what Last Hope are up to here. I think their strategy is fast, and it's this combination of fast and safe that will serve them really well for going further in this tournament. And I mean, hats off to Last Hope. Really good job surviving, staying alive in this lower bracket, but very sad to see Legendary go as well. That is a very deserving team that I'm sure we will see again in MDIs and TGPs to come.
So I saw, like, I thought the Dominator was like a bonus Dominator, but I think they only pulled one into Smash Bite. So they did 1 and 1 instead of like the typical 2 that you pull in a Smash Bite, and that's kind of what caught me off guard. That's why I thought they accidentally body pulled 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, the logic
now.
just is, what is the danger of having one Dominator? It's very little, right?
Exactly.
Because you can assign 2 kicks to every cast, and so even if somebody gets stunned or is busy or gets distracted or, spills some water on their keyboard or whatever, you're still going to land that kick. It's if you have 2 Dominators that you start to run into problems.
Yeah.
Or 3, it's over. These things happen,
Yeah, whatever happens, you're ready. You have that interrupt. I get it.
Yeah, fair enough. That's the excuse I always use anyway. Oh, I spilled water on my keyboard. Like, sorry. I thought you had the interrupt. We had plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. They never
Typical
believe me.
enhancement shaman.
Hey, yeah, you're right. Anyway, let's move on. At Legendary, they overcame some adversity to get to the finals to begin with, and so that in itself, I think, was impressive. Obviously, this isn't the result they were hoping for, but I would imagine a team that we're going to see again in future MDIs. There's just too much talent on that squad, and you can't win them all. But it is a 2-1 victory for Last Hope. They will go on to face the Bald Bandits. That's right, in the lower bracket. We still have 2 more matches to go today, and we're going to get into those in a little bit. I think we've got another dungeon map, dungeon movement map to check out before then, but I'm excited. We've got Perplexed versus Eclipse, which is going to be... Hey, wait a second.
Let's look at the
wait a
dungeon
second.
map. Hang on.
Huh? What do your
There
pirate
it
eyes
is.
see?
Let me get my spyglass out. All
You're going to
right.
need both eyes for this one, as it could be any boss, including Razan twice.
Oh, 2 Razan.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is. I feel like this is a misdirect. I feel like they're tricking us here. There's no way it's Razan if they put it on there twice, right?
I mean,
I'm
50-50
going.
chance.
Yeah, there he is.
Look at that,
Peek-a-booing.
Razan. There's no way.
Can we talk about Razan's hip coffins for a moment?
What?
Why? You ever notice
What did
Razan
you
has?
just say?
He's got hip coffins. He's got coffins on his hips. Why?
I mean, because he can.
I guess.
I
I just thought it was an
guess.
interesting fashion choice. They made this undead monstrosity of Alola, and they decided to put coffins on his hips. I'm just saying.
Okay,
it's a-
listen.
people
I'm
line of
looking
sighting?
What
at
are they
this
doing?
Interesting
map.
choice.
I'm pretty sure it is Razan.
This is Razan for sure. Yeah.
I'm going
No,
with Mindbender Gersha.
I'm just 100%. I'm on the Razan hype train.
Oh,
Yeah, I like
actually
Mind
like the
Bender Gersha.
Gersha pick.
Yeah.
I think Gersha's right.
Nah, Razan gang right
You
up.
can't trick
the
me
dead.
with the 2 Razans. There's
Well,
no way.
the pillar
There's
is where
2
they're
of
lining.
them. Surely it's Razan.
Ah,
This is
there
fake
it is.
news.
Look at
Fake
that's
news.
that's Razan, right? It's definitely Razan.
If you squint hard enough.
Yeah. No hip coffins. It's not Razan.
Dratnus could tell that was Mindbender Gersha with 1 eye.
Yep.
Hey, that's the same number of eyes that Mindbender Gersha has. What do you know? What do you know? Well, another dungeon movement map in the books, and it was a memorable one. Not Razan, but it was fun, Yeah. Mindbender Gersha just out there wondering where the jellyfish elevator went, Where's my jellyfish brethren?
No. The portal is better. The bubble portal.
Nah, I don't think so. Anyway, thanks Warcraft Logs once again. Hey, you can level up your gameplay by visiting archon.gg/wow. Find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, and even more. That's right, so much more. And also remember, at Warcraft Yaks puts up their own movement map, so go check them out because those are fun. And I bet you might even see Razan once in a while. Who knows? I'm just making a crazy prediction there, but it is possible. Yeah. All right, so on that note, it's time to move on to our final 2 matches of the day. After a short break, we will see Perplexed versus Eclipse. Eclipse still alive. Still alive, that's right. And Perplexed, they won Group B, but they're on the verge of being eliminated before the top 4. That would be kind of crazy to see. So you don't want to miss it. Come back and join us here on the Mythic Dungeon International in just a couple minutes. Hey, we're back to begin the final 2 matches of Day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm Doa, your host, along this time with default Dratnos, the default skin we have back, which is good, very dapper, you know, looking good. The pirate thing was fun, but we gotta get serious now. We got Tuttles, we got Makes, we got Perplexed versus Eclipse, and I wasn't expecting to see Eclipse here. No shade to them, no pun intended with the shade comment either with Eclipse. But they looked like a team coming into today that needed to do the most work to kind of like stay relevant, right? So the fact that they played so well in their first match is encouraging. And Perplexed is what can I say something other than perplexing right now? Because that's how I feel about it. Because their performance today has been a bit that.
Really? You think their performance was bad? I just thought that Mandatory looked really good.
I thought Mandatory looked really good, but I thought Perplexed would.
Listen,
I'm
not happy. I picked them to win,
map,
but
right?
I don't.
That dark
I think
thicket,
that they,
though.
I think they just got beat by a good team, man. I don't think there's any shame in Perplexed being in the lower bracket
Sure.
right now.
It's entirely possible. I didn't say they should feel shame.
Listen, let them cook. Let them cook, okay?
All right. Well, we'll see how much they've cooked in the matches between then and now. You see, a lot of us picked Echo. Look at Makes, though. Picked both Legendary and Mandatory, which, it's kind of cheating. But, like, one of those teams is still in the tournament, I guess.
Yeah. That's in Germany we say you always need to pre-plan. So I came prepared is what I want to say. I already have my fallback option. There you go.
You can always bump Echo over there, right?
I am getting some flashbacks to a previous MDI weekend where I and some others predicted Perplex to do quite well, and then they were eliminated in like 7th, 8th of
no, man, do
I
not
remember that.
put this voodoo on me.
That's why I didn't put Perplexed in my predictions.
So
I remember exactly those finals.
This series is going to be a huge test for Perplexed because they're coming up against Eclipse, who are, one of the biggest underdogs in our entire bracket. They need to prove that they are, a Echo caliber team, and that's going to involve, handily dispatching Eclipse. But they, in the past, sometimes they've faltered in matchups like this, whereas Eclipse, they might be able to use that to their advantage, as we are going to be seeing both of our 25s in this series, starting off with the fall, and then a little meander to a Wakecrest Manor 24, a little lowering of the key level before amping it right back up in a 25 Ataldazar if we need a decider.
Wow. So Fall is a key that was historically a candidate to be able to 4 DPS in a lot of areas. You end up dropping that healer. On 25 bursting, I don't know if you could get away with dropping the healer here anymore. I feel like the first couple of pulls in here are going to be sketch without a healer.
I mean, it was bursting last time as well, but it was 22 tyrannical too. So like that does make a bit of it. That's a 3 key level difference, right? Which is a lot. So I don't know.
I just quickly want to point out that, as always, we do ask our teams prior to the tournament about like their opinions on dungeons and stuff like that. And Eclipse actually said that they believe the Wakecrest is going to be the hardest dungeon because everyone has been skipping Sanguine weeks, so they didn't get enough practice on that just from life keys.
See, it comes back to haunt you sometimes. Yeah, you got to muscle through those Sanguine weeks sometimes, don't you? Now, Perplexed has played Galakrond's Fall twice in this tournament so far in Group B. But again, that was a very different Galakrond's Fall. That was 3 key levels lower. So, they did well then. Obviously, they know the dungeon like the back of their hands. But it's still going to be very difficult regardless. So we'll see what the start is. Meanwhile, Eclipse, again, they've got a lot to prove too. Great first match. Can they keep that momentum going? We're going to find out because Map 1 is underway.
All right, so we are getting underway with the same comp between the two teams. This is, I think, something that, due to the high key level here and the bursting affix, we're never really going to see anybody mess around too much without that healer, but
yeah,
I'd love to see it attempted. It would be very, very sketchy, I fear.
Look at all the dwarves that we have on both sides of Perplexed and Eclipse. The rest of druids are just going to be dispelling themselves whenever they get a bunch of bursting stacks, whereas all the DPS can just, you either get the mass spell or you jam that dwarf to be able to remove a lot of these bursting stacks. So that's going to be a big deal. I think the biggest question is how fast our team is going to pull the second boss area. Are you going to still be able to do that in 2 pulls, or are you going to have to go a little bit smaller? Those moments do a ton of damage if you don't have them dealt with easily.
Yeah, it's a very scary area, and
Oh my
we
God,
have our first
Eclipse
deaths
having
coming in
deaths.
here. For Eclipse, it's AJ and Yargi down. That is their healer and their Shadow Priest. The res does land on their healer, so they're able to get back into it, but this is going to cost them a little bit of time. Now, luckily for them, Chronocar was already quite low, so it's not the end of the world, right? They are going to be able to actually finish this boss off. They don't need to reset or anything like that, but it is going to cost them quite a bit of time. Brutal.
Residue Blast, I think, is the balls that summon whenever the boss does the leap. I think they actually
you're
got
right,
clipped
yeah.
by those orbs.
Those things do not mess around on a 25 keystone level. That will be close to a one-shot. That will kill you if there's other stuff going on for sure.
A one-shot or you're a warlock.
Yeah, that is another great option. More should consider. Perplexed, on the other hand, a much cleaner first pull. We did have Divine's Cheat Death procced. It was procced by that damage amp on the tank, the Chrono Shear. Ended up causing Divine to lose his Cheat Death. So that is going to be something they'll have to look out for as they move into this area. This area is so lethal. Honestly, my strat in this area is just run at it, and if I get out of here with less than 20 deaths, I'm happy. And I think we may be seeing a similar idea from our MDI teams. I think, honestly, like, if you have a couple deaths here or there, but it lets you do bigger pulls, but not if it's Divine. Divine going down to untwist from the time stream anomaly, that is going to be very bad for him because he now needs to reestablish threat on all of these mobs. Everybody else has to run. Their damage is going to slow down. If they can try and stabilize this, it'll be okay. We have Yargi going down for Eclipse as well, so we're at now a death apiece in this area for both teams.
This is an area on live keys that you 5-pull, and these teams are trying to 2-pull it. And I think is something to really, really keep into your mind. Wolf Disco going down on the side of Perplexed. I think that Divine finally has aggro on all these mobs, but he gets triple striked and dies to the temporal fusion. And then, oh my gosh, Perplexed not looking clean here on the side of Eclipse. They had a death, but I think that they're going to be able to do this area much, much faster. Is this going to be the comeback that they needed?
I think so. I mean, again, this area is all about minimizing the damage, right? It's like if you're building a car, right? You build a crumple zone into it so that people, so you can crash and people don't get killed too much. That's, I think, the idea here with this area is you try and make sure that you can get through without it being too deadly, without, the wrong people dying at the wrong times. Kira still has Cheat Death available. It's going to proc here for him. That's going to be his Cheat Death trinket, and actually he's in a lot of danger right now, so Eclipse are in a seriously difficult position right now. That Cauterize is unavailable. Luckily, it looks like they're going to be able to survive here. A Dwarf Racial used very well by the Wizard of Eclipse's team. Perplex starting to stack up some bursting.
Ooh.
That's going to be a great
Perplex.
Master Spell.
Perplex getting the boss summoned much earlier than Eclipse, probably somewhere in the order of like 20 to 30 seconds ahead. Zasevi going down.
Yeah, this is getting very, very ugly here. Both teams now racking up those deaths in this
Where's
area.
the boss?
Boss should be spawning soon.
Oh, here he
Yep,
is. Here
okay,
he is. Okay.
activating. Both teams, it looks like, actually activating the boss on a pretty similar time scale here. It's worth noting now that Perplexed also do have 2 more deaths than Eclipse do, so that is 10 seconds in favor of Eclipse at the end of the day here. Both teams are going to be pulling the boss at about the exact same time here. Looking at the count, it's actually going to be Perplexed that will have the advantage here. Not only do they have more count now, they've also grabbed a bunch of leeches to pull with this boss, whereas it looks like Eclipse do not have access to those.
All right, let's talk about things that they can skip. So I have a suspicion that Perplex is going to be skipping one of the dragons. That's something that we've seen is possible instead of pulling 3 dragons, which I think is likely from Eclipse at this situation. Perplex, I think, is instead going to pull 2. They're going to be able to skip that with a Warlock Gate. Now, there's a question as to whether or not the trash after Blight of Galakron, how much of that also needs to be pulled. On a 25 Fortified, the Epoch Rippers take a really long time to kind of deal with, and I wonder if Perplex is going to elect to skip any of those pulls with the Epoch Rippers in them.
Yeah, I think that's probably the idea they're going for here. So, I mean, Eclipse maybe slightly ahead. They're ahead a little bit on boss percent. They have those extra 10 seconds of death timer, but I feel like 10% is enough count that I like Perplexed side of this still. I still think I prefer it. It's also worth noting that even though Perplexed had 5 deaths so far, they haven't actually expended their battle res. None of those deaths were battle reses. They were all just release and run back. So Perplexed have a little bit more of a safety net against further mistakes on bosses with that battle res.
Dude, this run looks just like a live run, where he's just... like you said, you built to that crumple zone.
That's what I'm
this
saying.
Area.
You literally just run into this area, and if you come out of here with a single-digit death counter, you're happy about it. It is such a lethal area, and you could try and pull it more slowly, but I think you just go for it. I mean, I like what both teams have been doing here, that you just attack, and Eclipse are actually going to be much faster in finishing that boss off. Their damage really accelerated towards the end here, whereas for Perplexed, it has not. So Perplexed are actually 37 seconds slower on their boss 2 split. They're only 15 seconds slower overall, though, because of the faster boss 1 split.
Though.
Yeah, so
right.
They've traded 10%. Like, Perplexed's advantage is they have 10% more count. They have a battle res.
Yeah.
Eclipse's advantage is they have 15 seconds of real time and 10 seconds of death time in their favor. So 25 total seconds.
I think I take the 10%.
I think I like Perplexed side of this as well. I like the extra safety of that battle res as well, although you don't usually need a B-res on Blighted Galakron or Iridikron, but, you know, on a 25 Keystone level, things happen, right? That can absolutely happen. So I think I slightly prefer Perplexed side of this, but I do think it's pretty close to equal. Like 10% for 25 seconds, I think that's right about an equal exchange.
All right, look at the right side. Eclipse here setting up that Warlock gateway, gating through, making sure to skip one of those dragons here. I wonder what a Perplex is going to skip then if Eclipse is also skipping a dragon at 10% lower count. So Perplex is obviously skipping this double dragon pull. Instead, they're just going to go into 2. It would be really hard on a 25 fortified to pull 3 dragons at once. It's probably possible, but if you get those the ticks synced from those dragons, you can actually have people going down. And Perplex has relatively synced tick rate on both of these dragons here, so it's kind of scary.
Yeah, you can see they are definitely in a little bit of danger. Both teams are doing a pretty good job. The danger here is once your cooldowns run out, right? Once your cooldowns run out, then you start to be in much more danger. You can see Flourish pop there by Zasevi. We've got Darkness coming down, Barkskin activated, Alter Time, Unending Resolve. Everybody is cycling through their defensives, but now those are starting to expire. Tranquility is going to do its best here to keep everybody topped, but once that fails... All right, it's good, though. We got through all the dragons in time before we ran out of defensive cooldowns. Perplexed are fine. So are Eclipse, though. Eclipse are also onto the boss here. No further deaths in this area. And they've started the combat with the boss well ahead of Perplexed.
How would you feel about a petition to remove blight chunks from the damage meters?
Yeah, I support it. Actually, okay. You know, I'm indifferent. I'm not playing an AoE capped class this season, so I'm good either way.
You know, that's fair, but a lot of classes do get a decent amount of funnel, so, you know, pressing your AoE buttons kind of depends.
That is very true.
Could be griefing the rest of your group. And Eclipse, being able to phase the boss into that second phase a little bit faster, the way that this boss works is it will try to pick one of the healer or DPS every single time with the blight cast that hasn't been picked before until it cycles through all 4 players. And so they can kind of tell who's going to be coming up next. This isn't as relevant because they don't have a lot of shadow melds in their group, so being able to meld off that cast isn't something that's like super likely, but it could be useful if they have a good idea of like who's going to be getting that corrosive infusion cast on them next.
Yeah, you do have invisibility from your mage, you have shadow meld on your healer, so you do have some ways. It's just if it targets your priest or your warlock, it's going to go through because they're playing dwarves because of the bursting affix. So
it's a big deal for P3, I think, where you have that 40 seconds between the consumption and the corrosive infusion cast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal on live keys. It's a big deal just because you need it makes it much easier to live. On MDI, it's less about living and more about just the inefficiency of moving around, juggling that debuff between players, and also having your healer have to shift out of cat form. Anytime your healer is shifting out of cat form, that is bad news in the MDI.
Gets put on Swag for Perplexed, got put on AJ for Eclipse, so no difference, honestly, both of the teams having somebody that has to juggle around that debuff. It would probably save them somewhere in the order of like 5 seconds at the most if they didn't have it. I don't think it's like a huge time differential.
It's not the end of the world, right? Your tank just kind of holds onto it and then does a quick toss between the tank and somebody else when it's time to swap.
All right.
Not a big deal.
Let's talk count again. Perplexed 10% enemy forces ahead of where Eclipsed are. How much are they able to skip is the big question here. And are you taking the, what is this going to be, 15 seconds that Eclipse has? Or are you going to take the
it's 10 seconds? So Perplex have closed the gap now to 10 seconds of real time, plus still 10 seconds of death time. So 20 seconds total is the advantage for Eclipse. I think I'd rather have the 20 seconds now, actually. I think you can just AoE everything down onto the boss if you're good, and I think Eclipse are going to go for it. I think they're going to run this all the way to Iridikron's room, and yeah, you can see the Sigil of Silence. Here they go.
Triple Epoch Ripper into Iridikron is very, very dangerous. You have to have near perfect baits whenever that Stonecracker Barrage is going to be coming out in that Extinction event. If you bait an Epoch Ripper like flush with that Chromie safe zone, whenever you have to soak that Stonecracker Barrage, you can be in a lot of trouble. We have seen teams like fully bait left. A Ripper will start doing the Blade Storm on top of the group, and then they move fully to the right. You have to have your defenses perfectly pressed, though, if you're on the side of Eclipse, especially with this many Rippers. Where Perplexed have a lot smaller of a pull that they're going to be taking to the boss, which makes it a decent amount easier to deal with.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit less volatile, but I'm not sure it makes it that much faster is the thing. I think Eclipse will be able to just still focus on boss damage here. You know, a couple extra bursting stacks are going to come out, but they do have a Mass Dispel available. They have all their dwarfs available, so I don't think they're in too much danger of dying to this. Yeah, the Lust is up. They're going to get their first Extinction Blast. Unfortunately, it's going to land on... Oh, no, it looks like fortunately... No, okay, yeah, it went on their Priest, so... They do need to pop some defensives here for a little bit. We have Empiric Embrace going. Bursting. We have Dwarves used by Eclipse during this bursting. It looks like everybody's going to be okay. We got that nice little boost from Chromie, and they're just going to keep pumping into Iridikron here. Boss HP is now the name of the game. Eclipse are 2% ahead of Boss HP on Perplexed, but it is very close, and Perplexed hit that Lust later, so it will last longer for them.
I don't think that either team is going to be able to phase the boss out of this. I think we're getting another shield on both ends. Whenever we were watching this with like 4 DPS compositions on like the 22 or 23 key level, we saw them being able to beat the second Earth Surge phase. I don't think that's a possibility on
I think it's what
25.
They're going for. Like, look at Chromie's health for both teams. It's not really moving up. You'd think that they'd be some hots on it if they wanted to heal it up efficiently.
Cooldowns.
I think you just go, like... You get to the first shield around 95%, I think you're going to be okay, because, you know, you have a longer cast sequence between the first shield and the second than you do between the start of the fight and the first shield. So I actually think Eclipse are going to be in position to make this push in time. The question is, are they going to be able to beat Perplexed? Because Perplexed are hot on their heels now. 92% for Eclipse, 93% for Perplexed. So both teams really doing good damage here on Iridikron. But remember, Perplexed have to not only beat Eclipse, they have to beat Eclipse by 10 seconds. So it is going to be extremely close here. The Extinction Blast now coming out for Eclipse. After this Extinction Blast is going to be that Stonecracker Barrage. They either have to heal Chromie or they have to push Iridikron. Are they going to push in time? Yes, they're good. Okay, same with Perplex now. They also have that same check to make. They have to make sure that they can get Iridikron pushed, and they've done it. But it is Eclipse who are just blasting now into the boss with that final bubble. Yeah, exactly. There's just no way to come back with that 10 seconds of death timer in favor of Eclipse. Eclipse are actually going to kill the boss first as well.
They did it.
Wow.
Wow,
oh my
Eclipse.
God.
Rough day one, but they came to play today, and that is a game one win against Perplexed. And I just feel like this Eclipse team continues to impress me.
Perplexed is a 1 seed coming into this weekend.
I know.
Perplexed won Group B. They won it.
It's wild, yeah. Yeah, I mean, not the result that we were expecting, but I'm here for it, right? I mean, Eclipse is certainly earning it. That was a great run, and you know, I'm sure there's a lot more to say about it, right?
There is. So let's take a gander together as we are looking upon Team Eclipse here. That Residue Blast just annihilating 2 of their players. Keep that in mind, because after that, they only had 1 more death in that arena that Dratna so lovingly called a crumple zone. Whereas on the other side, Perplex actually had a bunch of deaths just racking up because they weren't able to get that pull under control. Divine dying again and again, just kind of not getting it together. And that was the big kicker here. We did see a little bit of a difference in how they maneuvered through the dungeon, notably at the end here for Perplex, a smaller pull compared to Eclipse. But because you have that extra RP, I don't think there's that much value in having a smaller pull here, and Eclipse just showed off with that despite having those 2 deaths on that very first boss, moving through this dungeon in a very, very impressive fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you know, now the question is, you know, can they keep it up in Waycrest manner? It's
Dude.
Right? Yeah, this
like
is
Waycrest is so hard too. I feel like for Perplex, this is like a nightmare scenario where Eclipse takes the first map. You have to go fight out in Waycrest manner, which you can lose to the first pull of the dungeon so easily. Oh my gosh, this is nightmare fuel for Perplexed.
Well, it's kind of like we were talking about coming into this series. I mean, Perplex certainly didn't play bad by any stretch at all versus Mandatory, but they didn't necessarily look like the same Perplex that won Group B a couple weeks ago, right? And I would say they didn't look like that same Perplex in the first dungeon of the series here. I mean, that's not to say they can't turn it around, but they are on the ropes now. They have to win this next dungeon to stay in it.
This has got to be where just the pressure gets to such a high amount for Perplexed, because they've been here before, right? And now they're entering a dungeon that has such a huge chance of wiping, right? You're in a Waycrest Manor. Things go wrong in this place all the time. And if one thing goes wrong for us, we are no longer in charge of our own fate, right? That ball goes into Eclipse's court, and Eclipse have shown up today and have proven that they are not going to give that ball back to you. They're gonna send you home, and that is really, really high stakes for Perplexed. It's going to be a big opportunity for them to redeem themselves from that, 8th place departure from a global finals a year and a bit ago.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, the Waycrest is 24 with Tyrannical Volcanic Sanguine. It's one of those situations that the first pull can easily wipe you. Anything that goes into Soulbound Goliath also just has people die. I think we consistently see deaths on Soulbound Goliath pulls all the time, and so it's just this is one of those situations that you just can't afford a mistake.
Totally, Thorn's gone the wrong person, the same person too many times. Yeah.
I do want to say that I've really liked going to Raw first and using Bloodlust Dare on the trash, because I feel like that's more valuable than Sisters first. So that's something I'm curious for in this series between the two teams, where they're actually headed. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. And definitely a lot of volatile potential is how I would call it in that dungeon.
I'm still trying to figure out what game Dratnos was describing when he was describing about who gets the ball and takes the ball and then just keeps it and goes home.
Yep, it's good. That's good tech.
What game
That's
is
what
that?
I would do. Anytime you're playing at somebody better than you, just take the ball and go home.
You're like, all right, this is my basketball now.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
I feel like that's some lived truth right there.
Look, if I'm not having fun, nobody's having fun.
That's right. It's the worst Space Jam movie ever.
Yeah.
Tettles, you were saying?
I don't remember exactly what I was saying. Oh, it was about the raw pull. I think that raw pull is so nuclear. I don't know if I love that pull just in general, consistency wise.
I think if you are going to go for the potential fastest route, then it makes sense to pull big onto raw, and the only way you're going to be able to execute it is with that bloodlust. But it definitely is very risky, yeah, for sure.
Like 5 gorgers or something like that.
It's a bit saucy, maybe.
I don't mess with those mobs mess with me.
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, Perplex is coming into this Waycrest Manor having won it 3 times in a row in Group B. So it's a different Waycrest Manor this time around. It's definitely a little bit more difficult version of the dungeon, but at least they've got a little bit of that record to, console themselves with. I suppose.
I will promise that it's going to be a good viewer experience. Sanguine Waycrest Manor is very difficult to play, but it makes for good TV, I think.
I like watching the guy in the intro eating the invisible, bagel or whatever it is.
Ever since you pointed that out, I can't unsee it now. Every time we go to it, watch. I think it's right after this bit. Right after this bit, we're going to cut to the guy on the bench that's just eating nothing. He's eating air.
Takes a bite of like an invisible baguette or something.
Yeah, maybe it's the next scene. I don't know. Hold on.
Here it comes.
Hopefully they don't start the key. Yeah, okay, it's about to be right now. Yeah, look.
Oh, right there,
this guy,
right there.
Right here.
On the right.
He's eating nothing.
Wait, he is eating nothing.
It's ghost food! It's ghost food.
He did a gesture like he was drinking as opposed to like putting something in his mouth, though.
But he was chewing, though. There's a mouth movement.
Maybe
I feel like it was
he was telling a funny story about his last dinner with friends. Why are you guys so
snapping
mean?
Into an invisible Slim Jim? What he was describing that he was eating something is like,
and when I bit into the, I don't know, something like that.
So I was having
he was describing his last meal.
Oh, that's true. So anyway, I was eating the Slim Jim and I choked on a piece and died.
Here he comes again.
See, just like this, and then
exactly.
I just couldn't breathe anymore.
Because he just sits there afterwards, right?
Exactly.
There we go.
Oh, thank goodness it's time to get in the dungeon. Let's do this. Perplexed trying to stay alive. Eclipse trying to move on. Oh, and we're in it. All right.
How do you feel about Mistweaver here, Dretnus?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Mistweaver is just so good for this dungeon. The biggest thing for me is just running up, grabbing some trash, and then transcending back down on Lord and Lady Waycrest. We are going to see the left-hand strategy employed by both teams, so nobody is interested in that, like, Echo, run onto Rawl, hit the Bloodlust strat.
That was a hunt from downtown by Kira. The world's longest hunt, even.
Great. That's that's what it's for. That's a movement ability. As both teams are into the boss already. Looks like Eclipse are going to be the first to phase Solina, so Eclipse slightly faster to get this all sorted.
So something you have to watch out for is Sanguine healing here. The small frogs, the toads, don't drop Sanguine. The acolytes, the captains, the guards, all those mobs can drop Sanguine. And you need to make sure that all of the sisters, not just the active sister, are out of that Sanguine, because any Sanguine healing on the boss would be just catastrophic.
Yeah, it's very difficult to move these sisters as well at different times as well. They're almost entirely rooted. You have to just move them on when you've interrupted them. And it looks like you can see Eclipse are just letting the two inactive ones free cast so that they aren't in any danger of moving into the Sanguine. And then they just know that they don't move Sanguine onto where those mobs are. Really love what they're up to here. And Eclipse are already now entering their fourth of 6 phases. But Perplexed are actually ahead of that and have just exited that. They're entering now phase 5 of 6. So even a little bit faster, although Eclipse grabbing a little bit of extra count. You can see a Disciple and a Guardsman coming in here.
Ooh.
These are the two that... You remember when you used to get top left back in BFA?
Yeah,
These are the two that would be up there that you would grab at the start of the dungeon. So a little bit of cheeky extra count for Eclipse, but much more damage for Perplexed. I think Perplexed have definitely gotten the better of the opener here.
I would tend to agree. I think that they have the better of this exchange. Now I'm interested in seeing if either team pulls this witch that we're going to see here, or if they're going to be skipping it. You can actually hug the wall, or just use a meld to drop it after the fact, and skip a witch here. And Perplexed again. Okay, so they're hugging the wall. That's exactly what I was describing. If you hug this wall super tight, you can omit this witch spawning. But if you don't hug it as tight as Perplexed did in this clip, then you're going to be summoning a witch, and it's going to be doomed for you.
Yeah, Wolf Disco then just quickly dancing back inside the house there to grab those Disciples and extra Guardsmen from the corner. Divine is in quite a bit of danger here, but does pop Metamorphosis, so we'll be all right. And it's quite a large pull that Perplexed are working on here. Yeah, they haven't even got Matron Alma in this. They're just doing a trash pull. Little Sigil of Chains is going to be used to try and get mobs out of the Sanguine. It's going to be quite effective, although you can see still 3 million Sanguine healing does come through.
This is where we start chanting for Zeus to call down the lightning right on top of the mobs.
Yeah, although you got to be careful because sometimes that can cause Sanguine to spawn. You can actually see Sanguine healing now spiking up the meters for Perplexed, but they've still done a good job of finishing this pull quickly. They're going to now start fighting Matron Brindle with the Soulbound Goliath. Meanwhile, Eclipse have had a different idea. They have had Matron Brindle, but AJ goes down to a Runic Bolt from the Disciple. That is going to be their Soul Stone, so they won't have a B-Res now for the next 7 minutes. Dangerous times ahead for Eclipse as they hope to avoid any Sanguine healing on Matron Brindle.
I think Eclipse is okay. They cycle back to their third Silent Sigil of the pull. That's how AJ died. Is I think that they were a little bit slow on getting any leg sweep or any follow-up CC out of that second Silent Sigil. And whenever that happened, that bolt just goes off and kills AJ. And Perplexed has a pretty stark lead on Soulbound Goliath HP-wise. Eclipse, I guess, maybe a little bit ahead in terms of trash count. But there's potential trash count on the side of Perplexed as they still haven't killed off Matron Brindle.
Yeah, the Matron Brindle here for Perplexed is going to be very important that they do not Sanguine heal Soulbound Goliath, right? That is a risk here that they cannot afford to have happen. Any ticks of Sanguine healing on any bosses is just going to be so brutal. It does look like Eclipse have gotten into combat with the Soulbound Goliath now, so we can see a 30% boss HP difference in favor of Perplexed. Eclipse do have a little bit more count, but that's going to be equalized once Matron Brindle dies.
But Eclipse has pulled a lot of trash onto the boss. Where they pulled a decent amount of Gorgers and Revelers. Is Perplex going to grab some after Brindle dies?
Maybe, but I mean, this is so sketchy with Sanguine. Look how much they're having to move Soulbound Goliath here, and there's just such a risk that you're going to run it into the fire if you're doing this as well. Kira is also just in some serious danger here. This is a big, aggressive strategy from Eclipse, but I feel like this is going to cost you quite a bit of damage. Like, look how many casts are having to be canceled here by the casters of Eclipse. Not to mention, whenever somebody gets rooted by those thorns, it's catastrophic here.
Yeah, so whenever you get Soul Thorn, you really, really, really want to be in melee because you get good cleave value from Ignite, you get good cleave value from, Shadow Crash and stuff like that. But whenever you're kiting the boss around, it's nearly impossible for your casters to kind of keep up with the boss. And Eclipse drops incredibly low as they reset Soulbound
Perplexed.
Goliath stacks.
A shine
my
goes
gosh.
down.
Oh, no! Ceiling,
oh,
cross ceiling,
Sanguine.
the boss on the...
The
Oh
Sanguine
my god,
is
get the boss out of the Sanguine!
The blood on the floor. It's going to happen again. Okay, no, they're
Oh
all
my
right.
god, stop!
It's okay. It's all right. Stay calm. Breathe in, breathe out. Eclipse are still a little bit behind Perplexed here. Perplexed now just a 10% boss HP advantage. And that was brutal. The Thorns is out again on a shine. That was what got him last time. He got Thorns, and then he got Life Gripped, but unfortunately then he got Wretched. So they did the best they could to try and keep him alive, but it was just not quite enough. And now you can see Eclipse are slowly starting to accelerate on boss damage. Less than 10% separating the two teams on Soulbound Goliath HP. Next Soul Thorns comes out. Ooh, it spikes the Warlock for both teams once again. That is just unlucky. These Warlocks keep getting spiked. I bet both teams think they are so unlucky, and the only saving grace is that the other team is encountering the exact same thing.
You really hope that it goes on the mage every single time, because mage can actually blink out
They
of the
just
Soul
click blink and
Thorns.
it's free. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Perplexed do finish that boss off. 60.66% trash count for them as well. Eclipse are also going to finish the boss off. They're about 10 seconds slower, and they have 3% less count. So Perplexed do have a lead here. But oh boy, if you're a Perplexed fan, you are in so much distress right now. This is a extremely close game.
This is a very scary pull that both of these teams are doing. Ooh, Eclipse is actually not going into the boss with this trash immediately, instead electing to play it a little bit slower, killing off some of these maggots before taking this trash back into the boss. Perplexed on the left-hand side, whenever they get these peasants killed off, they're also going to summon 6 or 9 maggots that they're going to have to deal with.
All right, Power Infusion comes out. Wolf Disco drops super low, drinks one of those potions of Withering Dreams to bring himself back up to full HP, but now he's got an extra dot to deal with for a little while, so he's going to be even more fragile for a little bit of time. Perplexed, though, have that Power Infusion rolling. That is going to help them try and just crunch through all these mobs. Unfortunately, there is a bloodbath in front of Rawl the Gluttonous right now, which means a couple of these mobs are going to survive a while longer.
Yeah.
But it looks like Perplexed have done a good job of stabilizing, and this aggressive pull for Perplexed is working out beautifully for them. They've killed off all this trash, they've avoided any deaths, and they are now 20% ahead on the boss. Meanwhile, Eclipse are fighting the boss, but they actually still have a bunch of trash alive. They are taking a little while longer to do this, splitting this pull in half. Sometimes faster is safer as well. Sometimes just getting everything grouped up and then popping a bunch of cooldowns can just get you done with stuff really quickly. Ooh. Wolf Disco drops incredibly low, but a beautiful altar is going to return him to full HP. Nice maneuver.
He still has Cauterize available.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared for Kira right here, Dratnus. He still has 2 stewards left beating him up with that meaty rampage, and he doesn't have Cheat Death available.
Yeah, this is a dangerous time to be a demon hunter. These mobs in particular, these Banquet Stewards, are among the most deadly mobs for tanks in this dungeon. So until those are dead, your tank is not safe. And without that Cheat Death Trinket, it is a very nerve-wracking moment for Eclipse. Meanwhile, Perplexed are about to finish off this boss. They do have that Rune Weaver that they've just invited into this pull. They'll be cleaving it down with the end of Rawl. 79% count here, so they're nearly done with count. Just need to grab a little bit more, and then they'll head downstairs.
We need 88.5 before we head down to the Lord and Lady area. That's assuming that we're not pulling, Matron Alma and other trash.
I think
into
Matron
the Lord and
Alma
Lady
is
area.
guaranteed to be getting pulled here. I think almost everybody is fighting Matron Alma either immediately or dragging it down or grabbing it later. So we can see now Perplexed are actually fighting a Thorn Shaper and 4 Hounds.
Ooh, the MC.
Yeah, so they're going to MC the Thorn Shaper, and they're just fighting these hounds, dropping that Sanguine behind them. I like this. It feels inefficient to fight a pack like that, but on Sanguine Week, those hounds are going to be so obnoxious if you bring them down and you let them drop Sanguine in your pull, especially with these Thorn Shapers, with these Diviners, these mobs that just stand and free cast at you, the candles that you're already needing to use stuff to move mobs out of. You really don't want any low health mobs that are going to proc that Sanguine.
We're going straight into the boss on the side of Perplexed, and this is a huge deal. They need to make sure that they avoid Sanguine healing Lord Waycrest, making sure that all these soul essences die away from the boss. A great Sigil of Chains by Divine to, again, make sure that is happening. The Diviner gets a little bit of Sanguine healing, but it's not the end of the world. They're just going to be spinning on these mobs, making sure to get kicks. Curse of Tongues is a great asset here, and Yargi going down on the side of Eclipse.
That's not good. He's going to have to release as well. 7 seconds until their battle res would have been available, but He's going to have to release and run back instead is the decision for Eclipse. That is really rough. That's going to cost them quite a bit of time here.
That's a huge time penalty.
And now they're
Do you
just
summon
sitting
him?
and waiting. Yeah, I mean, this is rough. I don't know what you do if you're Eclipse. At this point, Eclipse are so far behind that I think if you're an Eclipse fan, you are just hoping on Perplexed's downfall, right? You're hoping to see something go wrong for Perplexed because really there's just not much of the dungeon left here. Perplexed just need to finish off Matron Alma, and then they'll have almost all their count. And then they'll be just finishing off the last two bosses, and that is it here. So Perplexed just have to hold on. They just have to keep cool for a little while longer. And honestly, the hard part of the dungeon is over. I feel like this part of the dungeon is less bad than the courtyard area, the first pull, the Rawl area, right?
I feel like Perplexed have just consistently gone a little bit larger with their trash pulls into bosses and consistently just been a little bit faster. It's not just been like one big differentiating factor between the two teams, but it's just been Perplexed has been slightly better at every single point in this dungeon.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's not been flawless, right? They did have that death, but they've done a really good job of minimizing anything from spiraling out of control for them. And yeah, I mean, this is working out really well for them. They've just got to keep it going a little while longer. Eclipse are fairly close behind, right? Eclipse are also on the same boss here, Lord and Lady, but of course, they do have to get through a couple more of those full heals of Lord Waycrest, whereas Perplexed already have Lady Waycrest down with them, so this is definitely a big opportunity for Perplexed, because as soon as Lady Waycrest dies here, as soon as Lord Waycrest dies, right, they'll be able to just run onto the last boss, last little bit of trash they need, and they'll be able to stop the clock here.
I'm looking at our talent chat right now. Apparently, Perplexed healed Soulbound Goliath 5 million health.
Yeah, I mean, these things happen. That's it does happen. They've done a good job, though, of avoiding it going too bad here, at least, as Perplexed now hopping into this corridor, running on down, getting Gorak Tull pulled sub 12 minutes on start of combat here. That is quite good for Perplexed. They have done a really good job of bouncing back from what was I assume a quite demoralizing Galakron's fall, but they are now just in combat with the boss here. Gotta watch Sanguine Healing. Sanguine Healing on Gorak Tull could still pose a little bit of a problem for them. They do have a little bit of a time buffer built up, but you still would like to see out of Perplexed 0 Sanguine Healing on Gorak Tull.
Oof. Those are some really good Sigil of Chains that was coming out of Divine there to make sure that those Gloom Horrors are not stacked on the boss. So the Gloom Horrors and the Slavers, they operate in a similar manner. And AJ going down for Eclipse, I think this is going to be the final nail in the coffin for them. But the Gloom Horrors and the Slavers work very similarly, where they'll leap towards the furthest player from them. So you can try to make sure you bait them away from the boss if at all possible. And Perplex is going to be down in Gorak Tull pretty fast here. The fastest Waycrest mana that we've seen today was 13 minutes and 2 seconds. Presented by Echo. We know that Bald Bandits can do a similar time. And Perplexed, if they didn't have that healing on Soulbound Goliath, I think they would have had a near 13-minute run as well. They're going to be able to down Gorak Tull somewhere in the 13-25 range, and this is great for Perplexed to be able to bounce back, evening up the series 1-1. That's huge. I was a bit worried. We called this a nightmare situation for Perplexed, but they were able to really return to their form and show us why they're a #1 seed.
Yeah, there it is. The clock does stop. That is going to be a 1-1, tying up the series. So we have, for the second time this weekend, a decisive Game 3 coming up. And wow, this is a banger of a series here. I'm so excited.
I never doubted. I never doubted for a second. That's right. Perplexed, able to take the win and keep themselves alive in this series. And, it was a clean run. And now, it's on Eclipse to kind of bounce back. But Megs, what did you see in that dungeon?
So, I mean, I think the guys posted or pointed most of it already out, but I feel like getting this extra count here at the end of the Sisters fight really wasn't great count. They were already a little bit slow on that boss fight, and then adding that in just didn't feel like it helped them in the overall progression. Generally, you do want to pull onto bosses, but this time around just felt so late. So maybe the idea is to tag it in just a little bit earlier. Then here on this boss fight, Tuttleski already pointed it out, we did see both teams go pretty big onto Goliath, but I mean, Eclipse was able to deal with it by just frantically running around with Soulbound Goliath, whereas on the other side, Perplexed unfortunately had 5 million healing go off onto the boss. That allowed Eclipse to catch up just a little bit, but it wasn't enough in the end. Then that death for Yargi came in. They had to wait so long to get the group back together, and that just... gave Perplex that run, I feel, a little bit, but also I think the route was just a tiny bit better on Perplex's end, for sure.
I agree. I think that there's, as we described earlier, a crumple zone built in. There's a minimum amount of sanguine healing that you're going to get almost regardless.
Yeah.
Do not sanguine a boss. Those are the only rules I think for this entire run. Just do not sanguine a boss, and everything else is fine. Oh my gosh, half as much sanguine healing for Perplex. What?
There you go. Makes a difference, doesn't it? Yeah.
That is insane, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what it is, right? If it's just trash, it's, like you said, usually not that bad, but if it's bosses, it just can really hurt your run.
Yeah, this is more like it, though. Now we're going to another third dungeon, and you know, that's what you hope to see in these lower bracket matches, right? So we take a look at some of the numbers here, but you know, now is this the comeback? Is this the beginning of the bounce back for Perplexed?
Wait, did we get a Dino Land 25? Is it
We
time?
do. It is
Oh my
time.
gosh.
I think so.
It's our favorite boss,
Our second
Razan.
one of the day. Yeah.
There he is in the background.
The most
So that's
common boss.
Stomping by. Wait, I wanted to see the what did you call them? The coffin hips?
The hip coffins.
Can-
he's got
can he
he's got
come
coffins
back?
on his hips. Ask him. Production, can we hold on. Can we get
I'm
Razan?
sure he's just
Back real
patrolling
quick.
around. Yeah.
They said
He
he
should
would.
be coming back.
They said he would.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is. All right,
Okay.
check it out.
Watch
Look at those
out.
hips. Hip coffins. Oh, a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Look at
Oh,
that.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought that was just like protection,
weird?
like
What?
armor.
I
mean, it kind of
I can't
is,
see it, and I
guess,
know that
but-
Dranos can't see it too because he looks so confused.
No, man, I
It
totally
is.
saw it. Yeah,
It
I
is,
saw
yeah.
the same thing
Jenna
you guys were all
saw it.
talking about. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm cool. I'm
It's-
cool like you guys.
Yeah, there you go. We've kind of got a pause there. It's strange,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. Whoa. Get rid of us.
Oh, we're just
No one wants-
taken out of the picture.
No one
here.
wants to see us.
I actually did see it now that
Bring
they
it
removed
back.
it.
Right? Yeah. That is a beautiful dungeon,
There
by
it
the way.
is.
But look at that.
Look at it.
Okay,
Look
that
it.
thing. Yeah.
Hip
All right.
coffins. Why? Why would they bring the Loa back from the dead and then put coffins on his hips? I don't understand it.
Well,
Because
I don't get it. I got questions.
what was the
I got
second
questions
boss
for
in
these
King's
trolls.
Rest?
Machimba the
yeah,
Embalmer.
I remember that.
Yes,
Yeah, sure.
Machimba was involved here, and he said, "Well, I only needed 4 coffins, and for some reason they sent me 6. Razan, what if you took some old
Stick 'em
Loa?"
on there, yeah.
And so yeah, they just put him on him.
Okay.
There
yeah,
you go.
I can see how that works.
Hey, this is the type of thing I would be throwing at you in like a map quiz that we did, last season, that kind of thing,
You start throwing Machimba the Embalmer at us, we are going to be really, really in our bag.
Please
I
don't.
think.
Please don't.
I'm winning that one for
I can't
sure.
wait for next time. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we are indeed going to a Taldazar. That is the truth here. It is a plus 25. It is a very, very scary dungeon now. That said, we did see it already today. In fact, we even saw Eclipse win it already today against DAWGS. They were able to finish it in 10:47 with 0 deaths. So as far as ADs go, Eclipse kind of with a huge sample size of 1, kind of the expert team on this dungeon right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fast time as well. Like, you think about Ataldazar, right? And we heard all this stuff about the sub 10 minutes runs of teams in previous weekends. But you got to remember that this key level has been amped up. It is now a 25 Ataldazar. It is hard to do a key at that level that quickly. So, I mean, this is going to be just some incredibly high-octane gameplay between these two teams here because they're going to have to be going so fast, so aggressively. And if any team makes one mistake, right, that's going to open the door up to the other team just slamming this series shut and sending them on home. Very, very scary series.
Couple of things to watch out for. First pull with Raging, if we have an Augur cast or anything going off, if we have the Blonde Zombie's Mantle going off, God forbid, we're probably wiping. Additionally, anything that involves snapping, the MDI teams have described as very tedious and very difficult to pull off with 100% consistency. They changed snapping and kind of how it works coming into this season with the Taltazar, and it's a situation where like the mobs can't melee you. You have to be in combat with all of them. And even still, it's not like the most consistent thing. And if mobs end up resetting, or if they reset the boss, we are in deep trouble.
Indeed we are, but now we get to see who takes the series and moves on. Is it going to be Perplexed? Is it going to be ECLIPSE? Who survives to tomorrow?
Both teams deploying that 4 DPS composition, no holds barred here. I feel like this is big for Perplexed because Zasevi is a huge, like, multi-classer, can play anything, can play any role. I feel like moving him onto like Rep Pally here, I mean, I think this is the sort of setting where they can really thrive, as we do have both teams on a very similar idea here. I don't want to diminish AJ either. I think that
I was about to say,
yeah, that's the thing, right?
calling AJ a fraud. Apparently.
Well, I'm just looking at that. I'm like, hang on a second. ECLIPSE also have a strong healer on their DPS slot here, so maybe that's not actually an advantage for Perplexed. Maybe both teams are just in an incredibly advantageous position, but unfortunately, they have to play up against each other. So we do have our first death already coming out here. Yargi going down to a fiery bolt from a Juggernaut. So that's actually the fiery enchant cast went off. Yeah, and got a tick off. So that is the first death of our series here. It is going to or of our game, of our decisive game 3 here.
Arx's proc is caught almost immediately, and AJ has to commit that lay on hands. So plus
that's a lot of stuff.
The withering potion. We pressed every single button.
Yeah. This is the tank is currently empty for ECLIPSE. They're going to have to do these next couple of pulls without any safety net, and they're already a little bit behind, right? Because they've already had to expend those 5 seconds of death time, or all that run back time. Took them a little bit longer to get this pull gathered as a result, although to their credit, they've done a really good job of grouping it super quickly. I love what they did there with grabbing all those mobs, grouping them together, using that alter time to get back up. And yeah, I mean, this pull actually not too much slower on the transfusion cast here, right? There's something like 7 seconds slower to pull the boss. That's not that bad.
Elun's on this key level, they need to do 50% of the boss's HP in about like a minute 10 to a minute 20. Because the 2 transfusion casts are going to be able to contribute 50% of the boss's HP, and so basically Perplexed and ECLIPSE are going to only be trying to do 50% of the boss's HP to be able to skip another phase, and so that's what they're really going for. They're trying to pump as much damage into the boss as possible, when normal live key groups are trying to just avoid hitting it, because you only need to do 25% of the boss's HP if you're going for a third phase. But look at that, Perplexed have Priestess Elunza down to 2% as that transfusion ends, and on the right hand side we're gonna have ECLIPSE. I think they had a little bit of boss healing, man. I think that they had somebody late to get.
I noticed we had a late transfusion. Whenever you see that gold beam out, it's already too late. The boss is already not going to be taking as much damage as you'd like. So ECLIPSE are going to be a little bit slower here, and that is a really costly error to make here, as we actually have such a low health on our mage as well, but ECLIPSE are going to be able to get through it eventually, so we can see now at the bottom of the screen just what the damage is. It is 25 seconds in favor of Perplexed, plus 5 seconds of death timer, so already 30 seconds of advantage for Perplexed. And also, that I think means that Razan is going to be in a more annoying place here for ECLIPSE. They're going to have to fight it over on this side rather than over on that far side. I don't know if that's bad or good, but it is going to be different.
I was about to ask, what is Perplex doing tanking the boss over here? Is this just like a quicker exit area? As a shine goes down, okay, we do have intercession from the Ret Paladin, so there is a way to actually get a shine res pretty quickly. We don't have to commit engineering bracers, but now we're in deep trouble. Look at this. Yeah. Swag has forbearance. We need to get these Sards killed off, because those leaps can kill us off again, and we are in a very dangerous position. Divine dropping to 5% HP, and he presses his Toxic File, and we get... The lay on hands comes out on him, I think?
No, I think that was Bop that was committed on him. Bop cancel Bop to remove the bleed. The bleed that Razan does is so deadly to your tank, because not only is it a nasty bleed, it also massively increases physical damage taken, which, especially when you're pulling a bunch of trash with Razan, is a very scary thing. So Divine now doesn't have a potion, doesn't have a health pot for 5 minutes, doesn't have a cheat death for 8 minutes, and Bop is on cooldown for another 5 minutes as well. So no more safety net for Perplexed.
I think Divine is okay to finish off this boss without a healer. This is the part where no healer is actually incredibly scary. He should be able to cycle through this and mostly be fine, because it's a 25 fortified. But there's, like you said earlier, no safety net for the following trash that we're going to be dealing with.
If you've ever tanked this boss on live, though, and you felt like you were getting beaten up, it's important to remember that if you're melding all of these pursuits, which these teams are, your tank actually gets beat up even harder than usual because the boss is autoing you more often. The boss is going to cast more bleeds on you. So really nasty fight, even on Fortified. If it's a plus 25 key, you can see Divine dropping unbelievably low there, barely surviving.
Ooh,
they are going to have this gateway, and the gateway does work. That's always something that you're not quite sure of. We've seen it go wrong for a few teams a few times.
Okay, I was confused as to why they were tanking the boss on this side of the room, but after seeing where they gated to, it makes a lot of sense. So they were able to skip a decent amount of like Sarid and Skyscreamer packs, and instead they're going to be taking those into Yasma. They're going to do a pretty sizable pull into Yasma. They're probably going to be somewhere in the order of like 80-something% enemy forces, if I had to wager a guess, after they come off of Volcall.
Yeah, this is going to be huge here for Perplexed. There's really not much dungeon left ahead of them here, so any mistake from here could cost them. But as of right now, Perplexed do still have the lead. They have about 15 seconds of real time plus 0 seconds of death timer. So
Kira died! Kira died!
But Kira down to a melee. And that's going to mean that now they're able to land the B-Res on him, but they've lost their mage as well. That's going to mean a lot more deaths are coming in for Eclipse. They're going to try and stabilize this, but because they've had deaths, they're not going to have enough kicks for all these fears, and a fear is going to land. Yeah, and that's going to be very, very catastrophic for Eclipse. And just like that, I think we might have seen Eclipse's tournament end. It is now all about Perplexed. If Perplexed can just hold on, they can just do these last two bosses cleanly. They do need to get 12% more count, and if they can find a way to do that without griefing, I think they're going to be home safe here by a couple of minutes at this point, because that sort of wipe for Eclipse is just... We've seen it before. We've seen it before in Ataldazar. A wipe like that is minutes in a dungeon that only lasts a few minutes.
I was about to comment on Eclipse's route. I think Eclipse is going to be +1 pull over Perplexed, which in MDI terms is normally like a pretty sizable time differential. So they were already playing a much more scary route. Dude, Volcall plus this Honor Guard is dropping the team of Perplexed really low, and now you see actually a decent amount of healing getting people topped back up as Zasevi's Word of Glorying his team.
The Honor Guard actually doesn't do any AoE damage unless you kill the totem, so it's not too scary on that front.
Okay.
It does do a lot of tank damage, though, which, Divine without that cheap death trinket is in some danger. Kira down once again for Eclipse. They're going to be having another full wipe here. This is just brutal for Eclipse. But yeah, on the side of Perplexed, those Witch Doctors as well. If they cast those Venom Bolts on anybody, that is going to be really dangerous as well. So you can see everybody just trying to survive here, but those nasty diseases every now and then are causing quite a bit of group damage for Perplexed.
Perplex doesn't have Meld available on all their players.
No, they do not.
With playing Paladin, you actually have to play Dwarf. I have heard rumors that like some of the mobs, if you tether them too far in this dungeon, they can completely reset. I'm not sure if the Honor Guards are one of those mobs or not. It's something that they can potentially evade out and just like fully reset. And Perplex is literally just running away from that Honor Guard.
Yeah, you can see Zasevi here casting a few heals, not actually mounting up, because he is still in combat with that Honor Guard, I think, but maybe if they can get far enough away. Yeah, a little bit of danger for Swag there. That's going to be the, I believe is that lay on hands landed on him? Something is procced Forbearance on him, at least. It looks like Perplexed are going to be attempting to get a little bit of trash count before going on to last boss. We have more deaths coming in for Eclipse, and I have to imagine that this is a call made by Perplexed because they know they're this far ahead. They know they don't have to take this onto Yasma.
Ooh, Eclipse dying again. Oh, no, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is just things go from bad to worse. And oh no, Tettles. Oh no, this is not.
I'm sorry for laughing. I'm so sorry.
It's just rough here. A little off the edge incident there for Eclipse, and things are just it's so bad. It's all over. It's been. I can't describe how much despair is on the right-hand side of our screen. So you know what? We're going to remove it. We're going to focus on Perplexed. We're going to take a look at this last boss here. This is the opportunity for Perplexed. They do still need a little bit of count, so we have that trash coming into the boss here as well. And if Perplexed can get this boss killed, they will be making it through until tomorrow. They will be securing their place in the top 4 of our MDI Global Finals. This is huge for a team that has so often made it to Global Finals and then so often encountered adversity early in the bracket. This time around, they are doing a good job of avoiding that. And yeah, they're just fighting this Honor Guard the whole time. They're saying, you know what? That's okay. It doesn't do anything.
I think they shackled it, and then just left it.
Yeah,
That's kind of what I expect happened.
You know what? They're
and
going to be
then-
in combat with that thing until the key stops, and that's going to be their combat drop for the honor guard. Is the key's going to stop?
Yeah, makes sense. And again, you said it's just mostly tank damage. It's not doing any
it
real
only,
AoE.
it does a bunch of AoE damage once you kill the totem. But if you don't ever kill the
Yeah.
totem that's associated with it, it just hits your tank. It hits your tank hard, but it does just hit your tank. So a pretty easy mob to deal with if your tank can live, which that's the hard part. But Divine is an unbelievably skilled tank. We have seen Divine Field in the MDI pretty much since the beginning, right? This is one of the longest tenured MDI tanks, and really has earned that place as a Sebi. Going to pop that bubble, explode a couple of spiders, and keep this field a little bit clearer. This is a strategy we've seen some teams use. Just pop all the spiders,
Here's
and then
Lust.
your casters don't have to move. But here's that Lust now. 25% on Yasma. The last few points of health are just evaporating from this boss. Really nice work by Perplexed. They have hung in there. They have managed to overcome some dungeons where things started going a little bit wrong for them, where they could sort of see their tournament life flashing before their eyes, but they have lived to fight another day. Well done by Perplexed.
A reverse sweep too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, Perplexed, yeah, a little bit rough, but then in the last two dungeons, 1 death each. So finishing really, really strong in this best of 3 and in this day of competition as well. And, you know, unfortunate for Eclipse, you know, they made it this far, but yeah, when you get that far behind, when things go that wrong, there's not a whole lot you can do. But what else did you notice in that last dungeon, Makes?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a little bit of everything. First that death on the Colossi, then at the end of Alonza losing out on that last transfusion. We did have that death here for Perplexed that kind of weighed in on the other side, but they recovered pretty nicely. And then at the end, it was just this situation here where everything just went tragically for Eclipse. But I do kind of want to agree and say that they've done really well for, I think it was their first time playing MDI. We've seen them in the TGP before, but MDI is a little bit of a different beast where you need to bring in strategies. And I think they did really, really well, honestly. Taking even a map off Perplexed is not a feat many teams can do. And I really enjoyed seeing them. But yeah, Perplexed, of course, taking the Seers here in dominant fashion. I like their routing specifically. You guys were calling out that gate from Razan up. And how that path is out with then going a little bit bigger on that final boss if they have to. And I thought that was really cool, honestly.
I had a chance to talk to Eclipse before this tournament, and Kira was saying that their practice was getting tough. I mean, this is a team that is brand new to the MDI. Practice was always going to be a bit harder for them than the likes of Perplexed, such a tenured team. And Perplexed able to get that reverse sweep, and I mean, my prediction is still alive. I'm feeling pretty good about it now.
Wow, good for that's the important thing out of all this.
That is the important part.
Yeah,
all
that's
of our predictions are still alive, man. I think everybody had Perplexed on there somehow.
Yeah, I mean, most of us had Echo, then Perplexed. Some of us named Makes didn't, but you know, who knows?
Oh, all of us,
See,
of course.
when I started working on the German MDI, here comes the story. I championed Perplexed. I was so ready for them to take it all in the finals, and that was the finals where I think they went 7th or 8th. So I've been feeling a little bit sour about that, but they can earn back my trust. I'll watch them, gladly so.
All right, well, there you go, Perplexed. You know what the stakes really are. Earn back Makes his trust. Well, they've earned a way into the top 4 at least. They're going to play against the winner of our final series of the day, which is going to be Bald Bandits versus Last Hope. We're going to get there in a little bit as we take a look at some of the numbers here. But yeah, I think Perplexed's journey through this tournament has been really interesting. Obviously, winning Group B, playing so well, kind of faltering yesterday, and then today a little bit worrisome as well. And, you know, finally, with the help of Razan, moving forward in the tournament. That's right. And, you know, I know we're going to do another dungeon movement map, but I just would imagine it's going to be Razan. Who else could it be? You know?
Yeah, probably Razan.
Yeah.
Locking it in now.
That's right. There he is right behind us right now. Yeah. Well, let's
Was it that they
find
say
out.
during the AWC, a fitting final resting place or something?
Maybe.
I understood that reference.
Well, it's not going to be Razan apparently. For
Oh,
Mr.
wow.
Rock. Why is Mario? Oh,
Forge
okay. Welcome
Master.
back. Kokia Blaze.
Wow.
Okay,
Greywing.
so
Okay.
Forge Master is the
Old
Neltheris
dungeons.
boss. Wise
everybody's
Berry
coming
is
back.
left boss in Jade Serpent. Kokia Blazehoof, second boss of Ruby Life Pools, and Telash Greywing is the penultimate boss of Azure Vault. So right now we're
Yeah.
looking at a team that's sort of moving in a little bit of a
think it's
semi-circle.
Telash.
round.
Telash. Yeah,
That does make me think
But
Telash,
Kokia is
yeah.
also a circle, right?
Telash is the one where you go around circles. Yeah, that
Yeah.
is true. But Wise Mari
Kokia
as well. You
too.
do have to do some rotating. There's the beams.
Wise Mara,
right?
I think you'd see more planting and then like everybody doing
Yeah.
smaller circles. So I don't
That's
think it would be
fair.
that.
Okay,
I don't,
so
What if this is a really zoomed out view and it's Kokia Blazehoof?
I think this is Telash because look at this. They're grouping up
Yeah.
to get into the circles
100%.
during
It's
probably
the
Telash.
AoE
Yeah.
phase.
It's
Yeah.
Telash.
But then they're staying spread outside of that to drop the frost bomb circles.
Yeah.
So it
I think
it
you're
makes
right.
sense that they're. So this has to be Azure Vault.
I like Telash.
you're
I like
right.
Telash as this answer as well. Yeah.
Everybody locking in Telash? All right.
Yeah.
What is it?
Absolutely.
I think
Permanent
you're right.
final.
I
All right,
don't
eat
know-
Dratinus's eye patch.
What?
Show us
Don't worry
Razan.
about it.
If this is Razan, then they've
so-
got us in a way that
If this
will
is a
last
Razan,
all
I'll be
time. Yeah.
impressed.
All the way around, yeah.
There's literally
Yeah.
no way. Literally impossible.
We do have is that a warrior tank? Okay, so it's definitely not Razan then, huh? Or is that a
I
druid?
don't think
That's
it
a
is.
druid
I think
thing,
it's a druid. Yeah, I think we're
That's
just
it.
seeing the
It's probably a
saturation
druid.
slowly
Yeah,
get
there we
amped
go.
up.
And it's
Oh,
Razan.
Razan.
Oh,
There you
no,
go.
it's
Telash,
Telash
all right.
Greywing. Okay,
Yeah.
yep. Okay. There you go. All right, well, hey, we've been doing pretty good at these today, you know? Multiple choice helps, though, doesn't it?
Throwing back a season 1 dungeon is an insane throwback.
It feels so long ago, doesn't it? Yeah,
hopefully,
it does.
hopefully we get Azure Vaults in season 4. I like this key. I thought this key was really
Really?
cool.
Yeah, I like
I was, a,
Azure Vault as well.
I was a big fan personally.
Dude, I loved it in MDI as
thought it
well
was
because it was
okay.
one of those key where there were just 30 different ways that you could sequence the dungeon,
Yeah.
and we just kept seeing innovation after innovation during that season of MDI in Azure Vault.
It's a lot of people
Bro,
jumping
I
off
can't
things.
imagine. I can't imagine current Venge in this place now. Just
Yeah, it'd be
sigils.
sweet. Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be so sick.
There you go. Well, one more time. These dungeon movement maps are powered by Warcraft logs. They got a new site, archon.gg/wow. Bunch of M+ stuff on there. And then Warcraft Yak's throwing up more of these dungeon movement maps on their Twitter. So go look. Go check it out. Go enjoy. But don't go too far, because we've still got one more match yet before we close out the day of the Mythic Dungeon International here, the global finals. When we come back, it is going to be Bald Bandits versus Last Hope. It crushes me emotionally to think that we have to send one of these two teams home, but it has to be this way. They're both great teams. It's going to be a really tight match, so don't miss it. We'll see you in just a moment for the final match of the day. Well, the final match of the day is finally upon us here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Oe, here along with Tuttles, Ironic, and Dratnos, and we're about to go into Bald Bandits versus Last Hope. And it's weird that this is a lower bracket matchup, but this is where we're at. I mean, we've got a lot of good teams in this top 8. Somebody has to be eliminated. It's going to be one of these two. I'm surprised, I guess, to see Last Hope down here. I mean, I'm surprised to see both of them down here with the way they performed here. But then again, Bald Bandits did fall to Echo. Last Hope did fall to Mandatory, and Mandatory is playing out of control this weekend. But they both won their early matches, so here they are.
I think Bald Bandits lost both of their maps to Echo by a combined 15 seconds.
Yeah, it was really close.
And it would have been less than that as well if the Sanguine Healing hadn't come in, right? Like, if you factor how close they were to killing Gorak Toll before the first tick of Sanguine Healing, they probably lost by less than a second across 2 games, which is wild.
Yeah. That said, Bald Bandits is probably going to be a big threat coming to this one. Last Hope got a 2-1 victory against Legendary, so Legendary obviously a good team too, but it wasn't quite as clean maybe. So who do we have on this? Bald Bandits, or do we have Last Hope? Now,
I don't love this map pool for Last Hope.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier, right? This is a nasty map pool to go against Bald Bandits in. Atel'Dazar, tough dungeon. Waycrest Manor is an insanely good rogue dungeon. But honestly, the bans, I'm surprised Bald Bandits banned out Darkheart Thicket. I think that'd be an insane rogue dungeon.
Yeah, we have seen the rogues used in there before as well, so maybe something that they're just they don't want to go up against Last Hope in particular in there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at Last Hope's strengths, it's kind of like exploiting major mistakes from opposing teams. In a Sanguine Dungeon, I think you're just trying to avoid at all costs. Whereas the Waycrest Manor, we know that Bald Bandits have potentially the best Waycrest Manor on the weekend. It is within seconds, if it's not the best.
We're gonna get both 25 dungeons again in this series.
Yeah.
So
the Saturday and Sundays. We have a lot of these high keys interspersed in our series on the end of our weekend. So it's going to be really exciting. I mean, this is going to be very, very difficult runs, though. And 25 Atel'Dazar, we just saw it. That was the last map we saw in the previous series. Unbelievably dangerous dungeon, right? You're trying to pull so much trash onto Razan, and you don't have a healer. You're just in so much danger of dying there.
I mean, we saw exactly that happen to Eclipse just minutes ago, right? Where it's and if you do have those deaths, it's extremely difficult to recover in any sort of reasonable fashion to have a chance at winning the dungeon too. So you really are walking like a razor edge in that one.
I really
think on a razor's edge.
Yeah, you don't want to do that because you could fall off either side. It's very thin.
Yeah,
and it hurts. Terrible.
Even with the way the bans worked out here, I think this is still a brutal set of maps for Last Hope to match up to Bald Bandits in, because you're looking at that Waycrest Manor and the way Bald Bandits ran it versus Echo. They could have easily won that with one less tiny mistake, right? And I feel like if you're Last Hope, you really have to 2-0 the first 2 maps of this series. They have been pretty consistent this weekend so far, which is really important, especially on the higher key levels, because the difficulty level goes up insanely high. But man, this is going to be a tough one for them. I think I'm still favoring Bald Bandits here in this series.
Atel'Dazar is a dungeon that's very exploitative to any mistakes, but Bald Bandits was notably the team that, during their cup play, just let Mandatory kind of throw their runaway, and they were like, if we wipe less than them, we win. So, I don't know. Bald Bandits definitely have that gear as well.
That'll do it. And like I said before, not much can go wrong on here. I mean, nobody's going to hit a spider on the way up the stairs. Nobody's going to kill a totem at the wrong time. Nobody's going to not interrupt a Sky Screamer. Nobody's going to not get a soak for the blood there. I mean,
he's trying to curse it again.
It's a lot of easy mechanics that no one ever screws up. So.
Even that first pull, right? It's just it's very easy. You just group up a couple mobs, hit lust, right? And it just dies, right? You're not really there's not much you're worried about there.
I did 3 of those last night, just to wind down before bed,
I think that is the biggest danger, right? Is either team just falling asleep, being lulled asleep by the gentle mechanics of this 25 Atel'Dazar.
That's my primary concern. I'm in agreement with you there, yeah.
There's no way a Raging Confessor, Raging Augur, or Raging Juggernauts get a team kill, right?
No.
There's no way.
No, why would they?
Of course not. No, that never happens.
There's no Blanc Zombies mantles that can possibly go off.
No. He's chill. He learned his lesson.
Terrifying
and-
screech going off?
No.
Why would it? Just interrupt it.
Accidentally pull the mini bosses when you're running around the edge of the room? No. Never happens.
I will say, I'm a little upset with that last match. You know, seeing Eclipse go down, really unfortunate. I love watching the players on that team, and I'm sure we'll see them again in the TGP, right? They're good high key pushers. But we didn't mark off my bingo card where you have more deaths than the key level. They only got the
Evoker
23, not the
versus-
25.
Well, one can hope as we the countdown begins. Bald Bandits versus Last Hope, a battle for survival. Let's see who takes early lead.
We got Aug Evoker for Bald Bandits. It's not something that we've actually seen be played in this dungeon so far. The advantage of the Augmentation Evoker is obviously versus Raging. You get that overall AoE soothe for Zatsy, and that just makes, honestly, this first pull much, much easier. You're far less likely to have anything going wrong with like the Confessor, the Augur casts, because you're going to be able to be super reliant on those silent sigils. You're going to be super reliant on the Chaos Nova and whatnot to be able to deal with all this trash.
And theoretically, like, the burst DPS should be higher as well, but they're taking a long time to set this pull up. It looks like they pulled some extra mobs from the back as well. I'm not sure if they were swords that they're being pulled in. That'd make this pull that much more insane. It might have just been the stalkers that were patrolling around, but here we go. The pull is ready for them. And Smacked has gone down for Last Hope to one of those leaping thrashes from a sword, so already mistakes on his very first pull, and he dies again. Ooh, is Cryptix in the wrong spot? He has to. Oh, they're
Cryptix has to come out of the spot.
Dude. He's still... No, it's over for him. That's two people down. Only Goop is the one left alive, and he's going to be targeted by pretty much everything here. That Colossus is still alive, and it's still going to be casting soul burns on people. They're just going to chain deaths to this Colossus until it dies. Fortunately for them, they're able to finish off the pull, but at the cost of 4 deaths, that loses 20 seconds of time for them. In a dungeon that's only 11 minutes long, that is a massive amount of time, and there's still so many big pulls left. I mean... They're going to have to clutch out a perfect run from this point on, unless Bald Bandits makes mistakes. And Bald Bandits is not a team that has been making mistakes this weekend.
Yeah, Raging Fiery Enchant casts. I mean, it's exactly why Bald Bandits are playing that Augmentation Evoker, being able to get that AoE soothe, making sure that the Augurs are susceptible to being CC'd as opposed to letting those Fiery Enchants go off. It ended up forcing Cryptix to come out of the spot, which then had the team kill from the Juggernaut. And so it's one of those situations that once something slightly goes wrong, they don't have enough DPS to be able to kill off the Augur before the Fiery Enchant, and then they just fully wipe, and it's a tragedy for Last Hope. For Bald Bandits, they just dropped all pretty low, but they're able to get themselves topped back up, making sure that the VE is going to be pressed here in probably 3 seconds for Fragments to be able to get everybody a little bit of HP. You're trying to do about 50% of the boss's HP here to kill it during the second transfusion cast, and so the damage check on this boss, while it's pretty trivial on live, is not super trivial for MDI style keys at 25 level. Oh, Fragments might die here,
hit
man.
by one of the golden orbs there. That's a little unfortunate. Is he going to be able to stay alive through the transfusion cast? I think he's going to be fine with that disperse there. Just have to do 2 or 3% more of the boss's HP, and they're home free. Last Hope, though, they're missing a lot of boss DPS here. Priestess Alunza is still going to be at 9% at the end of this transfusion cast. They're going to have to do a lot more single target damage. Little unfortunate for them. More time lost. Bald Bandit's kind of pushing ahead here.
I mean, it's that Ret Paladin versus that Augmentation Evoker kind of gap, where the Augmentation Evoker is buffing up the classes that are doing priority damage, right? It's buffing up the Shadow Priest, it's buffing up that Fire Mage that is doing just like full single target into the mobs. Whereas that Ret Paladin, they're really good at AoE, right? And their burst AoE profile, especially with like 1 minute wings and whatnot, is quite strong. But I mean, it's not the prio damage class, and that's where you kind of why you saw they needed to do a little bit more boss damage to Priestess Alunza.
Yeah, I would imagine basically the difference here is that the damage profile is going to be better for Bald Bandits for their pulls, but the safety is going to be a little lower, I would imagine. You can pre-DR a lot of the damage with the Aug Evoker if you do it properly, but you don't really have that much reactive healing.
Oh
in
my
the guard,
God.
right? This is a massive pull coming in for Bald Bandits, though. Look at all of the mobs they have. One more Silent Sigil is going to go out, but once they get into Raging, it's going to be an issue unless Zatsy hits the perfect AoE soothe here. Are they going to be able to get it off? Looking pretty good so far. Interrupts on the... I don't know. Can you kill them off before your next interrupts? I think, yeah, they're going to be good, actually. They're not going to get a second round of Raging Terrifying Screeches, so I think they're in the clear here.
I mean, this is just Terrifying Screech and Augur Wildfires. The Augurs won't recast the Wildfire, assuming that everybody's in melee. And oh my god, a fear cast went off on that skyscraper. It's exactly what you're talking about. Yips is feared. He procs his cheat death, immediately dies after that, and there's going to be no battle res, and Razan is going to be reset for Bald Bandits. Dude, it's exactly what you were talking about. What was that foreshadowing?
Sometimes when you know, you know. I mean, it's rough because there's all of these polls already were on a knife's edge.
I think it was going to matter.
They were on a 22. They were on a knife's edge, right? When you ramped it up to a 25, that's like a 40% increase in health and damage that the dungeon does, right? So it's just that much more difficult to get through everything. On a 22, everything's dead there, and Razan's at like 10% HP, and you're chilling. But on the 25, it just goes to show you how much more difficult these polls go. And Last Hope, on the other hand, everything's dead. Razan goes down. The gateway's in a good spot. We're on the ledge, ready to go for our next pull. But the danger is not gone yet. We saw what can happen on this pull if it goes wrong to Eclipse in our very most recent dungeon here. Let's see how Dorky opts to set this up here. Ideally, your DPS players get in combat very, very late, so these jumps only go on the tank. Looks like that's not going to be an issue for them. Oh, maybe there's some invises going in as well.
Are they going all the way?
Jumping up on the ledge. Oh, I like this. Okay. Going to be taking very little damage from leaps here. Is everything going to go on Drogo, actually? Or is he...
Yes.
No, I think they're going to be good. Wow, I love the setup here. That was actually great setup from them. Swords die instantly, and all they have to do is worry about kicks here. Just don't want to let a fear go off. Once again, wow, the Witch Doctors die instantly as well, so the residual damage from the Venom Blast isn't going to be going on the players as well. Just got to do one more set of fears, and I think they're home free with this pull. That was masterful execution from Last Hope.
It's actually very scary for Drogo to kind of do that pull, but he does have Bubble available if the Sara damage starts to get a little bit out of control. So it's definitely like a kill them before they kill us kind of moment. And Last Hope, firmly in the driver's seat. They did have 4 deaths to that first pull. I thought that was going to be the end of Last Hope in Ataldazar. However, Bald Bandits with that wipe to that Sky Screamer, giving Last Hope a little bit of life. And now Last Hope has arguably the easiest part of this dungeon left ahead of them. There's just a little bit of incidental damage from Volkal. Assuming they're able to get through this with the 4 DPS composition, they're probably fine here to be able to take this first map.
Yeah, and we've already seen, the safety of the Red Paladin providing extra off heals should you need it on this boss makes it so Phase 2 is not really all that difficult. It's just kind of a single target DPS boss. Obviously, you would like to use your personals to reduce the damage, but, your Red Paladin does have the potential healing you need to live through this boss on this difficulty. If it were tyrannical, maybe you would actually be forced to run a healer just because of this boss alone, but that is not going to be the case. Just got to make sure we don't have a totem wipe. That has happened in Cup B, but not going to be the case for Last Hope. All 3 totems go down, and we're on to Phase 2. Now, are they going to be pulling trash through the wall here, or are they going to be pulling trash later on? Looks like it's going to be the ones through the wall once again.
Yeah. So, use Emma Aura here. Dorky just walks up and shimmies against the wall to have his Emma Aura tick on some of the mobs, and they're able to just kind of slide straight through.
Good tech. We've seen it from a lot of other teams. Now, of course, the Honor Guard is really only doing tank damage to Dorky. You got to get the kicks on those Witch Doctors. Unfortunately for Bald Bandits on the other side, more problems on these major trash pulls. Not a full wipe like we saw from Eclipse, but extra deaths are not something they can afford right now when they're already so far behind Last Hope. They're now making their way to Volkal, but haven't dealt with Phase 1 yet, whereas Last Hope already halfway through P2 have one of the Witch Doctors dead. Only have to deal with this other one before they're pretty much home free and just single target this boss down. They do need to get a little bit more trash count from the middle of the dungeon. Sword packs and Sky Screamers more than likely is going to make up for that, but we've seen that that's not too much of an issue for any of our teams.
It's probably the trash that they lost whenever Razan reset, right, is why they're so low. I was trying to figure out why they were so low on
Why
count.
Bald Bandits is so low? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little unfortunate. I mean, these snaps, when a snap pull goes wrong, regardless if it was the snap doing it itself or just dying to the pull that you put together, yeah, because you pull so many things together from all over the dungeon, it's really hard to do that again. So they're going to have to do a little bit of backtracking and running around to get their trash count together, whereas Last Hope, the pathway is now free to go straight up to the boss here. Love the little Ring of Frost here from Cryptix to maybe potentially take care of. Nope, he canceled it. Never mind. Also dealing with the Sky Screamer just on his own, because he can just gateway up.
Well, he's trying to keep his SKB. So Fire Mage
Right,
is like such a tempo-heavy spec that losing an SKB is just completely useless. And so instead, he's just going to sit there and kind of like face tank that thing for a couple seconds to just make sure he doesn't lose the full SKB. Just may as well use it.
It's pretty smart. I like that play. Heads up play, just keeping the skyscraper. He's never going to die to it if he only takes like one melee, so not too big of a deal. And only having the one honor guard is pretty nice because, you know, as we know, one extra ignite target doesn't really... It doesn't reduce your single target damage as a mage. Now, they have the one skyscraper. If one more comes in, though, they will lose that talent that gives you more ignite damage on single target. They do have more coming in, but, you know, they'll still have that once all of the skyscrapers die off.
It's kind of scary here. You don't really have a ton of kicks for this. I guess you're probably just going to rotate like Warlock kick into Mage kick on these skyscrapers to be able to get those dealt with. That's probably the most likely situation, but it's especially dangerous whenever they like enrage, especially if somebody like misses a cast, because like that silent sigil comes out right now, but the mobs are going to be losing that here in a couple seconds, and Kush dies to fall damage.
They can only get one kick rotation on these enraging, right? So they need to kill it before the second cast goes off. As long as they do that, they'll be totally fine here. Now, I did say that for Bald Bandits too, and that's what they wiped too, but Last Hope has done significantly more damage to these skyscrapers. They are dead. They have their 100% trash count. They have the Bloodlust popped. Infernal is down. Yasma is not long for this world, and he is going to get obliterated by the cooldowns of Last Hope here. Boss now below 20%. Bald Bandits trying to get their way back into it with the Wernstone, but it's just not going to be enough. Too little, too late. Last Hope is going to be staying alive, taking a 1-0 lead in this final elimination match of the day.
That's right. And, I mean, what can you say? They're named Last Hope for a reason, right? Living up to it.
Right.
What's the reason?
Because they are the last hope for, well, some would say North America, but also, you know, it's their last hope for themselves, too, in this tournament. Dual
everybody
meetings.
knows that the origin of the team's origin is based on their tanks, and so I think that Yips being an NA player, that makes both of these teams NA.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's irrefutable argument, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so this game really, I mean, it came down to which side had the bigger, more costly mistakes, right? That was what happened in this Ataldazar.
Right.
I don't want to talk too much about that, although one thing I do want to talk about that was cool and that Zyro you mentioned was this spot right here. If you can get your people up there and you can use life grips, that kind of stuff, to maneuver people onto this edge, the swords will not jump onto them, which makes them a lot safer. Now, you can see Drogo playing that Paladin, has those Sanctified Plates, you know, not in too much danger, is actually comfortable being in melee. Everybody else, though, not an eligible target up there, means that they are having a much easier time of living through those swords, which is pretty cool. But I guess the main thing I want to talk about is the Augmentation Evoker. I actually think is really good in this dungeon. I like the utility suite that it brings here. You were mentioning stuff about how you kind of need to plan out its abilities, and that's very true, right? You have your Obsidian Scales. When you press it, it's giving everybody a bunch of extra health, and that's great. Your Breath of Eons, when it pops, it gives everybody a big shield. That's great. You have Zephyr that gives everybody effectively a bunch of avoidance. That's great. All of those are needing to be pressed proactively, right? You have to press them before the damage, unlike Rep Pally, which, you know, you can lay on hands or Word of Glory somebody after the damage. That's a big difference. But in an MDI setting in particular, if you can plan for the incoming damage, I think that Augmentation Evoker works out really nicely. And a huge benefit is that you're auging 3 DPS players, which is just huge extra value.
I also think that whenever you look at that pull that they wiped to on Razan, like an Augmentation Evoker should, in theory, make that pull much easier. The overall AoE soothe makes those augers and those skyscreamers a lot less difficult to, you know, get kicks on. You can potentially even CC them as well, and you should be able to get like a full oppressing roar reset because that's so many mobs that are in that pack. Now, I think that the skyscreamer was unfortunately just a little bit too far, is why they ended up wiping, so somebody was not able to get their kick on that skyscreamer. But it's like, I do really, like you were saying, I think the augmentation suite is excellent for this dungeon.
It's got a lot, but do you feel like sometimes it can be a little bit more punishing than other classes because it does require so much setup? It is one of those things where it's like, and I've played Evoker probably more than anything this entire expansion, so I feel like I've felt this keenly, where it's, if you get caught unprepared, then, you know, pressing your buttons in retrospect does so much less. So do you feel like it's a good choice, but the execution demand is higher?
Well, that's the whole thing that Dratnos and I are talking about, right? Is the proactive versus reactive fact of having the Augmentation Evoker versus the Ret Paladin, right? The Augmentation Evoker, everything is proactive, so if everything goes to plan, you can have things planned out to make sure people don't take as much damage. But like, for instance, in that pull that we saw on Razan, obviously if a fear goes off, something horrible is going to happen. At least one person is going to die. Maybe a Ret Paladin can save that pull, toss out some heals, give somebody a bop, I don't know. Even he's in the battle res in case your Warlock is the person who gets feared. He could have battle res the tank if he had bubble. I mean, like, maybe they could have reactively saved that. They still would have been really far behind, but it would have kept you closer in the match. You wouldn't have had to reset the boss. You would have still had your snapped mobs on top of you. We can talk in maybes all day long, but like, I think, I mean, I agree with what Heddles is saying too. I think Augmentation Evoker is the better, higher cap choice. I mean, if everything goes to plan, it should be much faster.
Sure. Well, probably the last time we'll see that for the day at least, because now we're going on to the Galakron's Fall, and now we're going on to the last hope for Bald Bandits, and that if they don't get this map, if they don't win this one, they are not alive in the series or the tournament anymore. And Last Hope moves on, and you know, Bald Bandits came in here with a lot of veteran players, really impressed a lot of people, and like I said, it's just a bummer to see either one of these teams go home, because they've both been a lot of fun to watch in their group stages.
I think if Last Hope doesn't win this fall, they're going to get reverse sweeped by Bald Bandits. I think this is kind of the situation that we're in. The Wake Rest Manor is just so good for Bald Bandits. I would not want to play them on that. I think that for Last Hope fans, you got to clutch up here and win this one and close this out 2-0.
Certainly feels that way. Moments away from getting into this tournament. I still see the super laser. I can't unsee that. I don't know. I can't unsee it. Yeah.
The aerodynamicism is crazy.
It's true. It's true. They can move fast through the dungeon by virtue of their hairstyle of choice, or lack of hairstyle of choice. It is a hairstyle, really.
It's kind of like
It's
swimmers,
unfair when
man.
you think about it, right? Because they have that speed as well, but then also Kushlek's playing Rogue a lot, so they have the suburbs speed up as well and the shrouds. So they have both of those speed boosts at the same time.
Are there diminishing returns though, or does it stack like multiplicatively?
It stacks multiplicatively.
Okay.
That's why they're so
I mean,
good.
yeah, that's
but
incredible.
The thing is rogues wear a lot of masks, so that will will increase drag on the lower half of the head, though. You can see it in the Bald Bandits logo, in fact.
They're not worried about that because they're leaning forward with their arms behind them. You can't see
Oh,
them
I see.
doing it right now.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
like
only
a
the
like
top
a
of the
snow
head matters.
like a snow piercer.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, we'll take that.
You're cutting through the wind.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm checking. Do we accept that answer?
We are checking.
Producer says yes,
Okay,
actually.
okay, all right,
He says good comms.
We'll allow it. We'll allow it. Yeah. we're going to be in the game in just a moment. The players are loading in.
Yeah, our
And,
producers
as
actually
soon
say
as
that they
are.
would start the game, but they're enjoying our banter so much that they're going to give us a little bit longer to continue. Oh no,
It's going to be a podcast, I've heard, at some point. Oh, I
Oh,
guess
we get to
we're in
watch the
dungeon.
countdown
All right.
again. Let's go.
Yes. Mage food, everybody click. Everybody loaded up.
Orky
Okay,
getting
Warlock
ready to
cookies,
walk
yeah.
forward, pull everything, say, relax, I'll handle it, and take everything to the face while his teammate sits behind and wait for him to set it up. Love that. The tank. The Volpera tank. Here we go. Alright, we're ready. No critters. We're happy.
The infinite dragon.
Dungeon started.
This dungeon being on a 25 is actually so hard. This is a prime candidate to be 4 DPS for a lot of cup play, just because you're going to end up doing like the same number of pulls regardless of like dungeon level or whatever. And so that's why it was like a prime candidate to be 4 DPS. But with it being on a 25 and on bursting, those kind of things just go out the window where you just have to play the healer for such higher amounts of added safety.
Yep, here we go. Pulls all stacked up, everything silenced together. We need to look out for some of those overlaps that we saw happen last time around. There was a really nasty overlap where a Ripper Swirl went off right at the same time as a Pool Soak came out for one of the teams, and they ended up just letting it go off because they weren't prepared what to do in that situation. Hopefully that doesn't happen for them here. I think both of the swirls are on cooldown as these Eon Shatters go out for both of the teams, so it's not going to happen here, but we really want to get the Rippers dead before the next slams, or just kill the boss off before the next slams. Both of the teams accelerating to a ton of boss damage here, even with the healer in their comp.
Drogo apparently said that they have secret tech for this dungeon, by the way, Zyro. I don't know what he could have possibly been talking about.
Is that Drogo just being Drogo, or do you think they actually have tech?
It's a great question. I'm not really sure. That's why I was asking you.
I haven't heard anything about that, so we'll have to see. Interesting. So Goop actually pulls out the Imp right now. I guess you can use it to help dispel debuffs in this next trash area, just because of how dangerous it is. You can definitely use it to dispel the Chrono Bursts. So, see what the plan is there.
Can also use Imp to dispel the Bloom cast as well from the anomalies. Dispel in this area from Warlock is fairly standard. It's really, really good.
Definitely useful here. Both teams still neck and neck, though. Only 1 second between them on that first boss kill. RP set up a little bit faster for Last Hope here, I believe. They've got the trash from the portal quite a bit earlier here. Yips did head off to the left side to pull that trash, while I believe Dorky just had someone pull it for him, or he tossed a glaive at it, so they are a little bit faster on the trash pull here, but these small differences will make a difference in this dungeon. We know how quick this is even on the 25.
Now there's a question as to how many trash pulls the teams are going to do in this area. The ideal number is 2. On a 25 fortified, I think it's more likely that we're going to see like 3. That's kind of what we saw earlier whenever teams were doing this dungeon, was a 3-pull a section in this area. Just the moments and the coalesce times and the anomalies kind of spiral out of control if they're not killed off fast enough. But look at this, Last Hope on the right-hand side is actually going for a 2-pull section here as they drag all of these portals and try to converge them on the middle here.
Looks like Bald Bandits setting up for a similar pull as well. Both teams going for the double pull here. We've seen chain deaths in our fall that we've already seen this weekend as well. Gotta keep an eye on those Bloom debuffs as they go out as well. Tons of damage on that particular player that has to get healed through or cooldown through as well. Zotzi taking so much damage on the side of Bald Bandits, but able to heal through it. Fragments is the next target for them as well. Both teams doing a fantastic job of staying alive and dealing with the mechanics. Cannot let a single one of those volley casts go off. Goop is in danger. He's going to go down with the Chrono Burst as well, in addition to the channel from the mob as well. Very, very unfortunate. Something a Fell Hunter? Not sure that's the right choice. I think you want to have Imp for the boss as well, but he's going to run back, and Trash will mostly be dead by the time he gets there. Bald Bandits, though, 0 deaths on this pull, keeping it clean, and also getting set up with a bunch of these leeches. Are Last Hope also going to pull that many leeches? We saw different strategies earlier in this dungeon, too, on the leeches.
Leeches into the boss are pretty good funnel. Like the Shadow Priest loves a bunch of leeches on top of the boss. It just gives him an insane amount of shadowy apparitions and insanity generation that you're always happy to see. Additionally, you get like Twist of Fate and whatnot. So, and for the Destruction Warlocks, you're getting a great Havoc target. So a bunch of leeches is you're never upset about.
You're getting Havoc target, you're getting extra Immolates for more shards. Those Immolate ticks can also proc more Rift charges as well, which is a lot of which is a lot of single target damage as well. So yeah, they both love that. Mage isn't as happy. Of course, they lose one of their talents that makes their Ignite do more damage if there's more than 3 targets, but you know, they'll still take the extra Fire Blast charges where they can get them, and of course they can go back to doing single target once they're dead, so it's not that big of a deal. First set of debuffs going out. Kush dropping low. Looks like he's going to be totally fine, though. Zotzi able to keep him up. They do have the slow debuff, but they're going to have to find a way to get through that. Is Fragments in trouble here? Doesn't even disperse, though. Looks like he's going to be fine. That could have been scary for them.
The question was more in line of, like, what? He dropped the puddle in the slow zone. It was very scary for Fragments. And I actually think that kind of slows them down on the boss, because everybody has to, you know, make a huge jump across the platform, and everybody from Bald Bandits is quite low.
Not really costing them that much in terms of boss percentage, surprisingly. They're able to keep up the DPS here. Even, I believe, did they even pull more leeches in, or are these still the original ones from before? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, because, man, those would have died incredibly slowly if that was the case here. Last Hope also pulling more in as well, but Bald Bandits maintaining a pretty impressive lead on this boss despite the slow field, not really slowing them down at all.
Yeah, I think kind of expect teams to do similar things in this next area. Both Bald Bandits and Last Hope are going to use this like a gateway to be able to skip past one of the dragons. So the dragons actually have True Sight, but if you gateway fast enough while they're trying to spawn, you can forego pulling one of the dragons that you would otherwise have to pull, and instead it allows you to just pull double dragon and then go straight into Bloody Galakron. And that's why you see the teams pull so much trash count, is just because they want to have that gateway option to be able to skip that dragon, because it's not very fast. And on like a 25 fortified, you're never pulling 3 together. That's just suicide, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Those yeah. They could do it on 22 with no healer, but 25 is...
look at this.
Brutal. Oh, the rocket
Last Hope with the Shadow Flame rockets. They're jumping off the edge.
Last Hope.
And oh my god,
what?
they jumped off the edge.
Levitate?
They slow falled. This is
they
insane.
Had tech. They had the tech! This is real tech! This is Drogo tech!
Are they going straight into the portal?
Straight to the
Straight
portal.
into the portal. Oh my god, they saved
They're
like 20
through
seconds
first.
there.
What?
Okay,
Okay,
so
get the gateway.
What that was is the Tinker Shadowflame rockets. And so you end up utilizing... You have to use a damage potion to be able to use the Shadowflame rockets. And you can't get meleeed by a mob while you have it active. Otherwise, it takes you straight out of it. But I didn't know you could slow fall after using it. That is so sick for Last Hope. Holy...
Dude, okay. Okay, new tech being shown off just through natural dungeon mechanics here. Last Hope making up the difference from how slow that second boss was for them just from cool tech alone. Love to see it. On to the Risen Dragons before Bald Bandits. Let's look at the cooldown usage here, though. Did anything extra get used for the teams? Nope. Infernal for both, PI for both, Combust for both. Everything's pretty similar here. Bald Bandits just doing a little bit more damage to dragons than Last Hope. Actually, the cleave is just not that even for Last Hope. Bald Bandits did a much better job cleaving them down evenly.
And Bald Bandits, even though Last Hope saved a lot of travel time there, Bald Bandits continuing to just kind of inch their lead forward a little bit more. The Last Hope is actually kind of cutting into that second boss split that you can see down there.
Now, Bald Bandits do have some of these Blight chunks as well. Did Last Hope already kill off theirs that they pulled with them? I imagine they would have had to since they're already on Blight of Galakron here. I don't think the trash count is going to be that big enough to make a difference here. I think Last Hope is going to have exactly like 1% more, so they're going to be pulling the same amount of trash. They'll probably they'll be able to skip like the first pack only, right? It's 29% for the entire hallway, so they can skip one pack. They're still going to be pulling three of them.
I'm not in love that Last Hope has disadvantage in Death Timer, by the way. I think that is pretty sketch. Especially since this is going to be like 5 seconds there's going to be separating the teams here, I think.
It's really going to come down to who can get the most efficient single target damage on the final boss, and it's really hard to do that when you have the exact same comp, especially when we saw from Bald Bandits earlier today, the way that they've been playing these keys and their strategies and their DPS was keeping up with, and almost even just faster than Echo at times. So Last Hope is really going to have to overperform here in this last section of the dungeon in order to take this series, or they're going to have something catastrophic go wrong for Bald Bandits. I mean, it might not actually even have to be catastrophic. Just a random death in the wrong spot could even seal this dungeon for Last Hope. But they're going to have to play this one out perfectly from here on out.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at where the Corrosive Infusion is going to go, what player it's going to go on to for both Bald Bandits and Last Hope. This can actually be a pretty big deal, and it could actually be a decent amount of healer damage that's going to be gained depending on the player that goes on to. So say it goes on to Drogo or Zotzi, if it targets those players, they're going to be able to meld those off. If it goes on to either of the mages, they're going to be able to invis it off. Beyond that, the Corrosive Infusion is going to go off and it's going to have to be juggled. But if it is able to be melded, it's going to increase your healer's damage by not an insignificant amount.
Went on Smacked for Last Hope, didn't meld it. It's on Dorky right now. They're going to have to juggle it around a little bit. A little unfortunate for them. Bald Bandits doesn't currently have one, though.
Yeah, I think Dranaco invised it off, it looks like.
Little unfortunate for Last Hope. They're going to have to juggle it around. Cryptic's dropping low, but importantly, not proccing the Cauterize to that juggle. Dorky should just be able to hold that debuff from here on out. Not costing them a lot of time, though. Look at the boss HP. We are dead even right now.
Again, it's not like a huge time gain. It's just a little bit of healer damage that you're going to be able to gain by getting that melded off. And Bald Bandits and Last Hope kill the boss at like identical times. Last Hope saving some time over their previous boss split. Notably, there was a 5-second penalty because they had a death earlier on in the key into that sand area that was in that Manifest Time Waste zone. In Bald Bandits and Last Hope, this is going to be very, very clutch from both of these teams. There's no deaths that can really happen on a Ridicron. We have to make sure that we have basically none of those, and really good baiting on the Epoch Rippers. That's kind of what we're looking to see here as these teams are going to be super consistent. And Invis Potions or Mass Invis, one of the two, is coming out to make sure that these teams don't overpull trash. We don't need this entire area, but we're going to be taking some of the trash into the boss as the RP is getting started to spawn a Ridicron.
Looks like Drogo got the RP done pretty quickly there. Zotzi also got it done for Bald Bandits on the other side here. The trash is together for both of the teams here. Last Hope might have actually done a little bit of a better job of grouping it up at the top of the stairs here. Bald Bandits sticking behind a little bit.
I think Last Hope is going to get the boss pulled first.
I think they are.
Looking where they're posturing.
Knockback will be coming any moment now for them. Let's see just how far apart they are. There's the knockback for Last Hope. It's 2 seconds faster for Last Hope here, but every second matters right now, especially when they have that 5-second death timer. The trash is quite a bit higher for Last Hope, but that's just extra funnel. It's all going to come down to a single target DPS race between the teams. It's on Cryptix here. Does he have the invis? Yes, he does. He'll cancel that blast on himself. Won't have to worry about that extra damage here. Gets together to soak off this AoE damage here. And this is going to be incredibly close, Tettles. I mean, where is Last Hope going to find this 5 seconds from?
So Bald Bandits pulled a Ridicron second, but it was only by a second and a half. It wasn't even by 2 full seconds. And so, like you were saying, Last Hope really has to find damage here.
Where's the lust for Last Hope? Guys, we popped our cooldowns.
That's a good question. I don't love the popping of cooldowns. But I will say that Bald Bandits is sending all of their offensive CDs and damage into the Earth Surge shield as opposed to into the boss directly.
That is true, actually. If they can phase this second phase faster because they have more damage after the shield, they could phase it in the last phase earlier, but right now they're still behind on percentage. The problem with this boss is it's actually just so close, since it's only 100% to 85, that we only have these these non-decimal percentages to look at. We don't exactly know how close they are. Last Hope did phase the boss to 93% just a little bit earlier, but it wasn't 5 seconds earlier, but they are very, very slowly pulling ahead. Do they have the damage to overcome the 5-second death timer in the final seconds of the key?
Both healers healing Chromie up to full, so we are prepared for a Stonecracker Barrage to go off on both teams, so it's not going to be the end of the world if they do get partial ticks of this. Now, it will be a problem if they go into the shield phase. If either of these teams go into the shield phase, it's going to be basically the end of that, the end of this run. The Stonecracker Barrage is not great because it gets the team low, and Last Hope has phased. Bald Bandits is going to be kind of low going into this intermission, which is really bad. Last Hope needs to be able to kill a Ridicron, but they
they're
have
so far ahead.
They have to beat it by 5 seconds. It has to be by 5 seconds, Zyro. It can't just be, oh, they finished the dungeon fast. Okay, so now the dungeon's going to conclude.
3.
All right.
4.
Here. The dungeon's concluded. Now,
no,
Bald Bandits has to...
That's way too much time. Where did that damage from Last Hope?
They definitely won.
Last Hope took it. They're sending Bald Bandits
2-0.
home.
Oh my goodness.
They beat the 2-0.
I can't believe it. That was a last-second comeback by Last Hope, and a 2-0. They move on. They stay alive in the MDI Global Finals, and that's got to be a heartbreaker for Bald Bandits because they look so good for so much of that dungeon, but somehow, some way, Last Hope, was it the cooldown usage? Was it the Bloodlust timing? I mean, Dratnos, I gotta hear your opinions on that.
It was this tech here. It was the
Shadow
Flame rockets plus, and so we're not just using Shadow Flame rockets, right?
Yeah.
We are also using the slow falls on everybody, all that kind of stuff, right? We've got that infiltrator there. Dorky's gonna get combat with it first over to the side, and then he'll be able to meld it off later. Everybody else, therefore, is not in combat with it, doesn't even need to bother, and they're on the other side, and then they have the line perfectly down. They've practiced this perfectly to get the exact line here. You can't adjust your movement during this. You are in a line, so you need to be landing. I mean, this is like a golf shot, right? Like you literally just have to aim at the hole and get it there in the first try, and they were able to all do it. Well
Last Hope
done
already
by
knows the
Last
line.
Hope. I mean, yeah, they must have practiced that so much. What an unbelievable strat out of them. And, oh my god, I just feel so bad for Bald Bandits. Like, they woke up today, they showed up against Echo, they held them within 70 milliseconds of beating Echo, right? And then they come down to the lower bracket, and they're going to lose to Last Hope again in just 2 unbelievably close games.
Bro,
wow.
And if they went to the Waycrest Manor, they would have been such big favorites in that key, too.
But Last Hope, I mean, what a cool strat. What a awesome innovation, the Shadow Flame rockets. Don't ever let anybody tell you that MDI is just innovation on the first weekend and then copying in the future weekends. It is innovation all the way through. What a run from Last Hope.
The tech was real, and according to we're getting some info from production about the Twitch chat poll. 74% were voting for Bald Bandits here to take this one.
I would have voted there too. I would have been on the 74%.
I think a lot of us said coming into this series, Bald Bandits are the ones with maybe a little bit of an edge coming into this one based on their performance. But Last Hope, never say never. Because the tech is real. You never know when somebody's going to have that last little thing they've been saving for just the right moment. And we saw it right there. And even then, it was it was nearly not enough. It was just enough to overcome that one death they had. But man, what a great series end the day with.
Dude, I'm like kind of speechless after watching that fall. That is just like such a tense dungeon for both teams.
Yeah.
I don't even think you can necessarily be mad for Bald Bandits. Of course, for them, that's a bit disappointing of a finish, especially since they looked like they could honestly win the weekend if they ran it back. Like, there's an alternative dimension where they 2-0'd Echo and they're not even here. Like, they're literally just like not even in the lower bracket. But instead, they're getting sent home. It's just so unfortunate for them. I feel so bad.
It hurts, but I mean, we knew today was going to be like this. We knew the elimination matches were going to be hard to watch because there were so many extremely good squads of dungeon runners that were going to go home, and you know, I didn't think Bald Bandits would be one of those squads, but here we are. I think we've got quite the top 4 set up for tomorrow.
Dude, what a rush!
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah,
What a run! Never seen a 113. Never will.
Never will. Never will. That's a good call.
That was an impressive run. And yeah, the rocket tech, man, saving those seconds, sending them on to day 3. What do we think of these top 4 though?
Okay, yeah.
Awesome.
I think that outside of Last Hope, this was kind of the expected top 4 for me personally. I thought that Bald Bandits was going to be the other 4th team. I guess I'm a bit surprised to see Perplexed in the lower semis as opposed to in the upper finals, but I think that this MDI has proven to be the highest quality of teams that we've ever seen for the MDI, and the competition is as close as it's ever been. This is an insanely tense MDI.
For sure. I had Bald Bandits instead of mandatory on my top 4, but aside from that, it's the same. But yeah, I mean, we've got both group winners. We've got Echo and Perplex, Group A winner, Group B winner. And then we've got Mandatory, who just came incredibly improved from what we saw in their group performance. I mean, they were good enough to get through, but there was, still some concerns about them. But they have put all those to rest with a couple 2-0s in yesterday and today. They look strong going into tomorrow, even though they fight Echo in the first match. And then, Perplexed, a bit shaky, but got it together when they needed to in the end. And Last Hope, I mean, getting it together when they really needed to at the very end. So yeah, we've got a great set of matches coming up tomorrow. Very exciting. Do you think everybody's going to adopt the rocket tech if we see Galakrons fall? Like, how easy is that? Because, like you said, you need to know the line.
That doesn't look too hard, and it saved about 10 seconds. So I kind of suspect you're giving up a damage potion for about 10 seconds of time saved. So
it doesn't look too hard. Okay. But like, if one person in your group messes it up and they go flying off to the side and die, isn't that just the end?
Well, no, you only lose 5 seconds off of the 10.
Well, yeah, but you've lost all your pots still as well, right?
Are you giving up your potion, though? Because you're going to be invis-potting the hallway afterward, so... Does that line... Could you even potion...
Okay, yeah, if you're not giving up a potion... I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on how consistent you can get it. Like, do you want to spend... How many hours of practice does it take to actually get everybody 100% on hitting the line, right?
So Cryptix ran Mass Invis anyways, so he wasn't even running Mass Barrier, so they didn't actually have to have.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense because they couldn't invis pot, right?
Sure.
Because it was on CD. So
yeah.
I mean, you are giving up a damage pot then.
I think it's pretty easy to adopt. If somebody dies, you get the checkpoint immediately too. So then instead of a 10-second save, it's only a 5-second save, which would suck. Like, but assuming that you know where to like hit the end of the platform, it shouldn't be too difficult, I think, to implement in your keys.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. I mean, we'll see if we see Galakrons fall tomorrow, but we'll see if people bring it in there. But here's our predictions one more time. Of course, a lot of us having Echo first, Perplex second. Tettles, of course, the reverse of that. Makes, of course, with the double global champion pick. Apparently, Legendary and Mandatory, we're going to share it. Now it's down to just Mandatory. But hey, I would say that's still a possibility. Yeah.
Mandatory looked good. We had a lot of questions as to how good Mandatory was going to look coming this weekend. Were they going to be consistent? Because they really weren't in their cup play.
Yeah. Totally.
But they kind of turned up.
They're still sitting on 1 death through their first 4 dungeons. They have been the most consistent team this weekend of anyone. Like, they are looking fantastic. So much different from what we saw in cups.
Echo's been strangely vulnerable a bit, is what I would say. Every single match from them has been incredibly competitive. Probably in maps that they shouldn't necessarily have been competitive in, right? But every map by Echo has been competitive.
I mean, it's been good enough, and that's what Echo kind of tends to always do, is that even if they do look like slightly shaky here and there, they're still good enough. So that's the thing. I mean, look at the first map of the day. Look at that Everbloom, right? I mean, they're 0 dust on both sides, but yet somehow, some way, Echo still managed to take the win in that dungeon. They just managed to do it, you know?
Yeah, you can't be critical if they always win, I guess.
No.
Or rather, it's hard to be critical if they always win.
I think it's very difficult. They always win. They're so bad. You can't really say that, can you? This is our matches for tomorrow, by the way. Starting off with the 25 AD. So that's going to be exciting. That's been a fun dungeon to watch. It's been a little bit crazy, a little bit wild here. I'm told we're going to have
Mandatory
another...
probably has to. I think Mandatory is going to have to ban this manner in match 11.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I don't love this pool for Mandatory. Looking at match 11, it also has Everbloom in it.
Gonna be a tough one. What dungeon are we missing for match 14? I don't do exclusionary stuff very well.
It
Oh,
is
it's
the
the
other
fall.
25. It's the fall.
Fall, yeah, Galacron's
Yeah.
Fall,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so we're not going to see the Surf's Up tech in that one.
That's bad news if you're a Last Hope fan.
Yeah, maybe we're
Cowabunga.
we're pro
Yeah.
skaters in match 11 and 12, and maybe 13 as well, but not 14. Kicked out. But I've heard we have a dungeon map, a dungeon movement map, ready to go. Let's do one
of
more.
movement.
Yeah. Speaking of, well, what is it? Is it skateboard related movement, or is it a different kind of movement? I feel this is more of a ambulatory movement, moving about on your legs.
I don't know. Some of these maps have been pretty gnarly, bro.
Is this dungeon?
This is the whole dungeon, isn't it? Yeah, the Everbloom, Horizon's Ride, Waycrest, and Altal.
This is
tilted.
Waycrest Manor.
This is tilt.
This is
shifted.
Waycrest Manor, and that person that's going off to the side is immediately going off to grab the guards and the captains in Waycrest. They're fighting Triad right there, and then they're gonna
Hold on.
move
Yeah,
into the
now they're
courtyard
at
area here in a
Missile
sec.
Goliath courtyard area. Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
now we're
Yep,
up
you're
at
right,
the
yep.
It's
at the
Manor
Goliath.
100%.
100%. Lock it in. No way it's anything except for Waycrest Manor. If it is, I'll eat my shoes.
Whoa, what kind of shoes?
Any.
Any shoes?
Fried.
Send you some shoes?
Yep.
Fried? I heard
Yep.
they're great in the air fryer.
He's got some old crusty Crocs that I've seen.
Yeah.
Crusty
little bit.
Crocs.
Who don't know this?
Oh.
Every single time Dratnos is not on desk and one of these movements pops up, in our caster chat, he says, "It's this boss or dungeon, or I'll eat my shoes." This is the first time he said it live.
Dude, somebody died and then released, and then they had to run
Yeah.
all the way back. Look
Two
at
people.
that.
Two
It was a
people,
priest
yeah.
as well. I remember this was from earlier today, I think, maybe, because I think we saw that. Or
This is
maybe it
Bald
just happens
Bandit's
a lot.
Waycrest Manor.
It
That's
could
when
be.
Fragments died.
Wow,
Could well
for
be.
extra points?
No, this isn't Bald Bandits because they had a rogue in here.
Okay, it was yesterday. It was
Okay,
a
yeah, you're
yesterday
right.
dungeon.
You're right.
Yeah.
Colors are
It's
becoming
yesterday
clear.
dungeon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Underground.
I mean, it's definitely the Waycrest, right? We can see
Oh.
that. We can see
Oh,
that monk
they're wiping.
teal.
Oh! Okay, it's definitely
love
not
that.
Bald Bandits. Sorry.
it's Razan. It's Razan.
They wiped to something. I don't know what that was, but it was not good.
It's just a picture of Razan.
Yeah, you can see them going down the stairs now. They're in Lord and Lady Waycrest now. They died again.
Yeah.
No, they finished it. We're good.
It does look
Beautiful.
Dino-esque. All right. It
Beautiful.
is Waycrest Manor. We see the highlighted words at the bottom. So.
We're fist pumping the air.
Can we get like an
else
untilt
would you fist
shifted
bump?
version of that? Can you like live
I think that's what we're doing right now.
untilt it?
Yeah, this
that's what we're
is
doing
this
right
is
now.
it being
Yeah,
untilted.
okay.
It's a
Yeah.
little bit squeezed, too. Look at the
Yeah.
circles are a little bit compressed as well.
Oh
I was
yeah.
hoping we'd get- I was
Yeah.
hoping we'd get like a transposing of it, right? Like from the tilt to the
Oh.
real one.
Well, look at this. They had to squish it so that it would fit. The reason I bet it was tilted before was so that it could fit into our aspect
Yep.
ratio. That's why if you look at the circles right now, look really close at them. They're ovals because
Yes.
it wouldn't actually fit. Yeah, that's my
yes.
guess.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there. Oh,
There
my
it is.
goodness. Oh, feeling
Live
ill.
production.
Incredible.
Wow.
What a time to be alive.
Oh, back
It's
the
not
other
even.
way.
It's not even. It's not even.
No.
Okay, good. Yeah,
whoa.
they're
We're
perfect.
extreme.
Perfect.
Wow. Is this the X Games? No, it's the MDI. Whoa. We can go on that access too. Look at that.
Goodness gracious.
It's like a Star Wars crawl now.
Has science gone too far?
That's it. That's
Yes,
it.
yes.
That's what we had. That's our
That's
tilt.
the
That's
one.
the one we had. Oh, now
Oh,
we're
this
just
is like
showing off.
this is when I'm watching MDI laying down. This is what I see. Yeah. Sometimes it just gets too intense and I have to take a breather.
I don't think I could watch this MDI line. I think I would be standing up 2 minutes into any of these maps. They've all just been so unbelievable.
Dude,
It'd be tough.
broadcast doesn't get to see it, but I end up like standing up in the middle of like half of the maps. I have to like sit down right before we come back to camera.
Yeah, that'd be I'd be worried. Don't get too close to the windows behind you. It looks like a long way down.
They're windows.
Oh, well, I mean, like, you know, if you get too excited, you just like fly through one or something like that. I don't know. It's possible.
New fear unlocked.
I don't know.
It'd be so hard.
It's live Call
Yeah.
of the Void for you.
Oh, so anyway, I feel like we're getting
gonna
played
play
off
it
the
out.
stage, but yeah. Anyway, join us tomorrow for the final day of the Mythic
hey,
Dungeon
hey.
International. Yeah.
There's daylight savings in
Oh, yeah,
America.
that's right.
Oh my god, good comms.
Oh,
Good
goodness
comms.
gracious.
You guys gotta, if you're not in America, first off, my apologies. Second off, our times are changing tomorrow.
Sorry for your lack of freedom. Yep.
Yeah, we're going to be coming in an hour sooner. It's going to be an hour earlier than it was last 2 days. So if you're
Yeah.
somewhere that doesn't have daylight savings time, then it'll be 1 hour earlier. If you're in America, remember to set your clocks. It's happening tonight at like 2 a.m. or something.
There's
so.
an easy way to remember this. It's spring forward, fall back. So since it is the spring, we are moving our clocks forward 1 hour tonight.
Yeah.
Notably, Europe, like CEST doesn't get daylight savings for like 2 more weeks. So it's not that they're never getting it right. It's that they'll be getting
we're
it just a little bit later.
Yeah, so
Exactly.
keep that in mind.
There's a little bit slower on the meta, but I hope we move in the meta where we don't have to do with this at all at some point. But I digress. Thanks for watching, everyone. Mythic Dungeon International. We will be back tomorrow for the finals of the finals, day 3 of the global finals, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Don't miss it. We'll see you then.